This is our main character. In his previous life, he was the heavenly demon. A single move was enough to sweep away every martial arts master in the Jianghu. Because he cultivated the heavenly demon art, he only needed to absorb his opponents for his power to surge. But after devouring too many souls, he suffered a backlash and died on the spot. Thanks to diligently leaving likes on videos, he was granted another chance to redo his life, reborn as the young lord of the strongest noble clan. His life was so luxurious that servants even brought him meals and poured his water, attending to every little detail. Yet he carried the reputation of being weak in bed. The irony was that every girl he touched ended up screaming her lungs out. There was no one who did not collapse after one scorching night with this guy. All of it was because he had upgraded the heavenly demon art. No need to absorb souls anymore. Just doing it was enough to make him stronger. Now then, no more stalling, let us begin. Story begins on a mountain at night. The rapid footsteps of a group of people shattered the silence here. They rushed forward as if being hunted, desperately searching for the target in hiding. The whole group simultaneously used lightness skill, shooting forward. Their target appeared right before the heavenly demon's eyes. Those petty men decided to gang up, charging in all at once. The heavenly demon still lowered his head, thinking about death and his own fear. Was this truly what that man wanted right now? Assassins saw him and immediately raised their swords, rushing into strike. The heavenly demon lifted his hand and murmured to himself, "Then you will get your wish." With a single wave, every assassin was sent flying, unable to defend in time. The heavenly demon stood still watching them fall. In the distance, only smeared trails of blood remained. Blood rained down from above. He withdrew his hand and assessed coldly, too weak. He raised his hand again, rotating in a circle and generating terrifying pressure. Those people were instantly swept into the whirlwind created by the heavenly demon. Their bodies were torn apart piece by his power. He said coldly, "Look carefully at the true power of the primordial chaos demon art." In the blink of an eye, everything seemed to settle. The remaining assassins looked up in terror. They saw a gigantic hand rising from deep beneath the earth. They froze as that hand moved slowly yet with overwhelming might. Fear crashed down. They turned and fled as the demonic hand chased after them to seize them. There was no escape. Two demonic hands slammed down, snatching the entire bunch and sinking them into the ground. The ones who were alive just moments ago were now nothing but a pile of mangled flesh under the crushing force, completely unable to resist. In the black sky, massive boulders fell straight down as if to erase every last trace. Those who had moved a moment ago were now cold corpses piled together. What they deliberately ignored, and thus met this end, was that pure martial arts strength could never bring down the heavenly demon. Remnants of the martial artists still clung all over that man's gigantic hand. He did not hesitate, clenching tightly and grinding everything to dust, mixing it into the earth and stone. At last, this place returned to its original silence. Above was still the lonely night, moonlight unable to reach the figure hidden deep within the forest. The heavenly demon stood there, gloomy and icy, as if drenched all over in a rain of blood. The space sank into a chilling stillness, thick with death. Suddenly, the heavenly demon laughed to himself in a bizarre way. He said to himself with interest, "So the heavenly demon, I have already become invincible in the martial world." And everything sank back into dark silence. He muttered irritably, "It is too quiet." Looking at the pile of corpses, he sighed. "In this life I have killed too many. My grudges are not few either. Seems I can only keep slaughtering until the end of my days." The heavenly demon's eyes were bloodshot, flashing with resentment and disgust toward light. Clenched the hand that had stolen countless lives, then pressed it straight against his own chest. He used his own hand to end himself, the heavenly demon heavily wounded and coughing up blood. Man's figure remained solitary and freezing, hand on his heart. He gave a soft, self-mocking laugh. This was likely the karmic retribution of one who cultivated the primordial chaos demon art. In exchange for this power, I lost peace and countless lives. Everything has its price, yet I stood atop the peak, unrivaled in the martial world. He asked himself in agitation, in the end, was that sacrifice worth it? In the dark forest, 2 points of light suddenly flashed, like the eyes of a strange creature. Then countless other pairs of eyes lit up as well, all of them aimed at one spot. The heavenly demon sensed it and immediately turned to face them, eyes meeting theirs. In the sky, a gigantic long chain suddenly dropped down. Next, countless similar chains shot toward him, rushing straight at the heavenly demon to bind him. First, they wrapped tightly around that man's legs, each coil locking down like iron shackles. After that, as if they possessed intelligence, they slithered up over his upper body. Both hands, both legs, his neck and stomach were bound rigidly, not allowing that man to struggle. The heavenly demon did not get angry, only sneered into the void. "You want to drag me down to hell?" Clenched his teeth and forced his strength to break free, his eyes blazing red with fury. The heavenly demon roared that no one could bind me. Even the chain on his neck was yanked apart into shattered links. Then his eyes widened, as if he had just seen something that shook him to the core. The heavenly demon did not say a word, only stood motionless, because something was coming, enough to make even the arrogant go numb. He cried out as he realized his body was gradually dissolving from the bottom up. He could not believe it and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" The primordial chaos demon art was not merely an evil technique that stole other people's souls. If there is another life, I only wish to live peacefully in purity. A completely different life from this one, no more endless slaughter. Seen before his eyes, appeared like a completely different world, where rooftops were drenched in warm, gentle morning sunlight, swam about cheerfully and leisurely, as if living a carefree life in the pond. A young man sat on the bank watching the school of fish. Then a loud call rang out behind him, "Young master." It was Xiao Zhao's voice, the maidservant of the Jin Bai Merchant Guild. She ran over in a hurry and asked, "You are sitting here again, hurry back and eat." Young man suddenly raised his hand, the movement hard to read. He spun around with a sharp whoosh, making Xiao Zhao jump and go pale. That young man was none other than Bai Pai's son, the second young master of the Jin Bai Merchant Guild. Xiao Zhao twisted her face in confusion and asked, "What is wrong with you, young master? Hurry back to the manor." Pai's son looked at his hand and thought helplessly, "Damn it, I am much weaker. This body is truly useless." Pai's son lowered his head to look at the water and examine himself. His current body was not much different from a woman's, and his face was somewhat delicate. Yet the soul inside was the heavenly demon, and Bai Pai's son's figure also overlapped with that man's image. Turning to the manor for a meal, the table was filled with rare delicacies. But Pai's son looked at the delicious dishes and grew gloomy, holding his chopsticks for a long time without feeling like taking a bite. He lowered his head and covered his mouth as he complained, "I am really exhausted." Xiao Zhao poured tea and asked, "What are you saying, young master? You will recover soon." She even said a famous physician would be coming to examine him soon. Pai's son lifted his tired face and asked, "Why have I not heard about this?" Xiao Zhao answered anxiously right away, "It is not good for the illness to drag on like this. If you endure and try, it will get better." The dining table fell into silence. Pai's son thought to himself, "It has been 10 days since I woke up in this frail body. No matter what, right now I am still the second young master of the Merchant Guild, of noble status." The scene shifted back to earlier, when Pai's son stood in the room with his clothes in disarray. He held his head in exhaustion and wondered, "Where is this place?" Xiao Zhao and a few others surrounded him doing all sorts of things he did not understand. "You have just woken up." Pai's son found everything far too strange, even daily life, dressing, eating, and drinking. I could almost not do any of it myself. The current Pai's son was the heavenly demon possessing him from elsewhere. He thought angrily, and this face that looks like a woman too. Too many troubles with this new identity, but the worst was that my meridians were severed. I am basically a cripple. Born into this body, it seems I am suffering even more than before. Wanting to live carefree is not so easy either. Now I must use my soul to reconnect the broken meridians first, wait until they heal, then I will think about martial arts. I might still have to use the primordial chaos demon art. But where am I supposed to find souls to absorb? Before, killing someone was enough. Now I cannot even kill a chicken, so what can I do? Pai's son stepped forward and saw Xiao Zhao diligently sweeping leaves in the courtyard. He looked at her and revealed a deeply suggestive smile. Pai's son thought with delight, "Oh, such a perfect opportunity. How could I possibly let it slip by?" Pai's son still retained almost all the memories from when he was the heavenly demon, and he had already comprehended the ultimate realm of the primordial chaos demon art before dying. If he could cultivate again in this life, that man believed he would reach an entirely new level of invincibility, perhaps even a demonic art he himself had never foreseen. After thinking it through carefully, Pai's son opened his mouth and called for Xiao Zhao. "I want to go out for a bit." Xiao Zhao stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Where are you going, young master? Let this servant girl lead the way for you." Pai's son replied indifferently, "To the brothel." Xiao Zhao looked as if struck by lightning and cried out in shock, How could that be?" Xiao Zhao still did not dare believe it and hurriedly asked again, "What are you saying?" Pai's son's face darkened as he asked back, "Why are you so flustered?" He listened in silence as she said that if you truly wanted to go, you should have guards accompanying you. Xiao Zhao looked quite awkward, because young master has never been to that kind of place before, so this servant girl was caught off guard. Pai's son immediately raised his head and asked back, "Then are you coming with me or not?" Xiao Zhao gritted her teeth and nodded with determination. "Fine then, this servant girl will go with young master." Master and servant left the manor together, slowly heading toward the brothel on the street. Pai's son stood still while Xiao Zhao adjusted his clothes. She lowered her head and sighed to herself. These past few days, young master really seems like he has turned into someone else, and now he even wants to go to the brothel. Pai's son looked around and asked, Why have the guards not shown up yet? Io Zhao draped the cloak over him as she replied, do not worry, they will be here soon. Their duty is to protect you, young master. Pai Sun only pressed his lips together without speaking. Young master, please be careful with everything. Pai Sun lowered his gaze to her and asked in confusion, what is it? Xiao Zhao explained anxiously before, you once grew weary of life and wanted to give up everything. Now that a famous physician is coming to examine you, please do not give up anymore. Pai Sun was taller than Xiao Zhao. Looking down at the top of her head, he thought to himself, this little girl truly cares about me. The heavenly demon's instincts from my past life were not wrong. Having someone who cares about me, this feeling is not bad either. Pai Sun looked up and asked, has that person arrived already? Xiao Zhao was a little surprised but still answered respectfully, yes. Outside the gate, there was commotion that signaled a guest had arrived. Xiao Zhao turned and asked in astonishment, how did you know? Pai Sun replied calmly with an aura that strong, how could you not sense it? The manor's main gate opened, and footsteps were clearly heard outside. Just then, Pai Sun also stepped out and came face to face with the newcomer. The young man outside immediately saluted respectfully, greetings, young master. This man was Kan Hone, the Merchant Guild's guard warrior. Pai Sun stood at the threshold observing Kan Hone. This man's presence was as sharp as a blade, clearly tempered through countless life and death battles. As expected, the Jinbai Merchant Guild was no ordinary power. The group quickly mounted their horses and moved out together. Pai Sun rode alongside Kan Hone for a stretch, then asked, we are there already. His gaze was fixed ahead, on the place he wanted to set foot in. A tower blazing with lights appeared. On the signboard were clearly written 4 characters, Flower Pavilion Brothel. The group stopped outside. The horses were led aside to eat and rest. At the entrance of the Flower Pavilion, Kan Hone spoke up. This subordinate will wait outside. Pai Sun turned back in confusion and asked, why? Kan Hone answered awkwardly, yes. He asked again, even outside you still need to wait. Kan Hone hurriedly explained, in case something unexpected happens. Pai Sun thought for a moment, then said, if you do not come with me, then if something happens, who will provide support? Kan Hone still hesitated after hearing that. Seeing this, Pai Sun turned away and called, do not just stand there, follow me inside. Kan Hone answered firmly, I cannot. Pai Sun stood still without turning his head, letting that man choose for himself, follow or not. You dare disobey my order. Kan Hone sensed Pai Sun's aura and expression, and immediately turned pale in shock. Pai Sun stepped closer and said coldly, if there is fun here, then enjoy it. If not, then stay close to me. Kan Hone lowered his head and answered, yes. Seeing that reaction, Pai Sun smiled softly in satisfaction. He pushed the door open and walked inside, not forgetting to say, let us go. The moment they entered the flower pavilion, they saw dozens of courtesans already lined up to receive them, greeting young master in unison. Pai Sun and Kan Hone walked deeper inside together. In the distance, a woman was plucking a zither, each note ringing out. The music drifted like falling petals, making the space even more enchanting. Pai Sun sat down at a table and drank with the courtesans. He raised his cup but did not drink, instead asking, where is my guard? A woman's voice replied softly, standing outside the stairs. Pai Sun sighed inwardly, truly rigid. Another courtesan stepped forward to pour wine. Speaking gently, this concubine offers young master a cup. Pai Sun told the girls, drinking too much wine will make you like me. Your health will weaken. The courtesan beside him asked in surprise, if we do not drink, then what should this lowly girl do? Pai Sun immediately requested, I want to hear what outsiders say about me. The courtesan startled and asked back, yes. He folded his arms and repeated, tell me all the rumors you have heard, one by one. Time slowly passed. Pai Sun learned that the Bitch Sun Merchant Guild was a wealthy power, and that he had inherited no small amount of assets, including several brothels. But because his body was frail, he had almost no voice within the clan. All authority lay in the hands of his eldest brother, Bitch Tai Thur. In the martial world, everyone knew that elder brother's reputation, so his own status and power were now somewhat clear. Pai Sun stood up and said, all right, let us begin. Current situation did not look easy at all. He cast a glance at a courtesan, making her flinch. Pai Sun ordered from now on, only you follow me. I have something to do. 2 of them moved to another room. Inside, only Pai Sun and the chosen courtesan remained. Outside, the other courtesans giggled and gossiped. Why did he choose Sister Hoa? In the room, Pai Sun sat on the bed beside Miss Hoa. He asked first, how long have you been here? Miss Hoa blushed and answered, about 10 years. Pai Sun nodded lightly. All right then, begin. The other courtesans ran outside, talking as they went. I wonder how Sister Hoa will serve young master. He is so weak. What can he even do? Someone laughed and said, but young master is handsome. Next time I want it too. Kan Hone, standing nearby, heard some of it. Kan Hone only glanced toward the private room. Suddenly, a scream rang out from inside, making the girls jolt and freeze. Kan Hone was also stunned. his cheeks turning red from embarrassment. Even the neighboring rooms could hear that scream clearly. People in the hallway curiously looked toward where the sound came from. Almost the entire Flower Pavilion brothel heard the shameful noises coming from Pai Sun and Miss Hoa's room. The courtesans and the flirtatious guests laughed and teased. What a surprise! He looks weak, but he is fierce. Inside Pai Sun's room, Miss Hoa screamed in pain, her hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly. She squeezed her eyes shut, her mouth crying out non-stop, making outsiders misunderstand. Pai Sun stood above her head, continuously drawing out something invisible. He used force to pull something from Miss Hoa's head, making her pain widen her eyes. Sun's face remained calm as he pulled out a stream of green chi. Outside, the Flower Pavilion brothel was still brightly lit, its activities not interrupted at all. The door burst open. Pai Sun stepped outside. Kan Hon immediately hurried over and asked worriedly, "Are you all right, young master?" Pai Sun revealed a suggestive and ferocious smile. He replied, "It is fine, I am all right." After that, Pai Sun walked toward the courtesans who were peeking out, making Kan Hon even more confused. When Pai Sun left, the courtesans hurried into the room and called Sister Hoa Nin. What happened? They surrounded her, marveling at Hoa Nin's new appearance, her skin smooth like a child's. One girl asked anxiously, "Did you take a spirit medicine?" Hoa Nin answered shyly, "No, it is just a bit hazy." But she could clearly feel her body was much lighter and more refreshed. The scene shifted back to the Jin by Merchant Guild Manor. In the manor courtyard, figures still moved back and forth without pause. Xiao Zhao stared blankly and sighed, not knowing how things were going at the brothel. Just then, outside came the sound of horses coming to a stop. Hearing the movement, Xiao Zhao turned her head in surprise. Seeing Pai Sun and Kan Hon step in, she cried out happily, "Young master." Xiao Zhao immediately ran over and clung to Pai Sun's side, asking worriedly, "Young master has returned from the brothel. Are you all right?" Pai Sun glanced at Kan Hon and replied to Xiao Zhao, "If you are curious, then ask my guard." Kan Hon was startled when mentioned, his face flushing red. After speaking, he continued walking into the manor. Kan Hon only coughed lightly, unsure how to respond. Xiao Zhao watched Pai Sun's retreating back and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed young master was fine, though it was unclear what had happened. Pai Sun returned to his private room and shut the door tightly. He laughed softly, swiftly removing his outer robe and tossing it aside. Faint streams of green chi slowly manifested, as if possessing awareness. Streams of chi wrapped around his body like living vines. Pai Sun regained the bearing of the heavenly demon of old, sat cross-legged, and began focusing his mind to cultivate. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at his hand, now stronger than before, he thought to himself, "And yet I have only reconnected one meridian." The primordial chaos demon art truly had changed, but it was clearly still not enough. This demonic art originally used the souls of others to replenish oneself, defying the heavenly Tao, so remnant obsessions within constantly burned, making it hard for him to calm his mind. To continue cultivating, that man needed a more suitable soul state. The stronger the intent, the greater the power, and those courtesans still did not meet the requirement. His current frail body also made absorbing souls more difficult. But aside from the Flower Pavilion, there was temporarily no safer place. On another day, Pai Sun once again appeared at the Flower Pavilion brothel. As soon as he arrived, the courtesans eagerly welcomed him. "Young master is here, who said you were weak before. These past days you are completely different." After the previous incident combined with his captivating looks, Pai Sun became the most anticipated guest, a young master both imposing and handsome, making everyone want to serve him. In the eyes of the girls, he was the ideal image of a man. The moment Pai Sun stepped inside, the passage was crowded shut around him. From the upper floor, a dissatisfied gaze followed him, while the courtesans laughed and chatted. Today, young master's presence is even stronger. Who will he choose this time? The pavilion owner on the upper floor snorted coldly. He is here again. Sitting in a quiet corner and fanning herself, she frowned in thought. The sound suppression had clearly been reinforced, yet it was still noisy. Every time he came, other guests complained. She asked the person beside her in a low voice, "Ghost Shadow, what do you think of this? That dying man suddenly has such unusual presence. It makes me uneasy." Someone suggested investigating him, but the pavilion owner shook her head. That merchant guild is not easy to provoke. For now, just observe and see if any major change occurs. Pai Sun ignored his surroundings and focused on searching for his target. Kan Hon still silently followed behind. Everyone's gaze followed him, filled with anticipation of being chosen. Pai Sun walked while searching for the person he needed, but after looking for a long time, he still did not see her. He then told the head attendant to call all the girls over. The other party was stunned, then hurriedly agreed. Before long, all the courtesans gathered. The head attendant cautiously asked, "Young master still has not chosen anyone." Pai Sun swept his gaze over them once more, but was still not satisfied. At that moment, an unusually gloomy aura entered his perception. Pai Sun walked in that direction and said to the head attendant, "All right, I have noticed her. The other courtesans stared in disbelief, not expecting young master to head that way. Standing before that gloomy girl, Pai-sun asked her name. She softly replied, Dan-an. Pai-sun nodded and said calmly, "Good, today I choose you." The other girls could not believe it and whispered, "Why choose the worst one?" Pai-sun entered the private room with Dan-an. Kan-hon continued standing guard outside. Walking ahead, Pai-sun glanced again to assess Dan-an. Her gloomy soul was exactly what that man needed. The newly reconnected meridians were not yet stable, but this could be considered a risky attempt. That man decided to use her soul to reconnect his own meridians. Suddenly, Pai-sun stopped at the doorway, making Dan-an feel puzzled. He smiled faintly and asked into the empty space, "Is someone there?" Pai-sun called Kan-hon in, his voice turning cold. "Lend me your sword." He took the sword from Kan-hon's hand. Without a word, he swung the sword toward where he suspected. Sword chi tore through the air and shot straight ahead. Blade was stained with blood, dripping onto the roof beam. Kan-hon was stunned, unable to believe it. An assassin. Pai-sun asked indifferently, "Still alive? Seems I struck a bit too slowly." Blood dripped from the roof, falling like rain. Dan-an trembled as she watched the scene, her whole body turning cold. Pai-sun told Kan-hon to stand guard. Then he would enter the room with the girl. Kan-hon immediately acknowledged. He turned to the still trembling Dan-an and said, "Let us go. Today I will have to rely on you, miss." Dusk gradually descended. The scene shifted to the Lian family estate. In a room, a guard reported to the master. He went to the brothel again. The young lady asked, "Recently, what do people call him?" The guard hesitated, finding it hard to answer. In the end, he replied, "A flirtatious young master, the #1 man." Hearing this, the young lady grew excited. "Hurry and take me there." She raised her head and said, "I must meet him. I am the betrothed of bitch Pai-sun." Next day, when the sun was already high, Kan-hon bent respectfully, inviting the second young master. He was still not used to his master's new bearing. Pai-sun asked coldly, "How was that assassin dealt with?" Kan-hon thought to himself, "This gaze is truly not simple." He replied, "Locked in the dark prison." Pai-sun praised with satisfaction, "Well done, go rest." Kan-hon watched his retreating back, unable to help doubting, is this still the second young master from before? Not only his presence changed, even his martial arts were frighteningly precise. He was almost a completely different person. Master and servant continued walking. Pai-sun silently calculated his power. Having only opened one major meridian, yet his body had already improved significantly. 6 major meridians remained. The road was still long, but that man was no longer useless. Being pleased over such slight progress, he truly had changed as well. Suddenly, he noticed a certain gaze ahead. Ha-Lin looked over at Pai-sun intently with sparkling eyes. Pai-sun felt puzzled. Who is this woman? Why does she keep looking at me like that? He stopped. Ha-Lin stepped forward and asked chokingly. Second young master went to the brothel again. Pai-sun silently observed. He had never seen this face before. It seemed she was not simple. Seeing he did not answer, Ha-Lin continued. "Could it be you disliked the engagement with me, so you act coldly?" Pai-sun was startled. "An engagement?" Ha-Lin continued speaking, "Even if you did it on purpose." Her cheeks flushed as she stepped closer. Ha-Lin grabbed Pai-sun's hand and said firmly, "I will not give up on you. You should not give up on me either, all right." The more Pai-sun listened, the more confused he became. What is she talking about? I have never had her, so how could I give her up? He said frankly, "I have never done that." Ha-Lin was surprised. He added that he had also never given her up, inwardly shouting that this was their first meeting. Ha-Lin did not know whether she fully understood, but she smiled in satisfaction. She said softly, "You finally understand my feelings." Pai-sun turned away, thinking she only heard what she wanted. "Fine, today is enough." Ha-Lin called after him with a red face, "Second young master." Pai-sun left but felt stirred inside. She actually managed to fluster the heavenly demon, truly impressive. Seeing Kan-hon's figure in the distance, Pai-sun wondered again where he was going. Kan-hon walked ahead, lips pressed tight, face red with embarrassment. That afternoon at the bitch Thuong Manor, Xiao Zhao carried water and probed. Did second young master meet Miss Lian on the way back? Xiao Zhao propped her hand and laughed smugly. "No one in this world can fool me." Pai-sun looked and guessed at once. "You already told the betrothed." Xiao Zhao suddenly remembered and asked, "Is guard Thien all right?" Pai-sun asked curiously, "Him injured?" Xiao Zhao exclaimed, "Heavens, it is guard Thien who likes guard Lu." Pai-sun asked back, "Who is guard Lu?" Xiao Zhao explained that she was the female guard who had followed Miss Lian for a long time, wholeheartedly loyal in protecting her. After hearing it, Pai-sun finally understood. So that man left for that reason. The story made him find this world even more interesting, the corner of his lips lifting into a faint smile. Pai-sun recalled himself back when he was the heavenly demon, filled with fear and resentment. If it were the former me, I could never imagine such a scene. Yet strangely now I feel no anger at all. Perhaps because my soul has merged with bitch pie sun. Thinking it through, everything truly is worth savoring. At night, within the dark prison of the Jinn by Merchant Guild, the jailers patrolled with torches, keeping the place brightly lit at all times. Hon held a torch while reporting to Pai Sun. I sealed his acupoints, but that man is extremely stubborn and refuses to submit. Pai Sun smiled with keen interest. Is that so? Very good, open the door. Pai Sun stepped up to the assassin's cell. He evaluated silently. Good, killing intent clings thickly to that man. And the lingering obsession of a murderer is always the most dangerous kind. The amount of spiritual power that could be absorbed from such a soul was truly abundant. After opening a major meridian, I can try. Pai Sun turned and instructed, Dean Kan Hon, go outside. Kan Hon was startled and anxiously tried to dissuade him. It is very dangerous, second young master. Are you planning to stay alone? Pai Sun replied indifferently. If you knew what I am about to do, could you stop me? You could not even sense his aura. Kan Hon grew even more anxious. But this is different. You being alone is too dangerous. Pai Sun lost patience, cast a cold glance and said, I do not want to repeat myself a second time. Kan Hon lowered his head and answered dejectedly, yes. That man turned around and left the dark prison. The light behind Pai Sun slowly closed, as if sealing the assassin's fate shut. Standing outside, Kan Hon recalled the scene just now. Even I almost suffocated under that pressure. It felt like facing a supreme master. What was that sound? Could it be? From within the prison came a scream that tore through the quiet space. Kan Hon clenched his teeth in worry. Could it be that second young master ran into trouble inside? Inside, Pai Sun extended his hand and drew in the assassin's vitality. Streams of eerie purple chi surged and poured into his palm. Pai Sun frowned. This man is more dangerous than I expected. That man's soul was heavily tainted. A sudden change occurred, making him widen his eyes in shock. Pai Sun staggered, unable to believe the result before him. He gritted his teeth and asked himself, still not enough. Pai Sun reviewed the process, wanting to separate the demonic obsession to keep the spiritual power pure. But if the soul was already too corrupted, demonic chi would cling and fuse back instead. Even if only a small portion, it has already invaded me. It seems I must continue visiting the brothel for some time. Not long after, the scene shifted to Huang Hoa Pavilion. The pavilion master sat drinking tea, her expression full of worry. She snapped her fingers and called a subordinate. It has been 2 days since Qui An was taken by bitch Pai Sun. Still no news. The subordinate lowered his head and replied, still none. Another person rushed in panic, shouting, boss. Thuk Ha's expression changed. Something seems to have happened. Figure staggered in, the subordinate reported in horror. Qui An has returned, but she looks very strange. Qui An's eyes rolled white, her body trembling as if deranged. Pavilion master could not keep her composure and shouted, what is going on? Quickly seal her acupoints. The subordinate immediately obeyed, swiftly sealing her acupoints. Qui An's body went limp, collapsing like mud. Everyone screamed in terror, what is this? Immediately after, Qui An's body disintegrated, leaving only clothes and a dry skeleton. The pavilion master stared wide-eyed in disbelief, furious to the extreme. She ground her teeth and growled. The second young master of the Jinn by Merchant Guild dares to go this far. Her voice trembled as she asked again, where is Dan An now? Subordinate replied anxiously, preparing to send her to the Scarlet Dragon gang leader. The pavilion master clenched her fan and roared, Dan An must be sent to bitch Pai Sun, not the Scarlet Dragon gang. Subordinate reminded her in panic. If so, the Scarlet Dragon gang leader will not let it go. That brute will shatter everything once he knows. Pavilion master sneered coldly with malice. I know, that is why cancel that plan. Huang Hoa Pavilion should also send a gift to the second young master. Right at Huang Hoa Pavilion, recently strange rumors about young Master Bitch have begun to spread. People say that as long as one spends a night with him, one's appearance will improve as if reborn. Some even say they cannot pull away. Some claim he is an immortal, rejuvenating youth. Others say he is a demon that enchants hearts. At first, I also thought it was just baseless gossip from idle courtesans. But now I understand. That man carries irresistible allure. I want to serve young Master Bitch. Chosen son of heaven. The pavilion master laughed loudly and asked, you have fallen for him. Very well, what did he say to you? Promised to repay your debt and told you to find him. Dan An stammered in reply. He did not say anything. The pavilion master instructed coldly. No matter what words he used to bewitch you, until the debt is repaid, you are still Huang Hoa Pavilion's property. Prepare to go to the Scarlet Dragon gang. That day, in front of the Jinn by Merchant Guild gates, Dan An clenched her hands and thought, I thought I would be sent to the Scarlet Dragon gang. I never expected to come here. Is this my fate? Her heart pounded wildly, not knowing whether young master would accept her. What if he finds me filthy, yet I still want to see him again? Inside Pai Sun's private room, he was seated in meditation, cultivating his art. Cracks ran across Pai Sun's entire body. He closed his eyes tightly, clasped his hands, and kept his mind calm. Only when he heard footsteps approaching did he open his eyes. Outside came a report, "Young master, there is a guest seeking you." Pai Sun replied briefly, "Let them in." He was surprised to see that the one who entered was Dan An. She bowed and saluted. "Greetings, young master bitch. This humble woman is willing to serve young master, and thus dared to come here. This life was granted by young master. I wish to live for you. Please allow me to stay by your side." Pai Sun observed her and thought lightly, her appearance has changed. The demonic obsession must have been purified, truly interesting. After that he asked where Xiao Zhao was. Xiao Zhao startled and replied, "I am in the maidservant's quarters." Pai Sun instructed, "Then arrange her lodging near my room." Xiao Zhao exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" He hesitated and asked, "Then will she be a maidservant?" Pai Sun paused as well, "Then what will she do?" "Very well, I will go now. You lead them away." Xiao Zhao looked at Dan An and thought, so beautiful, yet making her a maidservant would be such a waste. "Young master, lately what is going on with you? Could it be that you are about to?" Lac Hoa Pavilion, one of the 3 great brothels of Vohan. Pai Sun stood outside and laughed with interest as he said to Kan Hon, "Lac Hoa Pavilion, fallen flowers. The name truly suits my taste." He smiled in anticipation. "Impure spiritual chi must surely be abundant here. We'll stay at Lac Hoa Pavilion for a while, you prepare." Kan Hon bowed and answered yes. Just then someone blocked the way and shouted loudly, "Second young master of the Jinn by Merchant Guild." Kan Hon immediately shot a sharp gaze toward the one who spoke. That man laughed arrogantly and sneered, "I want to know who dared capture my senior, so it turns out to be just a tender brat. Yes, gang leader, he is Vi Tich Tam of the Scarlet Dragon Gang." The guests in the brothel panicked and fled. "That is Vi Tich Tam. Provoke him and you will not live." My son stepped forward without the slightest fear. He asked Kan Hon, "Who is that big fellow?" Kan Hon explained, "He is Vi Tich Tam, the leader of the Scarlet Dragon Gang." Pai Sun frowned and asked, "What is the Scarlet Dragon Gang?" Kan Hon replied, "A recent underworld faction." He sneered irritably, "Underworld? Even trash bandits dare to make a name." Vi Tich Tam flew into a rage and shouted, "What, you dare look down on me?" The 2 words "pretty boy" stabbed straight into Pai Sun like blades. Pai Sun froze, then his gaze gradually flared with anger. Chilling intent surged violently. The image of the heavenly demon returning. Pai Sun ground his teeth and thought, "Pretty boy. I have long been sick of this weak scholarly face. Pretty boy, that man dares call me that." Vi Tich Tam laughed foolishly in provocation, "Ha ha ha. You look so frightened, just like a woman." Pai Sun walked straight up to Tich Tam, and at the same time instructed Kan Hon, "Deal with the rest." Kan Hon immediately drew his sword, assuming a battle-ready stance. Right then an unexpected change occurred that startled Kan Hon. "What is going on?" The bandits arrogantly charged forward, trying to run. "Ha ha. Let me see what ability you have." Vi Tich Tam laughed arrogantly. "You have some nerve, daring to dismiss your guard to show off. Hand over my senior and I will spare you." Pai Sun sneered, "I do not like it, you talk too much. Is that mouth meant for fighting?" Tich Tam roared in fury. "What did you just say? Is this brat tired of living? I will crush that delicate face of yours." Kan Hon, who was fighting on the other side, was also startled when he saw this. At that moment, Tich Tam had already swung his palm and charged straight at Pai Sun. Kan Hon shouted in panic to warn him, "Move aside, young master." Pai Sun merely lifted his hand lightly. A punch that looked casual shattered Tich Tam's face. Pai Sun's hand was still resting beneath that man's chin. He commented with disgust, "I deliberately held back and you still could not dodge. This body is truly useless." Kan Hon rushed over and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Pai Sun rubbed his wrist and asked back, "Are the others dealt with?" Kan Hon replied awkwardly, "Yes, I know, I did not kill them." Pai Sun scolded coldly, "Useless." He ordered, "Clean up the scene and follow me." Kan Hon startled and replied, "Yes." After walking a few steps, Pai Sun suddenly remembered something. One more thing. Just say that Vi Tich Tam died by your hand. I hate trouble." Kan Hon froze for a moment, then answered yes. That man stood there blankly for a while, not knowing what else to say. Kan Hon looked down at Tich Tam's corpse. The Scarlet Dragon gang leader had been killed bare-handed in a single move. Sure enough, the second young master capturing the assassin was not due to luck. What kind of person is the young master really? Kan Hon thought inwardly. Returning to the brothel, Pai Sun sat quietly looking at his hand. He pondered silently, "This body is too poor. I lost nearly half of my accumulated spiritual chi. It is no longer like when I was the heavenly demon. This current body is weak like trash. Even light impact can cause injury. I know I acted impulsively, but I cannot accept being called a woman." Pai Sun stepped outside and asked Kan Hon, "Where is Lian Ha Lin's guard?" Upon returning, Thai Qian was sitting inside, being served tea by Dan An. Seeing him, she spoke, young master, you are back." The teacup on the table was still steaming. Pai Sun asked Thai Qian, "You did not come here just to drink tea. what is the matter? Dan An left the room and the door closed. Thai Qian looked at Pai Sun and asked, is that maid the one you brought back from the brothel? Pai Sun thought for a moment, then replied, strictly speaking, she followed me willingly, explaining is troublesome, then asked back, so what? Thai Qian observed him with her gaze, looked over Pai Sun's current attire. After hesitating briefly, she asked, are you still going to the brothel? Pai Sun answered frankly, yes. During this, Thai Qian only sighed and lowered her head. She spoke sadly, I'm afraid. Thai Qian said bluntly, young master will have to break off the engagement with the young lady. Pai Sun leaned on his hand and asked back, meaning recently my fiancé has received a proposal, and that person is the young master of the Zhongli family of the Martial Alliance. Lian family head is under pressure and wants to cancel the engagement with me, using my behavior as an excuse. Thai Qian said angrily, and that is not all. The young lady strongly opposed it. Pai Sun thought calmly, it seems this cannot be dragged out much longer. Came here because you are worried the Zhongli family will act against me. Thai Qian nodded in confirmation. Yes, the young lady ordered me to protect young master, the Zhongli family. Pai Sun continued coldly, a bunch of cowards. Thai Qian hurriedly reminded him, second young master, someone might hear. Pai Sun merely smiled lightly and said no more. He recalled that when he was the heavenly demon he once clashed with the Zhongli family. In the great battle they fled and abandoned their allies. Pai Sun cut off the memory and continued anyway. You say you will protect me. Interesting, let us see. That same evening, Pai Sun walked through the forest together with Kan Hon and Thai Qian. He walked while calculating. Last time there was a suitable target. Today I can open the second major meridian. Two behind him had different thoughts. While Pai Sun suddenly sensed something, he turned back and complained to Thai Qian, if you do not want to, then do not follow me. He shook her head and replied, it is fine, I must fulfill my duty. Pai Sun replied curtly, as you wish, it looks as if I am forcing you to follow. While walking, he suddenly stopped. Kan Hon asked, second young master. Pai Sun did not answer but asked instead how many. Kan Hon was startled and stammered, you mean? Immediately after that, man glanced quickly backward. Kan Hon and Thai Qian instantly became highly alert. Kan Hon replied 3. Pai Sun immediately denied it, no. Corrected 4. The assassins no longer hid and jumped down. It seemed the ambush plan had failed. Kan Hon immediately rushed forward to block in front of Pai Sun. Tips of both sides' swords pointed straight at each other. The frizzy-haired man sneered and ordered, you three follow me. Pai Sun frowned. This underworld man speaks rather politely. Seen Kan Hon test his strength. Kan Hon replied, understood. That man observed the opponent with a serious expression. Kan Hon judged. His aura and the stench of blood show he is not ordinary, but I am at least 3 levels stronger than him. Pai Sun nodded in satisfaction. Then what are you waiting for? Since you have judged him, you must test him. Kan Hon replied, yes. That man calmly stepped forward. His aura instead made the assassins tremble. They panicked. What is going on? The body will not obey. Kan Hon advanced. The frizzy-haired man roared. You plan to fight me alone? Truly foolish. Aura is passable. Stop showing off. Obediently come with us. The frizzy-haired man swung his sword and slashed straight at Kan Hon. Kan Hon had to concentrate fully to dodge. The opponent did not give him a chance to counterattack, launching consecutive strikes. Kan Hon refused to yield and immediately counter. That man returned a fatal blow to the opponent. Both sides charged into a merciless fight to the death. Frizzy-haired man glared with eyes spewing fire at Kan Hon. Kan Hon's gaze was no less sharp. Frizzy-haired man grew more shocked as the fight continued. He is far stronger than I imagined. Just a merchant guild guard, and I underestimated him. Frizzy-haired man roared and lunged to attack Kan Hon again. Pai Sun observed and nodded, not bad. Thai Qian anxiously cried, second young master, save him. Pai Sun shook his head, this fight will end tonight. Thai Qian was shocked, huh? Thai Qian worried as tears quietly fell to the side. The blade of Kan Hon had begun to seep bright red drops of blood. The stream of blood slowly followed the small wound and dripped onto the ground. Even so, he still forced himself to stand firm. But Kan Hon's stamina had clearly declined. Thai Qian guessed in confusion, impossible. Could that man really defeat that expert in only 5 moves? Pai Sun, standing behind, let out a mocking remark. Only a broken arm, is that all you have? Thai Qian turned to observe Pai Sun with a different gaze. That man's experience was still shallow, even though Thien Ho Vi was indeed very strong. Not long ago, he had not yet reached this level. Could it be that bitch Kong too let him use a spirit pill? He turned to remind Thai Qian. What are you waiting for? Quickly restrain the remaining ones. Do not kill them, only seal their acupoints so I can question them. She jolted and replied at once, yes. Right after those words, Thai Qian charged straight into the fray. Sword lights clashed and flashed with dazzling brilliance again and again. First one was immediately struck with a fatal blow. The second one was also pierced straight through. Both collapsed to the ground in agony. Thai Qian swept her gaze around, gritting her teeth as she asked inwardly, where is the last one? Suddenly she heard Kan Hon shout loudly, Second young master, be careful. Qian spun around and saw the sharp tip about to stab into Fai Sun's neck. Her heart screamed no. She stared wide-eyed in terror toward that direction. Fai Sun remained motionless, even though the assassin had closed in very near. Kan Hon rushed over and forcefully pressed the assassin's head to the ground. Fai Sun pondered as he assessed him, this one. He swept his eyes around, searching for the figure of the long-haired man who had just appeared. Fai Sun asked himself inwardly, that man did not chase the other, but instead turned back to save me. Kan Hong raised his head and asked, are you all right, second young master? Fai Sun looked at him and silently reproached, utterly useless. Kan Hong also realized his mistake and immediately knelt to apologize. Please forgive me for letting him escape. Fai Sun witnessed this scene and compared it himself. If it were Thien Ma, I would absolutely not let such a mistake slide. But for some reason, my heart felt no displeasure at all. And then gather them all in one place. Kan Hon replied joyfully, yes, yes. The night sky remained dark and unchanged. Fai Sun looked at the three bound men and asked coldly, how should we deal with them now? Kill them all and be done with it, right? One assassin cried out in panic, spare my life. I will confess everything. The scene was still three people, standing opposite three tightly bound men. Sun said calmly, staying silent means you want to die. The others hurriedly replied, no, we will talk. We are from the Red Dragon Gang. We came here under the order of the deputy gang leader. This morning we dealt with several who refused to pay the fees, then went to Huang Hoa Pavilion, but they resisted and were punished. Please stop. One man squinted and saw Fai Sun walk closer, and heard him say, interesting, continue. He was so frightened that he clenched his teeth and did not dare move. Fai Sun turned his back and ordered Kan Hon, escort them away. Keep them alive until I finish questioning. That man trembled and thought, I will live. Kan Hon bowed his head to accept the order, yes. Thai Qian twitched her eyelids and muttered to herself, could it be you still want to go to the brothel? Have you gone mad? The group indeed arrived at Lac Hoa Pavilion. Kan Hon and Thai Qian stood guard outside the room. The sounds echoing from inside made both of them blush in embarrassment. Kan Hon was too ashamed and turned his face away. Seeing this, Thai Qian asked Thien Ho Vi, are you all right not going in? Kan Hon shook his head and replied, I am fine, waiting until morning is enough. Thai Qian thought in confusion, could this reaction really have always been like this? Shouts echoed once again throughout the brothel. The three bound assassins also lowered their heads awkwardly. The next morning at the brothel, Fai Sun opened the door and stepped outside. Seeing the assassins, he asked coldly, so you are still alive? I only said I would spare your lives when you confessed. Thai Qian pressed her lips together and thought, this one is truly terrifying. One hurriedly said, I confessed all night long. Fai Sun nodded and replied, is that so? Summarize it. Kan Hon reported on their behalf. Their order was to escort the young master back to the Red Dragon Gang, and only the deputy gang leader knows the identity of the companion. Fai Sun glanced aside and fell into deep thought. He recalled last night. Indeed, that man was not an ordinary underworld figure. If it were just ordinary guards, it would be hard to deal with them. But Thien Kan Hon was even stronger than expected, truly unexpected. If everything was orchestrated by the Zhongli family, then this move was far too ostentatious. First return to the Kim Bitch Trading Company. Bring them all along. Thai Qian and Kan Hon replied in unison, yes. Everyone had returned to the Kim Bitch Trading Company. My son placed both hands on the door. He opened the cell holding the three assassins and said, first we must place restrictions on their bodies. You all listen, today I will teach a few useful techniques. Watch carefully and learn properly. Thai Qian and Kan Hon were stunned at the same time. Does the young master want to teach martial arts to them? My son raised two fingers and explained, there is a simple type of restriction. I will teach this one first. First here and here, guide your inner force in and then seal them one by one. The key lies in controlling inner force, so you must practice carefully. The two listened in shock. They had never seen this type of restriction, yet understood it instantly. My son placed his hand on one man's neck and said, start gently. I will demonstrate. If you do not listen, you will go blind. It will hurt a bit. The assassin cried out and begged, wait, there is no need for restrictions. We absolutely will not dare to act rashly. A short while passed. The assassin lay trembling on the floor. Fai Sun added, try another restriction on the other two as practice. Kan Hon replied, yes. Thai Qian could not believe the scene. Where did Bitch Kong Tu learn these things? And why was Thien Ho Vi so obedient? While Fai Sun smiled with interest, where should we try next? His face was as cold as Asura hell. How about blowing their bodies apart? The remaining two assassins turned deathly pale with fear. Time quietly passed. A few leaves fell onto the surface of the lake. At the same time, at Trio 2 Pavilion, an old man was reading a report presented by his subordinate. He was Bitch Wuhan, the pavilion master of Trio 2 Pavilion, the uncle of Bitch Fai Sun. He asked, Huang Hoa Pavilion still refuses to submit. Thuong Enhat, the young pavilion master, his son, smiled sinisterly and replied, yes, but the hostages will reveal a flaw. Wuhan closed the file and said, in any case, whether they submit or not is not important. We only need to use this matter to bring benefits back to the trading company. Huang Hoa Pavilion is actually an intelligence organization in disguise. We must seize this chance to merge it into the Kim Bitch Trading Company. Thuong Enhat replied respectfully, I understand. He asked if there was any other news. Thuong Enhat reported, after the gang leader died, the Red Dragon Gang is fighting fiercely for power. It seems an external force is intervening. As expected, it is them. Wuhan nodded in confirmation. That is right, Thien Kim Lian. We must pay attention to that dangerous force. Thien Kim Lian is an alliance formed by many trading companies in Wuhan. On the surface, it claims cooperative development, but in truth, it is an alliance opposing the Kim Bitch Trading Company. He gazed outside in contemplation, unclear what those people were plotting. Thuong Enhat said respectfully, if there is any suspicious movement, I will investigate immediately. Both suddenly fell silent, causing the room to sink into quiet. Wuhan remembered something and asked, I heard that recently Bitch Phi Sun is being called the Night King. Have you heard of him using medicine or eating anything special? Thuong Enhat replied, I have never heard of it. Perhaps he traded his health for vigor, squandering yang energy like that is no different from seeking death. He stood up and left saying, I know. Wuhan walked forward. He stopped in front of a painting. Wuhan pondered in deep thought for a long while. At the Kim Bitch Trading Company, Zio Chiu was stunned and stammered. What? She looked at the three assassins in disbelief. What on earth happened? My son said leisurely, did you not say you needed more people, so I brought them? Zio Chiu looked at the three men, not knowing how to respond. But these people really looked. Phi Sun glanced at her expression and said, if you do not like them, then do not use them. Zio Chiu thought hazily, it seems I do not even remember what I said. You brought these people back. Somehow you suddenly became so gentle. Phi Sun raised a hand to his forehead and said, now then. From left to right they are Black 1, Black 2, Black 3. Since they are people of the Black Path, their names should carry the word black. The three others shouted in unison, huh? What is it? Are you not satisfied? The three assassins hurriedly lowered their heads to accept the new names. No, we like them very much. Right, Black 2, yes, Black 1, big brother. He leisurely turned his back and asked, you all heard clearly right. Now on, treat them as subordinates and command them as you wish. Zio Chiu hesitantly called out, young master. Phi Sun suddenly remembered and asked, then where is Thien Con Hon? I have not seen him for a while. The girl thought for a moment and replied, he should be cultivating. He said thoughtfully, training again. That guard is truly diligent to an excessive degree. The weapon area that also served as a training ground. The racks were densely filled with gleaming swords. Con Hon was diligently training inside. Con Hon recalled the battle with the Red Dragon Gang leader. At that time, the young master only lightly touched the opponent's chin. That move I have never seen. Where on earth did he learn it from? I have never regretted joining the Sword Dragon Corps. If the Kim Bitch Trading Company encounters trouble, I am willing to give my all to help. As long as I hold fast to that oath, there will surely be recompense. But in reality, I am still worried because I have not progressed. Until an unexpected variable appeared. Year when Phi Sun was still a youth passing by the training area, he drew Con Hon's attention. A person who brought me a completely different feeling. Suddenly a voice rang out. It is almost dark, yet you are still training until when Con Hon startled and asked, the young master has arrived. My son invited, let us go to the brothel. Con Hon awkwardly replied, ah, yes. Con Hon hesitantly called, young master, I have something I want to ask. Phi Sun impatiently replied, what is it? He lowered his head, lacking confidence. From now on, are you not planning to hide it anymore? Phi Sun asked in confusion, hide what? Con Hon voiced his thoughts. From the Huang Hoa Pavilion assassins, the Red Dragon Gang leader to the restriction techniques. After witnessing everything, I understand clearly. Phi Sun was extremely shaken after hearing this. He widened his eyes at Con Hon. Could it be that he has discovered my true identity? I always thought he knew nothing. Could it be that I was too careless? At present, I still cannot let the identity of Thien Ma be exposed. This man has begun to make me feel goodwill, but in the end, should I kill him or not? My son lightly tugged his sleeve and thought, should he be eliminated? At that moment, Con Hon suddenly knelt down and begged, please, young master, help me. Zio Chiu looked at this scene without understanding what was happening. Con Hon sincerely raised his head and pleaded, I heard that among those whose meridians were destroyed, there are many geniuses. Young master, you are also like that, right? Please accept me as a disciple. Hearing this, Phi Sun could not help being astonished. He also somewhat guessed it. Could it be that he only thinks I am a hidden expert? Kan Hon said he wanted to become strong to take revenge. Bai Sun frowned and asked again, revenge. He frankly admitted yes, to take revenge on the one who destroyed my family. Bai Sun advised, do not take hatred as your driving force. Kan Hon exclaimed blankly, huh. Bai Sun continued, many people have also lost their sects. You are only one of them. Kan Hon lowered his head and listened carefully to every word. Bai Sun emphasized, one who cultivates for hatred will not be able to go far. When hatred dissipates, he will also collapse. Pursue pure strength. Those words made Kan Hon feel as if he had awakened. Bai Sun propped himself up and turned away, leaving behind a sentence. One day you will naturally be able to take revenge. Been standing behind him, Kan Hon still respectfully performed a salute. He replied, yes, young master. That evening, Bai Sun, Kan Hon, and Thai Qian walked together. Bai Sun glanced at Thai Qian, quietly following behind. He teased Kan Hon, hey fool, stop being timid, go strike up a conversation with her. Kan Hon was stunned. Bai Sun asked directly, pretending not to understand. Kan Hon stammered, what you mean is. Thai Qian behind them could only sigh, that man appears every day. I do not understand what Miss values about him. A streak of fresh blood suddenly swept past near them. Bai Sun immediately stopped and said, wait, I smell blood. Kan Hon replied, I see nothing. He scolded unhappily. Do you only know how to use your noses? Bai Sun rubbed his forehead and inferred, perhaps it is the one whose arm was severed last time. I also sense another aura. That man brought companions. He ordered Kan Hon, 2 of them, kill one first. Kan Hon immediately charged out. Yes, young master. Thai Qian also drew her sword to prepare. I have not even clearly sensed the aura, yet they have already acted. While she was still thinking, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Bai Sun had already caught the dagger thrown by the assassin. Still holding the dagger, he coldly reminded Thai Qian, standing dumbfounded means death. She froze for a brief moment. Bai Sun continued to remind, do not look at me, look ahead. This time focus and fight properly. A figure charged over like a madman. That gaze belonged to the frizzy-haired man who had escaped before. The man swung his sword and slashed straight toward Thai Qian. Her gaze was icy, revealing not the slightest fear. The frizzy-haired man was astonished. What is this? This girl is much weaker than the previous one. Thai Qian ground her teeth in fury. When the frizzy-haired man tried to retreat, Thai Qian immediately chased and shouted, stop. While chasing, she stepped on something. Thai Qian widened her eyes in realization. It is a trap. Frizzy-haired man took advantage of the distraction and rushed straight toward Bai Sun. Seeing that direction, Thai Qian panicked. No. From the start, they targeted my opening. Knees surged in her heart. Thai Qian imagined the worst case. The second young master would be in danger. Frizzy-haired man's sword stabbed straight into Bai Sun's body. He smiled disdainfully. Inexperienced brats always reveal openings like this. The frizzy-haired man panicked and stared wide-eyed. Its sword only lodged into Bai Sun's armpit. He struck the opponent's neck. The frizzy-haired man stammered in horror. What the hell is this? That man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Frizzy-haired man collapsed to the ground. Thai Qian could only stand stunned. Young master, just one move. Bai Sun reminded, focus yourself. You are distracted too much. She stammered an apology. Bai Sun pointed at the frizzy-haired corpse and instructed, take him away, search him and see what he has. Thai Qian acknowledged but was still shaken inside. That man died instantly with just one palm strike. Bai Sun still maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Thai Qian raised her head to look at him again. She thought secretly that perhaps she had encountered a rare opportunity. Understand everything clearly. I must stay close to the young master for some time. It was still that same evening. Bai Sun spoke first. Earlier you were far from strong enough to protect me. Thai Qian, who was carrying the corpse, was startled. He continued, from now on train together with Thien Kan Hon. Thai Qian thought secretly, could it be that he wants to accept me as a disciple? Then suddenly remembered something. She suddenly thought of Thien Ho V. Bai Sun calmly said, he will come find us himself. Thai Qian was still worried, but he then said, if not, then we will go back and pick him up. On Kan Hon's side, he had also just finished off his opponent. Kan Hon let out a sigh of relief and thought inwardly, this opponent was tougher than expected. Luckily it has been resolved, Kan Hon swept his gaze around, as if noticing something amiss. He realized in shock, I can no longer sense their auras. Where did they all go? Trio 2 Pavilion, the intelligence center of the Kim Bitch Trading Company. Wuhan was still shaken after receiving the news. Impossible. You are saying he brought a corpse to the brothel? Yes. Too many people already knew about our plan to secretly absorb Huang Hoa Pavilion, but everything was exposed. Subordinate reported, we only found a few traces on the corpse but could not verify the identity. The Red Dragon gang said they merely accepted the task given. Even the identity of the one who hired them was completely unknown to them. Wuhan walked along the corridor while analyzing it for his son. They cannot admit to killing the gang leader for revenge. This matter absolutely cannot be ignored. Too many eyes are watching. If this continues, the reputation of the Kim Bitch Trading Company will be damaged. Huang Enhat replied respectfully, yes, I will use every method. Wuhan muttered, in any case, lately I have underestimated Phi Sun too much. I heard his health has improved. He walked to the window and placed both hands on the frame. Huang Enhat asked in surprise, healthier even though he indulges every day. Could he be using spirit pills? Wuhan slowly opened his eyes and said, observe a bit more first. At this moment in the Kim Bitch Trading Company, everyone sat around the dining table in an awkward atmosphere. Tai Sun took the initiative to break the silence. Why are you not eating? Kan Hon replied awkwardly about this. How would we dare dine with young master? Tai Sun spoke while eating, you are my people, that is only natural. He used his chopsticks to point toward several steamed buns. Tai Sun continued unhurriedly. From now on when it is mealtime, we eat together. Io Chiu leaned close and whispered, young master, I heard that Thien Third Divine Physician will arrive today. Tai Sun asked who he was. The girl explained he is a famous doctor specializing in severed meridians. He replied calmly, my severed meridians will heal on their own if I keep going to the brothel. Zio Chiu cried out in shock. What do you cultivate? Tai Yin nourishing yang, Tai Sun confirmed indifferently. Something similar. The girl widened her eyes, huh? Tai Sun asked further, then when will he arrive? Zio Chiu replied that he entered the city yesterday, so he should arrive soon. So he is staying in the Kim Bitch Trading Company. It seems he rented a separate residence. It is said that the divine physician will carefully survey the area around where the patient lives. Tai Sun nodded. So that is how it is, quite interesting. I also know someone who likes to do that. At this time, Thien Thur was already very close to the Kim Bitch Trading Company. He lightly lifted his conical hat and looked down. He looked toward the estate with interest. Kim Bitch Trading Company. Indeed, the reputation is not unfounded. Everyone continued sitting during the banquet. One of them was just about to pick up a piece of meat. Suddenly, Tai Sun's deep voice rang out. I heard that recently, Black One. Being praised, Black One immediately beamed. It is nothing. I only watch over the warehouse. He continued with a reminder, Black 2, Black 3. You must also work harder. Both replied excitedly, yes, young master. Suddenly, Black One asked curiously, but recently young master looks much more dashing. I am not flattering you, you are taller and your skin is smoother. I am about to fall for you. Tai Sun frowned, that is disgusting. Shut up, or do you want your mouth sealed? Black One broke into a sweat and hurriedly replied, yes, I will stuff stones into his mouth. Black 2 and Black 3 shot him warning looks, shut up, you lunatic. Even so, those words made Tai Sun think. His complexion did look healthier than before. Is this the effect of the new soul enhancement demon art? In any case, I still need to continue collecting souls, and sooner or later I will. One morning, a group of people gathered in front of the estate gate. The one in front wore a wide-brimmed hat full of mystery. Inside the estate, Votan, the chief steward of the Kim Bitch Trading Company, stepped out to greet him. I have been waiting for you. Thien Thur, pleased to meet you. Thien Thur lifted the brim of his hat, a faint smile appearing, merely fate bringing us together. I want to see the patient first. Please lead the way. Votan bowed, yet secretly observed, thinking he is younger than expected. Could he be using spirit medicine? Not long after Thien Thur was led into the inner courtyard. He observed while walking, this garden is truly excellent. Votan casually introduced. The master put great care into it. This is one of the 3 most beautiful areas of the trading company. Afar, a young woman was directing the servants. Thien Thur showed surprise at a glance. Her image was like a beauty stepping out of a painting. Who is that young lady? Votan replied immediately. She is a maid serving the second young master. From a famous brothel in Wuhan. She came here of her own will. Thien Thur glanced to the side. Then those other young ladies as well. Votan nodded in confirmation. Yes, all are new maids serving the second young master. Beauties surrounding him, Thien Thur could not help sighing. Their bodies are truly special. They stir my heart. Hearing this, Votan's pupils shrank, thinking secretly, could it be that divine physician Thien Thur is lustful? Thinking that he forced a smile. Indeed, they are all beautiful, so it is understandable. Thien Thur said seriously, that is a special pure physique. My master once named it. Their bodies are like pure snow, capable of unleashing outstanding abilities in all fields. Votan realized his misunderstanding and exclaimed, so that is the case? Thien Thur said calmly, it is fine. If possible, I wish to take them as disciples. These words stunned Votan. Disciples. Thien Thur's eyes flashed with calculation. Yes, if approved, I will remember this favor. After speaking, he pressed his lips together, certain in his heart that the other party would not miss the chance to befriend him. Moreover, I already have many disciples. He would not suspect anything, the answer should be. Contrary to expectations, Tai Sun bluntly replied, I refuse. Thien Thur was stunned, huh? Tai Sun lazily propped his arm and looked back. Thien Thur tried to persuade further. You should reconsider. This is a good opportunity for them. Corner of Tai Sun's lips curved. his gaze sharp. You already have more than 10 disciples and still want for more. That is too greedy. Thor retorted, those who follow me are not disciples, merely assistants. This made Tai-sun laugh. That does not resemble it at all. Look at those old men groveling before you, whether disciples or subordinates, so young yet already afraid of death and clinging to life. All of Thor's intentions were laid bare by him. Tai-sun held his teacup and asked calmly, do you not want to learn my medical arts? When did I ever say I was interested in your medical arts? Moreover, the important point is that you are targeting something that belongs to me. To put it plainly, you never intended to teach medicine. You only see their bodies as materials, right? Thor froze, thinking secretly, you have crossed the line. On the surface, he still forced a smile. Materials? How could people be treated as materials? Tai-sun replied mockingly, I am only asking whether your medical skills are good. Thor's face darkened. You are truly too much. This time I will treat him. Since he already has severed meridians, how about killing him outright and saying he died during treatment? Suddenly something tore through the air and flew straight toward his neck. A drop of water infused with spiritual force shot forth violently. It finally struck squarely in the middle of Thor's forehead. The terrifying speed caused the drop of water to cleanly sever the hat strap. The hat split in two and fell. Tai-sun said in a deep voice, what, do I look easy to bully? Your martial arts are worthless. Aside from medicine, you are useless. And would killing you be better? Thor's nerves were violently stimulated. In his pupils, the figure of the heavenly demon was reflected. What are you doing? Spare me. Thor slammed his hand onto the table in agitation. He howled while Tai-sun coldly emphasized, in any case, they are my people. Thor panted, his emotions completely in chaos. The teacup tipped over and tea spilled out. If people keep coveting them, I will be very troubled. I only want to live peacefully. The split hat lay silently on the ground. Tai-sun swept Thor with a sharp gaze. I have seen this fear somewhere before. Thor stared wide-eyed as if his soul had left. Fine then. I also need someone to serve as a shield. A sneer clearly appeared. It seems I came to a place I should not have. Surging pressure caused Thor to collapse. Do you want to rely on the Kim Bitch Trading Company? After that exchange, the sky gradually grew late. Votan stood stiffly before Thor. Yes, I am willing to work for young Master Tai-sun. Tai-sun stood proudly. Your choice is very correct. Votan knelt and bowed his head. I swear on the honor of the Kim Bitch Trading Company to ensure generous treatment. Hearing this, Thor appeared satisfied. Since young master has agreed, I will handle it. The people behind him grew anxious about having to stay. This time, Thor had to plan for survival. I was free for so long yet fell into this situation. Treatment cannot be completed in 1 or 2 months. At the very least, it will take several years, and I must exert my full strength. I must be extremely cautious with this young master. At the same time elsewhere, Kan Hong asked worriedly, young master, are you truly all right? Tai-sun replied curiously, what is it? Kan Hong stared, I mean the matter of divine physician Thor. I placed restrictions on those 12 people, but Thor, before he could finish, he was interrupted. I already did it. Kan Hong was shocked. How did young master do it? Tai-sun glanced and said, with your level you cannot do it yet. He asked further, then why did the others? Reply was cold, I am still a patient. Do you know how much I had to force myself just to use a bit of strength? Kan Hong lowered his head. Thai Qian behind him also did not know what to say. Another voice rang out, and they are not ordinary divine physicians. Kan Hong was startled when he saw divine physician Thor coming along as well. That man smiled and explained, I am responsible for caring for the young master's body. If not me, then who else would attend him? Thai Qian was still worried, but the young master goes to the brothel every day in that condition. Is it really fine? Each time he goes, he stays up all night. Hearing this, Thor could not hide his shock, staying up all night. Seizing the chance, he stepped forward and tugged Tai-sun's sleeve, thinking inwardly that he could take the opportunity to check his condition. Thor's pupils contracted violently. This, impossible. That man's hand did not dare leave Tai-sun's meridians. Thor's complexion turned visibly pale. Young master, with such a condition, and you are still alive. Kan Hong and Thai Qian both tensed up upon hearing this. Tai-sun asked calmly, what is it? Seeing me still alive makes it that hard to believe. Even while trembling in fear, Thor still spoke the truth. Severed meridians are divided into many types. All 3 meridians have already been cut. That means death. Tai-sun turned as if asking Kan Hong, he calls me a zombie. Then how should I deal with him? Kan Hong quickly suggested, how about sealing him and blowing up his body? Thor panicked and hurriedly explained, that is not what I meant. I am only saying the young master's condition is extremely dangerous. If not treated immediately, something will happen. Tai-sun pulled his hand back and asked, are you sure? At this moment, Thor knew he had been forced into a corner, of course. I cannot be absolutely certain, because my task is to treat the young master. These words stunned the 2 behind him due to the abrupt reversal. Thor immediately changed his attitude and followed closely after Tai-sun. I did not misdiagnose. It is only hard to understand why the young master is still alive. Tai Sun replied coldly, if you are not sure, then stay silent and follow me or go back. Thien Thur rubbed his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. Of course I will follow you. What other choice do I have? His heart was still full of doubt. How exactly does the young master move with a body like this? Suddenly remembering something, Thien Thur asked, young master, how did you know who I am? Tai Sun closed his eyes and replied briefly, I do not know. Thien Thur forced a smile and followed along. Young master jokes well. Could it be that you also belong to a sect? Tai Sun patiently repeated, I do not know the sect you speak of. Kan Hong and Thai Quien could only look on helplessly. After walking a few steps, Tai Sun suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes, revealing a cold, sharp gaze. Do you know that you are speaking nonsense? Keep going. I'm very curious where that talkative mouth will lead you. Thien Thur's mood instantly tensed to the extreme. I almost forgot this killing intent. One careless word means death. Best to stay silent. At this moment, Tai Sun's voice sounded from ahead. I will go first. The next morning at the Kim Bitch Trading Company, inside Divine Physician Thien Thur's room, that man sat before the table deep in thought, after observing the young master last night. I dare say he did that all night long. What shocked me even more was that in the brothel there were quite a few young women with pure physiques, and all of them had spent the night with Tai Sun. The young master must possess a great method capable of transforming physiques. 3 watches is probably the time needed to circulate that great method. To be honest, I want to ask him everything. First, I must curry favor to extract information. Just then a maid knocked and reported, the young master invites you. Thien Thur broke from his thoughts and replied, I will come at once. After preparing, he followed the maid, inwardly guessing, what is he planning this time? Cannot guess his thoughts at all. Not long after, Thien Thur was already sitting opposite Tai Sun. Tai Sun glanced over him once and asked, you claim to be proficient in medicine. Thien Thur smiled confidently. Though still young, my medical arts are nearly at the peak. Under heaven, only 5 are stronger. Tai Sun propped his chin and snorted lightly. 5 people. Thien Thur replied respectfully, no matter how skilled I am, I cannot compare to Poison Demon, Medical Immortal, First Needle. They are all supreme. Tai Quien asked curiously, among those 5, does it include the demonic sect? Thien Thur nodded in confirmation. The demonic sect has 1 demonic physician and 1 divine physician of equal skill. The other one's whereabouts are currently unknown. Especially since the demonic sect has gone into hiding, it is even harder to trace. This piqued Tai Sun's interest. The demonic sect is in hiding. Thai Quien was astonished. You do not know, even the martial alliance is in an uproar. They used a supreme formation to conceal their traces, completely cutting themselves off from the outside world. It is said it cannot be broken without a key. Thien Thur closed his eyes and speculated. It is likely the Profound Heaven Formation, ultimate formation of the demonic sect, the Profound Heaven Formation. It activates when the sect master dies, and the key to breaking the formation is the new sect master. Only the sect master Chinese letter, the formation. If there is no new sect master, then no one can break it. And in my previous life, I killed all the candidates for Heavenly Demon. Thinking this, Tai Sun snorted coldly. Forget it. With your level, can you reconnect limbs or internal organs? Thien Thur replied confidently, of course I can. If the damage is severe, it is hard to be as before. But if cut cleanly, I can reconnect perfectly. Tai Sun asked further, to what extent? Thien Thur smiled. Limbs and most internal organs can be reconnected. As long as they are not dead, I can save them. Tai Sun glanced at the 2 guards. Very good, then you train them. Thien Thur was startled and objected. Those 2, I am skilled in medicine, not martial arts. Tai Sun said coldly, as long as they do not die, it is fine. Let them fight until they are half dead. Broken arms and legs do not matter. This decision caught both Thai Quien and Kan Hong completely off guard. Tai Sun's eyes lit up. Real combat of life and death is the fastest way to increase strength. The faces of the 2 immediately turned pale. Tai Sun emphasized, your task is to keep them from dying. Thien Thur forced a smile and replied, I understand. Kan Hong spoke up worriedly, but doing this, the protection of the young master will. Tai Sun cast a glance, it is fine. I will not go out for a month. During that time, temper them enough to protect me. Thien Thur interjected with a guarantee. No matter how severely injured they are, I will treat them. As long as they are not dead, this is a very effective training method. Their strength will surge, he thought inwardly. This method originally came from the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. The training room rang with the clash of swords. Kan Hong's gaze was now completely different from before. Thai Quien widened her eyes at the lethal strike. The killing intent was far too heavy. She was immediately knocked backward. This time Thai Quien did not yield and defended with her sword to counterattack. That gaze made even Kan Hong startled. He quickly raised her sword high. Several drops of blood fell from Kan Hong. This move completely overwhelmed. Applause rang out. Enough, we stop here today. Thai Quien seemed to awaken from a daze. Kan Hong clearly showed fear in his eyes. because before them Thien Thur brought out a strange medicine bottle. It is time to apply the medicine. Both of them immediately turned pale. Kan Hong said with a trembling voice, "This small wound does not need medicine." Thien Thur did not let it go. "No, your bodies are full of injuries. It hurts a bit but is very effective. Apply more." That man took out a bottle of thick black liquid. In the doorway, a familiar figure walked in. The medicine for treating injuries is indeed not bad. Kan Hong and Thai Quien called out in unison, "Young master." Thien Thur hurriedly withdrew his pleased expression and bowed. "Young master, why did you come here?" Tai Sun said coldly, "I said I would go out after 1 month," then looked over and asked, "Has your body improved?" Tai Sun's arm suddenly moved close to Thien Thur's face. Before he could react, he heard him say, "Try it. If you want to know, then take my pulse." Thien Thur did as told and was startled. "How?" "Young master, how are you still alive?" Tai Sun curved his lips into a deeply meaningful smile. 1 month of cultivation is enough to make me different from before. I have consolidated my meridians and opened new ones. My spiritual power has changed from violent destruction to enduring persistence. If treatment continues sooner or later, I will have a perfect body. Tai Sun reminded bluntly, "Do not mix medicine to make it more painful and then change the formula. Do not vent your anger on others." Thien Thur felt a chill down his spine. "How do you know?" Hearing this, Kan Hong's killing intent also surged. "Divine physician, I have something I want to say to you." At this moment, Tai Sun announced the plan. "Tomorrow we will go to Lian family manor." Thai Quien widened her eyes in shock. Why so sudden? She secretly guessed inwardly. Could it be that the young master wants to stop the annulment? Just then, a cry of pain sounded from somewhere. Tai Sun did not pay much attention and simply continued, "I heard the Zhongli family has sent people here. They want to meet me." A wooden scroll was spread open before them. Tai Sun frowned at the person opposite. "Is that all the information about the Zhongli family?" Thien Thur opened his mouth to protest. "We have spent considerable effort investigating. Probing the news of great clans is no easy matter." Tai Sun cut him off. "You seem quite idle lately." Thien Thur immediately defended himself. "Not at all. I still have to treat those two and refine alchemical medicines. I am so busy I can barely breathe." Tai Sun's next words sent a chill down his spine. "Then split yourself into two." Thien Thur turned his face away and forced a smile. "Every time you say that I remember the past, it is terrifying." Hearing this, Tai Sun grew curious. "The past? You mean the heavenly demon divine sect?" Since ancient times, the heavenly demon divine sect planted forces everywhere to gather intelligence, hiding under identities such as escort agencies, trading companies, and medical halls. It seems this man once hid under the guise of a physician. Has he met me before? While gathering the documents, Thien Thur asked, "Even the Zhongli family is concerned about this matter. It seems the young lady of the Lian family is very beautiful." Tai Sun's expression remained calm, but his eyes darkened slightly. "That is right. She is very beautiful." Those words stirred in his memory the image of Ha Lin. Her eyes shone brightly, her cheeks faintly flushed, making me think of someone. Thinking of this, the corner of his lips curved slightly. Thien Thur seized the chance to suggest, "Second young master, should we add more guards?" "For your safety." Tai Sun propped his chin and smiled faintly. "Are you that eager to risk your life for me?" Thien Thur hurriedly corrected himself. "No, I mean..." Before he could finish, Tai Sun interrupted, "No need. The Zhongli family is only a minor matter. In the battle years ago between the aristocratic alliance and the heavenly demon divine sect, when the situation turned bad, only the Zhongli family fled. I once wanted to pursue and kill them, but they escaped. Afterward, they hid themselves for a long time." Thinking of this, Tai Sun's expression sank. "I want to see how arrogant they can still be." Seeing this, Thien Thur found an excuse to withdraw. A few days later, at Lian family manor, the man stared wide-eyed at Tai Sun. He was somewhat astonished. "Divine physician, Thien Thur is indeed skilled. Your body has clearly recovered." This man was the Lian family head, the father of Ha Lin. Tai Sun replied calmly, "It is not fully healed yet, but sooner or later it will recover." The Lian family head sighed and smiled. "It has been a long time. You look very different now, and this time the situation will not be easy. The Zhongli family has made up their mind. They refuse to acknowledge your engagement with Ha Lin, and even entangle themselves with those people. Truly unlucky. Perhaps they want to use you as a spectacle before Ha Lin to provoke Lian family manor and the Kim Bitch Trading Company." But Tai Sun stated firmly, "I will handle it properly." Taking a sip of tea, he thought inwardly, "The Zhongli family indeed wants to use my hand to stir trouble, and then swallow both forces whole. Their methods are still as despicable as ever." Outside, the group led by Kan Hong was confronting several aggressive men. The door to the room cracked open. A large hand blocked it immediately. A young master spoke with a provocative tone. "Are you Tai Sun, Lai Hung, the youngest son of the Zhongli family?" Tai Sun's pupils contracted in vigilance. "It is him." Lai Hung curled his lips in a smile. "I heard you are a useless cripple. How about I teach you how to behave? As soon as the words fell, the guards immediately drew their swords. The atmosphere tightened like a drawn bowstring. Thur broke into a sweat. I suddenly remembered something urgent. Lai Hung held back from acting and proposed. How about we talk privately? I know a place that is very suitable. My son's expression darkened, adding a condition, just the two of us, no one else follows. Kan Hong reminded anxiously, young master, do not kill him. Lai Hung sneered, your guards are nothing special. My people will handle them, we can spar as well. As soon as he stepped outside, Tai Sun accepted the challenge. Interesting, I just finished training as well. Lai Hung excitedly ordered, then follow me. As for the rest, do as you please, the subordinates answered in unison, yes. Like unleashed beasts, the guards immediately drew their swords. Once engaged, I will not hold back. You are truly unlucky. Thur watched from afar, very interesting. It seems the Zhang Li family sent experts. I am very eager to serve as their sparring opponent. First, I must stay far away. I dislike fighting. At the same time, by a lakeside, Lai Hung led Tai Sun here. How is this place acceptable? Tai Sun curved his lips in praise. Arriving and already finding such a secluded spot, truly diligent. Lai Hung did not hide his malice. I have waited for this moment a long time, so I prepared thoroughly. I do not know how your martial arts are, but I am very good at torture. You will be amazed. Tai Sun replied calmly, I am also looking forward to it. Before that, explain your plan clearly. You did not intend to marry Ha Lin just for her. Lai Hung placed his hands on his hips and sneered. Ha Lin is indeed a beauty. It would be a pity to see her only once, but she is not worthy of me. My ambition is far greater. A dagger was thrown out and embedded deeply into a tree trunk. Lai Hung froze in confusion. From behind, Tai Sun had already pressed his head down, leaned close to his ear and spoke softly. Let me see just how big your ambition is. Lai Hung's face twisted. Was he not supposed to have severed meridians? Do not be surprised. It is just a coincidence. Lai Hung's scream rang out, his pupils rolling upward. Kan Hong heard it and his expression changed. This is bad. Could it be the young master wants to kill someone? The guard curled his lips in a smile. It seems trouble has occurred over there. Should we go over? Thai Queen swept her gaze and replied, no need, just stay here. He and the guards raised their swords, if that is the case. I will play with you. Though putting on a tough front, the guard was still no match. He was even kicked in the jaw by Kan Hong. Faced three alone. Someone behind tried to sneak attack this impudent brat. Kan Hong slipped and could not dodge in time. Suddenly, a sword sheath was thrown straight into his face. Sheath spun away several times. Thai Queen said coldly, I also want to spar. The two stood back to back, coordinating their battle. Both shared the same thought. We cannot disappoint the young master. I must show you the results of our training. By the lakeside, Tai Sun's voice rang out. Where did your earlier momentum go? Not worry, I will only take half your tendons. This time, I will not kill anyone. A sunny day at Lian Family Manor. Thai Queen was overwhelming the remaining guards. She swept past them as fast as the wind. Thai Queen did not look back. Her sword swung cleanly to finish them. Only then did she exhale lightly. To be honest, I once doubted it but did not expect it to be true. Kan Hong smiled. I have always trusted the young master. Thai Queen turned back in doubt. We defeated experts of the Zhang Li family. Who exactly is the young master? Kan Hong stepped forward and said, I do not know, but without the young master, back then it would have been us. He recalled in a low voice. Before coming to Lian Family Manor, the young master pointed out the weaknesses of the Zhang Li family's martial arts, as if he understood them completely. At first I was worried, but once the fight began I saw through every move. All of it was thanks to his guidance. Young master is truly extraordinary. Late that afternoon, Thur hid beneath a small bridge. Hearing movement, he turned his head. This is bad. Have come, Tai Sun frowned and asked, why is it only you? Thur frankly bowed his head and admitted his own incompetence, which was why he avoided the matter. On the contrary, the other party's attitude left him confused. It seemed the man was hinting at why that affair had still not been resolved. Hearing this, Thur's eyes briefly flashed with sharpness. After all, they belonged to the Trung Lai family. Tai Sun immediately understood and cut in, let it go. You are still far too inexperienced. When we return, I will personally train you at double intensity. Thur widened his eyes, clearly startled by those words. After speaking, he walked past the other party and casually tossed out a line. I do not allow my people to be weak. Thur originally wanted to say something more, but in the end, swallowed his words and remained silent. Thur bent over respectfully, lowered his head and replied, yes. Not long after that, they shared a meal together with the Lian family. Ha Lin sat beside Tai Sun, her face flushed red with embarrassment. An impulse suddenly rose in her heart to say something. Ha Lin's eyelashes trembled slightly when she accidentally met the gaze of the person opposite. Seeing this, the Lian family head could not help but grow suspicious. He quietly followed her line of sight in the same direction. Immediately after, he froze when he saw Lai Hung's face turn deathly pale. The Lian family head gently set his chopsticks down on the table. He took the initiative to start a conversation with Lai Hung. I heard that today you met bitch Gongzi in private. As soon as Ha Lin heard this, she sprang up and asked loudly, "Is that true? Are you all right?" My son shot her an annoyed glance. If something had happened to me, then what? She was instantly left speechless and could not continue. Only then did he step forward and explain in a low voice, "We only chatted a little, and it was quite in-depth, right?" Lai Hung did not dare raise his head and only stammered in reply, "Yes, that is right." Suddenly Tai-sun threw him a sharp, cold glance. Hey. Lai Hung's back instantly went ice cold. Killing intent radiated from Tai-sun as he emphasized each word. When speaking to others, you must look them straight in the eyes. Lai Hung replied, trembling about that. His pupils contracted as he forced himself to lift his head. Sweat poured out more and more. The moment he met Tai-sun's eyes, he only saw a demon. That image carved itself deep into the bottom of his eyes. Cold electric current ran along Lai Hung's spine. He jolted violently, making the entire dining table shudder. Lai Hung's face darkened as he grew so agitated that he slammed the table hard. Food splattered everywhere as a result. Did he wet himself? Heavens above. The others showed expressions of disgust. Young master, move away. Only Tai-sun remained calm. Hurry up. Bring all the household servants in here. Family head, are you all right? Elsewhere, a fist slammed heavily onto a table. What the hell is going on? The man so furious that veins bulged was Lai Thien, the family head of the Trung Lai noble house. A subordinate tremblingly reported, "We are sending people to investigate. It seems the guards over there are stronger than expected." Trung Lai roared. Yet 11 of my men were defeated so miserably. The old man kneeling flat on the ground was Van Quang, the chief steward of the Trung Lai family. He replied in a shaking voice, "Yes, we are considering the possibility that Lien Jia Zhuang was involved." Trung Lai wearily rubbed his forehead. "Where is Hung? How is his condition now?" Van Quang said awkwardly, "He is keeping out of sight. I heard his spirit has collapsed, and he does not want to see anyone moreover. His martial arts seem to have problems, but the cause is unclear, as if he has forgotten part of his memories." Hearing this, Trung Lai let out a helpless sigh, not only losing face but also becoming a fool. He added another stroke of hatred, Tai-sun, "It cannot be just that dying man. I feel something is off." Thinking of this, Trung Lai's eyes flashed with killing intent. There must be someone manipulating things behind the scenes. No matter the cost, we must find them. Van Quang bowed and answered hurriedly, "Yes, family head." Anger made Trung Lai even more vicious. "The family nearly perished because of my father's mistake. I struggled to revive it, yet now I suffer such humiliation. I will absolutely not let this go. Whoever dares touch the Trung Lai noble house, I will crush them." He thought of a person and mused inwardly, even if it is a heavenly demon. The next day at Lien Jia Zhuang, old man named Than Lak led people to the front gate. Kan Hong happened to see that group while passing by. He quickly sensed something unusual. Immediately after, Kan Hong hurried off to report. His face was full of worry. "Young master, people from the Trung Lai family have come again." In contrast, Tai-sun remained calm. "What did they come for? Revenge?" Kan Hong confirmed in a stern tone, "Their purpose is unclear, but there are experts among them." Those words piqued Tai-sun's interest. Experts? What are you basing that on? Kan Hong recalled that the leader was Than Lak. He deliberately revealed his identity so it was easy to recognize. After hearing this, Tai-sun stood up and laughed loudly. "There are always people who like to show off. That kind will not know their place unless beaten away." "Let's go," Kan Hong asked in confusion. "Are you planning to meet them?" Tai-sun replied indifferently, "I have other business." He stared wide-eyed and muttered, "Now, then what about the matter at Lien Jia Zhuang?" Tai-sun answered, "They will be busy dealing with that piece of trash. Only you will come with me." After hearing this, Kan Hong vaguely understood the intention. A smile full of interest appeared again on Tai-sun's lips. It has been a long time since something this fun happened. That afternoon at the Blood Mansion sect, Tai-sun glanced around and assessed. The scale is indeed not small. Kan Hong looked at him worriedly. "Young master, could it be you want to make use of the Blood Mansion?" Tai-sun curled his lips in praise. "You are not too stupid." Only then did Kan Hong ask, "The Blood Mansion is the largest evil faction in Dong Ho, yet it still pays tribute to the Trung Lai family. Will they listen?" He replied disdainfully, "They are unwilling to pay tribute. They definitely do not want to continue clinging to the Trung Lai family." At this moment, flags fluttered high in the air. Kan Hong sighed unconsciously. Because they lack strength, they must bow their heads. In the martial world, this is far too common. Tai-sun rejected this in a low voice. It is not lack of strength, but lack of overwhelming dominance. They understand that resistance is futile. Do you know the ending of people like that? Kan Hong turned to wait for the answer. Tai-sun only coldly said one line, they will lose all will. Those words stirred memories and made Kan Hong's pupils contract. In his mind appeared the scene of the detached courtyard submerged in a sea of flames. Great-grandfather. Man's voice rang out from inside. Quickly take Kan Hong away. Flee as far as possible, understand. Kan Hong's vision blurred with tears as he was carried away by others. Great-grandfather. The last words he heard were, please, even if only you must survive, Kan Hong. It was the most desperate moment of Kan Hong's life. Great-grandfather. Suddenly a cold voice sounded from behind. You hide quite well. Kan Hong's father trembled as he turned around. Ba Thin Hiat Ung, why are you here? My family is innocent. Please spare the child. I beg you. Hiat Ung's eyes flashed as he delivered his judgment. One day that child will come to seek revenge on me. We are bound by inescapable karma. When that time comes, I will find it hard to grant your wish. As soon as the words ended, his head fell to the ground. Kan Hong's scream rang out in despair. Great-grandfather. The figure of that man gradually faded away. So far away that it became nothing more than a blurred speck in the morning mist. The small figure of the child calling after his father slowly vanished from sight. Turning to reality, Kan Hong was instantly shaken, because without sufficient strength one could only become the defeated. Lacking backing power was itself a crime. Thinking of that, he shut his eyes tightly and silently sank into stillness. Kan Hong's hand unconsciously clenched and trembled. Without strength, what was he to do? Where would the weak eventually go? Hearing those words, Tai Sun let out a soft laugh filled with hidden meaning. Pushed open the gate of the Blood Mansion sect, his voice sinking low. I will grant you power. The words were like a beam of light awakening Kan Hong. Inside resounded frantic shouts of an intruder. Absolutely no ordinary foe, save us. After being beaten until he could not retaliate, the leader of the Blood Mansion sect, Triu Kwong, knelt flat on the ground. When they saw Tai Sun approach, the entire group shrank back in terror. Triu Kwong exhausted all his strength to shout and beg for mercy. Though he did not know what crime he had committed, it was already a capital offense. Tai Sun indifferently watched the tragic farce that he himself had staged. At this moment, Triu Kwong kept kowtowing and pleading. Though he had not yet been touched, he only hoped to receive an order. Hearing this, he was quite satisfied, and slowly said he would teach them something very much worth testing. Triu Kwong raised his head, his expression still filled with fear. Corner of Tai Sun's mouth lifted. From today onward, you no longer need to pay tribute to the Trung Lai family. Tears streamed from Triu Kwong. Without paying tribute, we only have a road to death. Sky was azure blue, white clouds drifting lazily. A few days later, at the Trung Lai residence, from inside the manor came an angry shout. You say the Blood Mansion has refused the tribute. Fan Kwong lowered his head to confirm. Yes, this is the first time such a thing has happened. Trung Lai angrily roared, and yet you still dared to return and report. The old man hurriedly stammered an explanation. They have become extremely ferocious. It seems someone is backing them. Trung Lai found it grating and guessed they had invited experts. Van Kwong immediately proposed dispatching the Phi Ho squad to handle it. Trung Lai's expression twisted, just as the flow of funds was cut off. He ordered in a deep voice to send the Phi Ho squad, to let them know who the real master was, then asked where Than Lak and Phi Ho were. Van Kwong bowed and replied they were handling the third young master's matter at Lian Family Village. This subordinate will contact them immediately. Mentioning this made Trung Lai even angrier. He could not allow a nameless nobody to disgrace the family. They must be crushed. The scene shifted back to Tai Sun. Kan Hong silently followed behind him without a word. Suddenly Kan Hong stepped forward and asked whether the second young master would be fine. Tai Sun replied wearily and explained that Trung Lai would not let this go. If they discovered that you spread unfavorable news, what then? Tai Sun sighed and said he was overthinking it. After that, he gave a faint smile, guessing that at this moment Trung Lai was in turmoil because the funds had been blocked. Even so, Kan Hong was still worried. If elite troops of a prestigious family arrived, could the Black Saber Association withstand it? Only then did Tai Sun reveal that this was precisely why I came to find them. He unconsciously let out a soft cry. Kan Hong could only follow the direction Tai Sun led. In the end, the two stopped at the Dong Ho escort agency. Kan Hong was stunned and asked uneasily in his heart, what you plan to do with the escort agency? Tai Sun calmly walked straight inside. Near the gate, they were stopped by guards asking their purpose. He calmly said he wished to see the agency master. The guard was stunned. The agency master was not someone anyone could meet. Tai Sun immediately released his pressure and asked back, do I look like an ordinary person? Lead the way. The guard stared wide-eyed and stiffly replied yes. Kan Hong followed behind and could only clasp his hands in apology. After that, he quickly moved ahead of the guard. The guard still did not understand what had just happened. Before long, Tai Sun was led into the main hall. The guard stopped at this point, turned back and told the two to wait, then asked who had introduced them. Tai Sun suddenly rubbed his chin and said, wait, I have not finished remembering. The guard patiently stood waiting. After a long while passed, he began to grow irritated. Just as the guard was about to speak, Tai-sun cut in and said, I remember now. Tell the agency master that I have a consignment I wish to send to Hyan and Gaia. Hearing this, the guard became even more confused. Who is Hyan and Gaia? Thus the two stood outside waiting. Kan Hong glanced at Tai-sun with suspicion. He softly asked, what is young master Hyan and Gaia? Suddenly the door burst open forcefully. Impossible. The master of the Dong Ho escort agency hurried out to welcome the honored guest. Hearing this, Tai-sun nodded slightly in satisfaction. He smiled and stepped forward with the other party, leaving Kan Hong even more confused. Seeing the agency master respectfully invite Tai-sun, he wondered what exactly was happening. Fragrant tea steamed as someone spoke to inquire, how much manpower is currently ready? The agency master knelt and replied there are 6 escort heads and about 60 escorts. Tai-sun propped his chin and ordered them to be gathered to discuss matters. The other party bowed and replied that the order would be carried out. That very afternoon, Tai-sun met everyone. All of them had their faces covered, revealing no identities. Instructed each matter one by one with care. Kan Hong watched while still worried. The escorts were experienced, but facing Trung Lai was still too risky. After finishing the instructions, Tai-sun asked again, have you remembered the weaknesses clearly? From now on, coordinate with the Black Saber Association. Everyone simultaneously clasped their hands and accepted the order. When it was done, he glanced at Kan Hong. It is our turn now. Kan Hong asked directly, do you intend to meet the people of the Black Saber Association? Tai-sun calmly replied, that is correct. This is what I am concerned with. But Kan Hong was still uneasy. What if the Trung Lai noble family took emergency action? Knowing his worry, Tai-sun only smiled faintly and sighed. The sun gradually disappeared behind the ruined rooftops. Calling the escort agency, Kan Hong asked if facing the national lord they could win. Tai-sun only replied they would know after fighting. He then asked about the masked people. Tai-sun judged them passable for now, but still needing caution. The answer made Kan Hong slightly surprised. Tai-sun cut him off. Wanting to oppose me is not simple. What you see may not be the whole. Hearing this, Kan Hong immediately fell silent. Tai-sun revealed his familiar faint smile, because they were originally people of the heavenly demon divine cult. After investigating Thien Third Divine Healer, I discovered demonic practitioners mixed throughout the Central Plains under the guise of escorts. I do not know my identity yet, but just hearing the name Han and Gaiet will make them submit. Thinking this, his gaze sank. Their ability to conceal themselves far exceeded expectations. Kan Hong curiously asked, since when you have known the escort agency? Tai-sun did not turn his head and only replied, there are many things the young do not understand. He reluctantly answered yes, though he opposed it in his heart. Two talked as they walked. It is time for training, Tai-sun said with a smile that they would go catch their leader. Night enveloped the Blood Mansion sect. Inside the main hall, Triu Kwang's group was in a standoff. Standing opposite was Than Lak, an elder of the Trung Lai noble family. Triu Kwang coldly declared that from now on, he no longer wished to be involved with the Trung Lai noble family. Than Lak angrily shouted, do you really think you can oppose us? Triu Kwang roared and pointed at himself. I would be mad to keep listening to you. Than Lak frowned deeply and interrogated, what did you just say? He seemed to lose all control and snarled as he repeated, I would rather be beaten to death by you than live in cowardice, letting you trample me without daring to resist. Than Lak's expression immediately darkened. The coward who made Hak Hung resist like this, could it be the one behind everything? A sudden flash of insight appeared in his mind. Than Lak pondered and realized something was wrong. The aura just now was completely abnormal. It came from outside. He quickly ordered his subordinates, leave this place to you. Keep that man here. I need to question him about a few things, acknowledged. Immediately after, he focused his senses to observe the surroundings. Than Lak's intuition suddenly shifted. Something was very strange. After countless brushes with life and death, he had never felt this way. His entire body seemed to be screaming, signaling that danger was closing in. Tai-sun stood on a tree branch and deliberately spoke up. The old man's intuition is not bad either. Than Lak instantly raised his guard. Tai-sun jumped down to face him. Only after standing firm did it become clear that even in a minor realm, an elder was still an elder. After a brief thought, Than Lak bluntly questioned him. You are Tai-sun. Everything happening now was caused by you. Tai-sun replied indifferently. So you know, what of it? In any case, you will not remember it anymore. Veins on Than Lak's forehead throbbed violently. Such bold words, cut off your arms and legs and you will surely confess everything. As soon as the words ended, a suppressing voice sounded, not necessarily. Perhaps the old man will no longer have the chance to meet my young master. Seeing Kan Hong's calm face, Than Lak hesitated slightly. Was the aura just now from this one? Unfortunately, it was not him. Than Lak drew the sword hilt at his waist. Very well. Soon it will be known whose head will fall. On the other side, Kan Hong had already prepared to draw his sword to meet the fight. Tai Sun licked his lips and said, "Honestly speaking, the old man's presence also makes me uncomfortable. I did not expect an elder of a renowned sect to be this strong." Kan Hong's face was solemn, though his hand trembled slightly. "Young master, rest assured, facing strong opponents is the fastest path to progress." Tai Sun snorted coldly. "An old man about to die, yet so talkative. Let us see if you can still speak once your head falls." Than Lak sneered in reply. "Then let us see after this strike whose mouth is harder. Let me see if you can withstand this move." Than Lak's sharp eyes caught it seen. Kan Hong immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding the full slash. Than Lak shouted coldly, "A mere guard dares to block me." Kan Hong's foot scraped hard against the ground. Than Lak used the momentum to continue his attack. Two sides struggled against each other, but clearly Than Lak held the advantage. Kan Hong was forced back another step. His sword hand trembled. The opponent's sword art was extremely domineering, but seized the opportunity and charged forward to counterattack. Kan Hong's gaze was resolute. Than Lak spoke in praise, "Not bad at all. It only goes this far." He raised his sword high, waiting for the moment to strike down. The two sword tips collided. Kan Hong barely managed to block it. Crack immediately appeared on his blade. Kan Hong frowned in worry. "This is bad. The sword is about to break." Than Lak once again pressed the advantage. "You think defeating me is easy." Kan Hong retreated into a defensive stance. Every block felt like standing on the edge of life and death. Than Lak exerted force while circulating inner power, quite stubborn. "Let us see if you can endure this blow." The distance was too close for Kan Hong to dodge in time. His pupils contracted as blood sprayed out. Kan Hong was blasted backwards several meters. He clenched the sword hilt tightly in his hand, using the sword tip to stab into the ground to slow himself. And Lak revealed a look of surprise. The marks of being forced back were clearly imprinted on the ground. Kan Hong lowered his head, his expression gloomy. Noticed Than Lak's sword. Kan Hong narrowed his eyes to examine it. That sword. Watching from the side, Tai Sun finally spoke up. "Not bad either." Than Lak lightly rotated the sword in his hand. He thought to himself, "In that small family, how many could withstand my sword?" Than Lak declared loudly, "If you only act as a merchant, it is a waste of talent. Join my noble family." After speaking, he glanced at Tai Sun, and he turned back to entice Kan Hong. "I will personally teach you martial arts. Serving that brat is truly a pity." Despite his severe injuries, Kan Hong still laughed. "Old man who is serving whom?" Than Lak paused for a beat. "You." Kan Hong's eyes were full of contempt. "Your sword is not even worthy of my young master's toenail. Sword art is nothing special." Than Lak ground his teeth, arrogant. Kan Hong's speed suddenly surged. Sword strike descended cold and merciless. Because the sword tip broke, the one struck was instead Kan Hong. The slash caused him unbearable pain. Kan Hong collapsed in front of Than Lak. His breathing became chaotic. Fresh blood dripped and spread across the ground. Kan Hong struggled to clutch the wound tightly. Than Lak pressed his lips together, as if there was more he wanted to say. He pondered. That strike was aimed at the neck, not the shoulder. Did this one truly see through it? Could not be a coincidence. On the other side, Kan Hong's injury grew even more severe. Than Lak frowned and said coldly, "You look to be in great pain. Let me send you on your way." Kan Hong resisted weakly and replied, "You will not get what you want." "Enough watching," Tai Sun said in a deep voice. "Stop." Kan Hong spoke up agitatedly, "I still have not." Tai Sun pointed at the wound. "Your arm is likely crippled. Give up." Kan Hong lowered his head to hide his disappointment, but the corner of Tai Sun's mouth lifted. "You are not bad either." For him, that was the greatest encouragement. After that, Tai Sun leisurely stepped forward. Facing Than Lak, he reminded Kan Hong to watch carefully and not blink. Kan Hong opened his eyes wide in confusion. Than Lak laughed disdainfully. "A cripple with severed meridians dares to duel swords with me." Tai Sun replied arrogantly, "Dealing with you does not require using a sword." Than Lak charged forward in rage. "You are truly arrogant. I will cut out your tongue." Tai Sun was unafraid and replied calmly, "As you wish." Than Lak gripped the sword hilt tightly and pondered for a moment. He carefully observed the opponent and saw nothing special. Why such confidence? Than Lak noticed that Tai Sun's vital point was exposed. He frowned, then confidence surged. "All openings. It seems I worried for nothing." Than Lak immediately rushed forward like the wind. In his mind, the thought still echoed, "This move he cannot block." That certainty left him completely without defense. Than Lak's sword tip suddenly traced a sharp arc through the air. His expression abruptly darkened. It had struck. That arrogant brat. Does he still dare talk about sword arts now? All empty boasting. But Tai Sun only needed to shift half a step to the right to lightly evade it. Than Lak instantly lost his balance and could not retract his hand in time. He froze in shock as he realized that without knowing when, the opponent had already closed in. At that moment, Tai Sun struck. "I already said it. I never needed to use a sword." The punch shot out carrying a thunderous force, smashing straight into Than Lak's face. Taking the blow head on, his body staggered unsteadily. sword in his hand, stabbed fiercely into the ground. Immediately after, Than Lak's heavy body collapsed. His vision gradually blurred. He never expected to lose so easily just who was that man. His consciousness sank into darkness. In that instant, his eyes closed. Than Lak officially fell on the spot. Kan Hong, watching from the side, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Too beautiful. How could human movement be so perfect? I must learn this. One day I will definitely be able to do it." Night had fallen very deep. At Lian family village at this moment, Thin Thur was bandaging Kan Hong's wound. He propped his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. Hey, no matter how you look at it." Kan Hong lowered his head, his posture full of guilt. Thin Thur frowned and scolded. "If it were not for me, your arm would already be crippled, understand?" He could only stay silent and take it. Thin Thur lifted his head and snorted lightly. "Just remember it well." Kan Hong knelt and bowed in thanks. "I will never forget this kindness." Thin Thur was extremely satisfied. A grateful person is good. Equian frowned and said, "Thank you, divine healer, for saving Guard Thin. This is the 18th time, no the 19th. Thin Thur took advantage to put on airs. "There are too many ungrateful people. I believe you should stop here." The two immediately bowed their heads and thanked him in unison. Only then did he notice another person. Young master arrived just in time. "Have you heard about the proposal I received? They promised me a lot of money and precious medicinal materials." My son did not respond and only walked on silently. Thin Thur stared wide-eyed in shock, broke into a sweat when he met that gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tai Sun said calmly, "I will not stop you. If you want to go, then go." Thin Thur forced a smile and asked back, "Then where do you want me to go?" He half closed his eyes and replied, "Go to the Trung Lai family." Thin Thur rubbed his hands and smiled slyly. "What does young master mean?" "I never said I wanted to go. I only want to." Before the words ended, Tai Sun cut in enough. "Have the others been dealt with?" Kan Hong replied from the corner of the room, "Yes. The escort heads of Dong Ho Escort Agency have been handled. The Trung Lai family will not dare act rashly for a short time." Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "They will act soon. But the Trung Lai family is not the main problem." The two of them widened their eyes in shock. "What?" Tai Sun's voice was cold and dangerous. "They will not make a big fuss. There must be someone behind the scenes controlling them. We must find them. Otherwise, the trouble will continue." "Have you found what I asked for?" Thin Thur bowed and fawned. "Yes. It took us 3 days and 3 nights. He did not care much and ordered, "Take me there tonight. I am very curious who is behind the Trung Lai family." As planned, that night they appeared at the Trung Lai residence. A quiet young woman appeared. She walked lightly along the empty corridor. Before long, someone respectfully reported, "Family head, the master of Bai Hoa Pavilion seeks an audience." Trung Lai spoke from inside the room. "Let her in." The door opened, and her figure stepped inside. He immediately stood up nervously. "Please come in, Pavilion Master. I have waited for you for a long time." Flower-shaped hairpin shimmered under the night lamp. She pulled out a chair and sat down. "I heard an elder died last night." Trung Lai nodded lightly. "That is correct." He continued asking, "What exactly happened? Was it just a nameless young master?" Trung Lai replied excitedly, "The one beside him was far from ordinary. Tell Kim Lian not to worry. This time I will definitely." Pavilion Master glanced at him indifferently. "Bai Hoa Pavilion will deal with young Master Bitch. Please support us with elite troops. We'll soon come to the pleasure house. I have spread rumors to lure him over." Trung Lai froze. "Rumors." She smiled with full confidence. "That is right. This time he will absolutely not escape." Next morning, after finishing the meeting, Tai Sun sighed. He rubbed his forehead tiredly. "Since that is the case, why not stay from the beginning?" Thin Thur laughed loudly. "How about leaving them behind and going? Before fighting, you are already exposed. Use poison instead." Kan Hong was startled. "Poison? Do you want to kill me?" He explained it was only a temporary numbing poison for the face with some side effects. "Do it or not?" Kan Hong immediately asked, "What are the side effects?" Tai Sun applied pressure. "Enough. I do not have time to listen to arguments." Kan Hong said solemnly, "Young master, I will do it." Thin Thur handed over the poison needle. Kan Hong panicked. "Stick this into my body." It was explained that the needle would dissolve, but he was still trembling. Tai Sun shouted tiredly, "Silence, let me do it quickly." Kan Hong's miserable scream rang out. Tai Sun felt annoyed inside. When will they become useful? After it was done, Thai Queen stared and asked, "Will the side effect be turning into an idiot?" Night fell. Bai Hoa Pavilion was already lit up. Tai Sun led the 3 to approach. Thai Queen said seriously, "Is this place a pleasure house?" Thin Thur asked back, "Does this place look like an ordinary pleasure house? This is Kim Lian's pleasure house." Her gaze sharpened. Kim Lian, a merchant guild opening a pleasure house is not strange. Thin Thur observed the building. They have been silent for so long and now expanded. Moreover, all are near the Kim Bitch merchant group. The guards look ordinary but are all experts, making other merchant groups not dare approach. This made Thai Queen confused. He looked at Tai-sun and said, "The most important thing is the rumors related to Kim Lian are spreading, as if deliberately luring someone. At this point it can be confirmed they are plotting something." Thai Qian was worried. "If so, then we should not come. What if we lead young master into a trap?" Thur smiled meaningfully. "What is there to fear going with young master?" She nodded. "That is true." Doors of Bai Hoa Pavilion were wide open. Tai-sun and the three entered. Inside, Hoa Nin was already waiting. "Please come in, young master. We have waited a long time, not sure when the Night King would visit." Thur spoke on their behalf. "Have the rumors spread that far? Our young master needs to be received grandly. First do this and that." During this time, Tai-sun conveniently observed the surroundings. Everyone present exuded dense killing intent. Tai-sun narrowed his eyes. "Very good. Each one is on par with elite warriors of prestigious families. Kim Nin could not afford to raise this team of experts just to guard a pleasure house. Behind them must be an even greater power. Exactly are these people?" Hoa Nin pointed in one direction. "Please go this way, young master. We will prepare rooms for those accompanying you." Thur intended to follow but was stopped. "Young master, we will wait outside." Thur changed his tone. "Fine. Then I will go with young master," but Thai Qian stopped him. "You go another way." He persisted and was emphasized. "Stay here. Do not disturb young master." Thus all three waited outside together. Only Thur clearly showed dissatisfaction, repeatedly clicking his tongue. Thai Qian glanced at Kan Hong's reaction. Thur's voice sounded extremely weary. "No matter what, even I also." At that moment, Thai Qian suddenly noticed something unusual. He softly asked Kan Hong, "Guard Thien, are you all right? Your complexion looks rather poor." He forced a smile and replied, "I am fine, I am still fine." No one knew he was forcing himself, as the medicine was nearly wearing off, and the side effects were also gradually weakening. Fortunately, it only nearly lost effect after arriving here. In Kan Hong's eyes, illusion seemed to appear. Thai Qian's cheeks flushed red and her eyes sparkled. "If you are tired, young master should sit and rest for a while, or perhaps enter a room to rest with this young lady." Thinking about it made his face burn hot. "No need, I am still fine." The illusion appeared again. "Are you really fine? Why not let this young lady examine your body to be certain?" Kan Hong slammed his head against a pillar. "I am really fine. It is nothing." Thai Qian watched and thought to herself that he looked truly strange. Thur caught that eerie smile and immediately understood. So he already knew the side effects would make him like this. Truly a detestable physician. Kan Hong's eyes gradually became vacant. "I am fine," Thai Qian cried out. "Look, you are bleeding." Suddenly a voice came from outside. "Young master is in another room." The three immediately drew their swords and became alert. The one who appeared was Van Quang, the chief steward of the Trung Lai noble family. It seemed he only brought lackeys. This time he had also brought quite a few experts. Thur sneered and commented, "You are warriors of the Trung Lai noble family. Indeed, all the same trash." Van Quang clasped his hands in a fake courtesy. "Since you realized so quickly, there is even less need to let you live." Kan Hong drew his sword, his face darkened. "I have endured you bastards long enough." Only a miserable scream was heard. All of them were knocked down by Thur. Seeing this, Thai Qian became curious. "What exactly have you been enduring that made you so uncomfortable?" "Forget it, let us talk about that later." She still had to deal with two enemies closing in. They raised their swords and shouted, "I will kill you." One of them took momentum and charged. Thai Qian had already swung her sword and cleanly cut him down. In an instant, their heads were separated from their bodies. She sheathed her sword. She wiped the sweat from her cheek and said, "Let us begin the main matter." At the same time, Hoa Nin had already led Tai-sun to the dark room. She coaxed gently, "Young master, why are you still standing there? Quickly come in and sit with this young lady." He did not turn his head and pointed toward the door. "Outside seems a bit noisy." "It sounds like fighting." Hoa Nin laughed lightly to dismiss it. "Really? This young lady did not hear anything. What a strange thing for you to say." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed. "Right, today is the day to trap that naive young master. Indeed, he knows nothing at all. Such a handsome youth is truly a pity." In the shadows, the corner of Tai-sun's lips curved upward. He asked coldly, "Do you want me to gouge out your eyes so you can see clearly?" Hoa Nin panicked. "What is young master saying?" Tai-sun asked in return, "Do you think I am like the prey before?" She still pretended to be ignorant. "What does young master mean?" Tai-sun maintained a cold expression. "It seems you think I came here knowing nothing." Took another step toward the door, then pushed it open forcefully. Tai-sun's gaze flashed brightly as it bored into Hoa Nin. "You dare look at me with such a contemptuous gaze." Her pupils visibly contracted. Outside the waiting room, fierce combat was underway. Tai Qian's eyes were icy cold. She watched every blood-drenched movement of Thur. A despicable one attacked from behind died. Kan Hong fell backward and narrowly avoided it. A trace of shock flashed across his face. Turned out Thai Qian had just pulled Thur out of danger. The two exchanged reassuring glances. She forcefully pushed Thur forward. With momentum, he swung his sword fast as the wind. The final enemy, immediately became the target. The single strike blood splattered everywhere. All the guards brought by Van Kwong were wiped out. The two leaned back to back, regulating their breathing. Van Kwong advanced step by step, useless trash. He reached into his pocket and took something out. Van Kwong assumed a guard stance with a dagger. There was no other choice but to act. Two widened their eyes. A dagger at this distance. Without giving them time to react, he already lunged forward. Thien Thur struggled to block, too fast. Van Kwong slipped aside lightly. Both were horrified and stared wide-eyed. He smiled sinisterly, scared now. Before them, Van Kwong charged again. Thien Thur was immediately slashed across the face. Immediately after, Thai Quien was also injured. Thien Thur retreated to maintain distance. In his heart, he thought the gap was too great, not an opponent. Van Kwong coldly commented, "Your strength is not bad, but it is still not enough to bring down an elder. Coordinating like one body, very good combined assault. But being defeated by you is a humiliation. Let it end here." As soon as the words ended, a loud explosion sounded from inside the room. Han Hong and Thai Quien stood stunned in confusion. Behind Van Kwong, someone was lying sprawled on the ground. The wall shattered, and Tai Sun slowly stepped out. Upon seeing him, both immediately shouted, "Young master." Van Kwong glanced behind him. "You are Tai Sun. I thought you were a cripple with severed meridians. Turns out you were hiding your strength." Replied indifferently, "Hiding? You only see what I allow you to see." Van Kwong snorted coldly. "Originally, I did not intend to kill anyone." The corner of Tai Sun's mouth curved with interest. Van Kwong drew additional weapons, "But I have changed my mind." In his hand now were 4 daggers. Without further words, Van Kwong immediately attacked. Tai Sun tilted his head and easily dodged. "Are you not planning to kill me?" The other side, Thien Thur, had just avoided a flying dagger. Van Kwong froze when he heard the mockery. "You are far too confident." He continued rummaging for other weapons. Tai Sun advanced step by step. After all, they would not obediently confess. A solid hand grabbed Van Kwong's hair. He blocked his retreat. "First, I will squeeze information out of you." Van Kwong was terrified. When did he get there? A stream of purple force struck straight at the top of his head. A horrifying scream echoed within Bai Hoa Pavilion. Everything settled down. Thien Thur finally appeared. Seeing him, Thien Thur said, "You managed to dodge it. That was fortunate." Thien Thur looked smug. "Of course, if I were injured, who would treat you?" Kan Hong hurriedly replied, "Yes." When Tai Sun restrained Van Kwong, a voice called out, "Young master, let us go finish everything this way." He only let out a soft snort and withdrew his hand. The two ignored the familiar soldiers behind them. Tai Sun casually knocked down one who tried to launch a sneak attack. Kan Hong and Thai Quien were momentarily speechless. "Hey, did you not say the guards here were very strong?" He softly reminded them to keep quiet. Thien Thur still refused to drop it. Even so, but after a while, Thien Thur led everyone to a manor. This was the highest level of the building. Thai Quien tilted her head in confusion. "Who exactly are we looking for?" He only said a single concise sentence, "The one behind all of this." The dark room was lit by dim red candlelight. In the center of the main hall, Hoa Lao sat quietly in place. Tai Sun stood right at the doorway and stepped inside. She raised her head to look at the one who had just appeared. Tai Sun questioned in a cold voice, "Is it you? Do not tell me Bai Hoa Lao has nothing to do with this." Hoa Lao lowered her head and replied evasively, "How could that be? I also value my own life greatly." Hearing that he took a few more steps forward, "Then why are you still so calm?" She replied with perfect composure, "Keeping people alive is always more useful than killing them." Tai Sun found it mildly interesting. "Is that so? Then I will ask a few questions." Hoa Lao nodded. "Go ahead." The first question went straight to the point. "Who is the one behind you?" "I am talking about the one manipulating Kim Lian." Hoa Lao paused for a brief moment. Gazes met fleetingly. Tai Sun became silent and cold. Very soon Hoa Lao lowered her eyes and answered, "I do not clearly know their identities. They hide themselves very well. I only know the one who delivers orders to Kim Lian. That is Vo Ngok." The name made Thien Thur freeze. Vo Ngok Ka Ngayat's sword. Tai Sun had no idea at all. "Is he very famous?" Thien Thur hurriedly replied, "Of course. He once killed Blood Flame Demon Lord, one of the 100 great experts. But as far as I know, Vo Ngok is already dead." He asked in surprise. "Dead?" Thien Thur nodded. "Although I did not witness it, many people did." Tai Sun continued asking, "Who said he was dead?" Hoa Lao immediately shook her head. "No, he is Vo Ngok." His eyes flashed with probing light. "Do you dare swear on your soul?" She answered firmly, "I dare." After those words, the room fell into silence. After a while, Tai Sun finally spoke. "Good. From now on, you will be responsible for investigating everything related to Kim Lian and Vo Ngok." Hoa Lao hesitated and said, "Perhaps you will not find many clues." "They absolutely." He immediately cut her off. "What is it? Were we ever on the same side? You were hired by Kim Lian? Or are you from Hao Yisek?" Those words struck directly at Hoa Lao's weak point. Tai Sun had already secured victory. "Just by how you acted is obvious. The traces of Hao Yisek are far too clear. Your acting is poor. I will wait and see how you perform. If you want to run, then run. That is your limit." Hearing this, Thien Thur could not help being curious. This is acceptable too. Before leaving, he left one sentence behind. I know where the shadow manual is hidden. Who allows pupils suddenly constricted, the shadow manual, the lost supreme art of how Yesek that outsiders know nothing about, yet he knew. Her hand clenched unconsciously, and she lowered her head and vowed, I will follow your orders, young master. You will not be disappointed. At the same time, at another location, a shadow appeared within a gloomy courtyard. He walked straight forward. After going some distance, Vo Fong stopped. The white-haired man spoke. What is it? Vo Ngok hesitated and said, the situation at Vo Han seems unstable. He softly repeated Vo Han. He nodded and explained. The Trung Lai family and Bai Hoa Lao were destroyed by an unknown force in a single night. The white-haired man spoke in a deep voice. And yet you still have not found out their identities. Vo Ngok hesitated because the situation was too serious. The youth beside them laughed mockingly. What kind of work is that, elder brother? And you still want to inherit the family like this? The man in black beside him echoed, do not underestimate Vo Han. That is the foundation of the plan. The white-haired man glanced over. This is the opportunity we have waited hundreds of years for. There must be no mistakes. It is time for Vo Dan to appear. A fresh morning as usual. Dong Ho Escort Agency. A table of pastries was neatly arranged. Thien Thur had a private meeting with Tiu Kuk. The old man spoke first. Meeting like this breaks the rules, do you know that? Thien Thur frowned and replied, but is this not a special situation now? Tiu Kuk narrowed his eyes. Special, you mean Hien Thien Chan? That is true. No one knows when my sanity will appear. Thien Thur smiled in satisfaction. Then he mentioned Tri Tun. Should we not prepare in advance? The old man paused. What are you trying to say? Thien Thur changed the topic. How do you evaluate our young master? Tiu Kuk recalled Tai Sun and hesitated. He used high-level codes within the sect, but I do not know such a young person. Do you know his identity? Thien Thur spoke sternly. By my guess, he is the son that Tri Tun kept hidden. The shocking news left Tiu Kuk speechless. The old man coughed violently. Are you serious? Thien Thur gestured for silence. Someone might hear. Regaining his senses, Tiu Kuk sighed. It is truly hard to believe. Thien Thur smiled smugly. The new Tri-Tun may appear very soon. But immediately after his expression darkened. In truth, I am also not sure of that person's true identity. Returning home, Tai Sun was having his clothes changed. Chiu Chiu suddenly remembered. Young master, that person has agreed to come here. He asked, who? She smiled brightly. It is the famed divine healer Cam Kwai. They made Thien Thur jump. Cam Kwai. Impossible. Why would he agree to come? Tiu Chiu leaned close to Tai Sun and said, it is said the Manor Lord exhausted all efforts to invite him. After the divine healer arrived, young master recovered much better. So everyone is curious what else he can do. Thien Thur was annoyed. I alone am enough. Why need him? Tiu Chiu added. Cam Kwai is famous for saving lives with a single needle. Thien Thur snapped. Such rumors sound bizarre. She argued back, but everyone spreads it that way, even severed meridians. Tai Sun suddenly spoke up. That is not the case. Both widened their eyes. He smiled faintly while gazing into the distance. Cam Kwai is not famous for medicine. Someone asked curiously, then why? Tai Sun raised one finger. He only needs a single needle to kill someone. That is the real reason he is famous. He once wiped out an entire sect with just one needle. Do you not know? Tiu Chiu blushed and objected. Impossible. How could a physician kill people? Tai Sun only smiled faintly. Keeping that innocence is also good. She puffed her cheeks. You always say that. I am no longer innocent. The bustling market, buyers and sellers crowded everywhere. Inhat and Dan Ann strolled around for a round. She stopped in front of a fruit stall. As Dan Ann picked apples, a shout rang out. You think I did not see it? All three immediately became alert. Cam Kwai darkened his face and retorted. I clearly saw you hide something from the start, and you still tried to fool me. That man ground his teeth as anger surged. The enraged man jumped up, then laughed mockingly. Do not make excuses. You are just incompetent and could not figure it out. Do you think I survived 15 years by luck? Cam Kwai was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at the pile of gold and silver he had just stuffed into his pouch. Then Cam Kwai calmed down. Fine, let us gamble once. That man stammered. What? Cam Kwai pointed straight ahead. If there is counterfeit money in there, I give you one eye. And if there is not, you will lose an arm. How about it? The man who had been suppressed suddenly jolted in alarm. At this moment, Trong Kwai revealed a frenzied look. You could only choose one of the two, left or right. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. It was hard to say. I could not guess which side had the money either. Dan Ann narrowed her eyes and looked deep inside, a clear sense of curiosity rising. Cam Kwai clenched his fist with a cracking sound. Could this be nothing but a scam? Hurry and open it to see. The man struggled to wrench his arm free. What does this have to do with me that I must get involved? Cam Kwai burst into loud laughter. If there is no deceit, then what is there to fear? You deny everything, so what use do I have for your eyes? He continued to apply pressure without pause. If you are truly confident, then. Suddenly his gaze met Dan Ann. Face appeared delicate and refined, unusually clear and pure. Trong Quai was momentarily dazed. Such a pure body was bewitching. Halted, the atmosphere seemed to turn cold at once. His gaze unconsciously lingered on the bridge of her nose. Suddenly, Tram Quai hurled the money pouch straight at the man's face. That man sprang up and left, tossing out a sentence, "Take it and use it, today you are lucky." Trong Quai's expression became relaxed. It had been a long time since something had stirred his interest like this. Followed behind Dan An and muttered, "Having just arrived here, if it is the Kim Bitch Merchant Group, then this place will serve as a temporary stop." He casually pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before him, Votan wore a warm smile. "Welcome. It is an honor to receive distinguished guests." Tram Quai spoke to Pro. "Before I arrived, a young woman came in here." Votan understood and gave a light sound of acknowledgement. "You mean Dan An? She is currently a servant of our young master." He was startled. "A servant?" Votan continued, "That is right. The divine physician Thien Thur also values her greatly, but taking a disciple is by no means easy." Trong Quai snorted coldly. "Do not compare me with nameless nobodies. No one has ever dared refuse my offer." Votan only laughed it off and invited him inside. After a while, he was led to Tai Sun's room. Thien Thur looked at him with cold eyes carrying hostility. Trong Quai smiled as he observed the two people before him. This must be Tai Sun. The one beside him was the divine physician Thien Thur, younger than expected. Could it be rejuvenation against age? Tai Sun looked bored, his voice indifferent. "Judging by your manner, you seem to have designs on my servant." Being struck at his sore spot, he showed anger. "In my view, she has outstanding talent. Keeping her in a residence is a waste. If she follows me for 10 years, she will surely become a famed physician. Her martial arts would not be weak either." Tai Sun gave a faint smile. "Martial arts? It looks ordinary enough. Then how about your medical skills?" Those words made Trong Quai feel as if his tail had been stepped on. "What did you say? You dare belittle my medical skills?" Something flashed and shot rapidly toward him. Tram Quai froze for a brief moment. His eyes reflexively shut tight. When he opened them again, there was only emptiness before him. He calmly extended his hand forward. "Try taking my pulse. Let us see just how far your medical skills truly go." Tram Quai was shocked by Tai Sun's speed. With just a brief glance, he felt as if the secrets of heaven had been seized. Could he really be inferior to a junior? This time, Thai Qian reminded coldly, "Why are you still standing there? Do you not see?" Tram Quai respectfully took the pulse. If that had been a sword just now, that man's head would already have fallen. There was no internal energy at all. Could it really be mere coincidence? The moment his hand touched the pulse, a strange sensation surged forth and made him jolt. Tram Quai hesitated before speaking. "Your body is no different from scrap." Tai Sun glared and asked back, "Then if it were to be treated, how long until recovery?" After calculating, he sneered, "3 major meridians are sealed. Reconnecting a little is possible, but it would be wasted effort. Better to linger on and wait for death." The corner of Tai Sun's lips curved into a faint smile. He turned to Thien Thur and said, "See, I told you so. That man's medical skills are nothing special." Hearing this, Tram Quai's blood boiled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tai Sun continued to mock. "Thien Thur said I only need a few years to recover, and you have weak martial arts and mediocre medicine. So what exactly are you trying to show?" Those words were no different from a slap straight across Tram Quai's face. His face darkened, his pride flaring. "Fine then, let us gamble once." Raised his head in provocation. "A big wager." Tram Quai stared straight ahead and said, "If my martial arts are weak, then choose anyone here to fight me and it will be clear. But remember this well, if I win, all of your servants will follow me." He asked calmly in return, "Then what if I win?" Tram Quai spoke solemnly, "I wager this very body. Both the righteous and the wicked of the martial world all vie to have me." Condition was still not enough for Tai Sun. "Just that alone? Add your soul as well." He was about to turn away, but stopped. "The soul, you want my absolute loyalty. Fine, make your move." Hearing this, a triumphant smile was clearly revealed on that man's face. Immediately after, the group stood upon the arena floor. Tram Quai crossed his arms arrogantly. "So who will come up to fight me? Choose anyone you like." Tai Sun clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward. "It will be me, fair and square, one-on-one, how about it?" He immediately turned pale. "What, you intend to act personally?" Tai Sun's gaze was sharp and cold. "Who knows?" Tram Quai felt a trace of wariness. Looking at the person before him, he thought to himself, "What exactly is he plotting? When I took his pulse, I even thought he would not live long. Could he be reckless enough to seek his own death? Impossible." Tai Sun held his forehead at the foolish speculation. "Are physicians always this talkative?" Thien Thur stepped out to explain. "Building rapport with patients is very important. Moreover, pulse diagnosis does not always reveal everything." He rambled on endlessly. Tai Sun raised his hand to stop him. "Enough, when will you finally enter? Or are you afraid?" The provocation enraged Tram Quai. "Fine, but do not complain after you die." Flippant smile appeared on his lips. "Very well. Come at me as you please." As soon as the words ended, Tram Quai drew his weapon, his arrogance ending. "That man surely wants to exploit a psychological opening of mine. But when it comes to wagers, I have never been careless. He leapt and moved with nimble footwork. A plan quickly formed. First launch 3 needles to draw attention and then proceed. Rong Kwai swept his gaze across every vital point on Tai Sun's body. Then he aimed precisely at each spot. Needles carrying internal force shot straight toward fatal acupoints. This is my unavoidable killing move. Take this. 1 needle art, 6 needle satire. The slender needles tore through the air like beams of light. As usual, Tai Sun merely tilted his body slightly to evade. Tram Kwai was stunned stiff when the ultimate technique failed, missed. All 6 needles struck nothing. Tai Sun spoke indifferently, "Is that all?" Rong Kwai reached again into the bamboo tube at his waist. At this moment, Tai Sun's killing intent erupted violently. "Not bad. It looks quite grand, but your end is only this." He panicked under the pressure, that is. Tai Sun's figure gradually blurred before his eyes. Immediately after, he was like a streak of light tearing across the air. In the blink of an eye, Tai Sun had closed in. His hand reached closer and closer toward Tram Kwai. His steps halted, dragging a long mark across the ground. Tram Kwai's eyes went wide in terror. He was struck sideways, lost his balance, and toppled over. Strike looked light, yet was enough to send Tram Kwai rolling several times. Then he slammed heavily onto the ground. As the dust cloud slowly dispersed, Tram Kwai coughed violently. He stared in shock at the silver needle embedded in his chest. A month later, Tram Kwai struggled to stand up. "I do not know what trick you used. This time, I will definitely not let you escape." Thick purple rage enveloped Tai Sun. "It seems only death will make you submit." Tram Kwai's pupils flashed with light. The scene before him blurred and vanished again, even though I had circulated internal energy to my eyes. That very instant, Tai Sun had already appeared behind that man. He raised his hand and lightly knocked his head, then snorted coldly, just as I predicted. "Your martial arts only reached this level." The night was deep. The full moon hung suspended in the sky. For Tram Kwai, there was only pitch-black darkness. He forced his heavy eyelids open. What entered his vision was Thien Thur's face, awake already. "Because of the heavy impact, you only fainted briefly." The moment he woke, he froze. "Ah, did I lose? Did I really lose to that brat?" Without stopping, Thien Thur added that he had prepared in advance and set up several restraints. He sprang up and rubbed his head. "Restraints." The other smiled and explained that being cautious was better. After all, that man still could not escape the young master's grasp. Tram Kwai frowned as a wave of headache struck. "Is that so? This is truly the first time I have lost so miserably." Thien Thur sighed softly to comfort him. "Well, it has come to this. We will cooperate well from now on." He snapped irritably. "Who is your brother? That sounds unpleasant. Calling you sir is fine too. Choose as you like, then brother it is." The next morning, everything proceeded as usual. Tai Sun set out to meet someone. That person was Bitch Tai Thur, leader of the Kim Bitch Thuongdon and elder brother of Tai Sun. "Your complexion looks much better, truly worthy of the divine physician and the eccentric physician. I also heard the eccentric physician wants to follow you long term." Tai Sun fell silent and did not answer right away. After that, Tai Thur withdrew his smile and sighed. "Actually, I called you here today because I have something to ask. Recently, Lian Jia Trang spread word that the Ho Mon Lian in Ho Bak will soon hold a gathering for outstanding juniors. Miss Lian has already received an invitation." Tai Sun tilted his head and asked, "Ho Mon Lian?" He continued, "That is right. Normally, our merchant group is not involved, but coincidentally, the eccentric physician also sent a similar proposal." Casually asked, "Then Tram Kwai will participate as well?" Tai Thur looked slightly awkward. "It seems he already decided before I arrived." Without waiting for him to finish, Tai Sun spoke. "Brother wants me to go together." Tai Thur was delighted. "Exactly." He smiled and replied that this is not difficult. "I also need more training." Hearing this, he finally felt reassured. "Very good. I was only worried you would refuse since your body has not fully recovered. Ho Mon Lian is the greatest power in Ho Bak's martial world. For the Kim Bitch Thuongdon, this opportunity cannot be missed." Thinking of this, Tai Sun chuckled softly. "Ho Mon Lian, I have been lacking opponents lately. I hope they are not too weak." Scene shifted to Bak Ho Alao, Hao Mon headquarters. Ho Alao questioned sternly. "There is still no movement from Kim Lian." The subordinate nodded and reported that yes, they seemed to still be bewildered by the sudden strength of the Kim Bitch Thuongdon. During this, she recalled Tai Sun's gaze. "That makes sense. Even we did not expect such a monster to be hidden. Just who exactly is that young master? That man also controls the AM and Bu. This matter cannot be taken lightly." Immediately after, Ho Alao issued an order. "Starting today, investigate the Kim Bitch Thuongdon." The subordinate softly replied yes. Her eyes were filled with determination. "Start by checking whether they obtained any secret manuals or spiritual medicines. Be extremely careful. Treat it as investigating a renowned martial family. Absolutely do not approach Tai Sun, that second young master." The subordinates looked at one another in confusion. Ho Alao continued sternly. "I have a premonition that the fate of Hao Mon this time is all wagered on this move." Early one morning at the Kim Bitch Thuongdon, Tiu Chiu stretched and yawned. "Daughter greets mother, are you well?" "Because I left the city suddenly. and must go to Ho Vo Hien. So it may be hard to contact for a while, Ho Vo Hien. That truly surprises people. Even I know how extraordinary that place is. Our young master is truly remarkable. Recently, 2 renowned physicians also came here with the young master. Both are formidable, yet neither could do anything to him. It is truly a rare sight. That night, everything seemed to sink into darkness. Soft footsteps sounded quietly. Chiu leapt into the woods and lay flat. She took a deep breath and felt extremely comfortable. These past few nights, the 3 of them went out every evening. The young master looks much healthier, does he not? It is truly strange. Those 2 renowned physicians also seem younger. During a meal, Tai-sun once joked that renowned physicians look even more handsome than courtesans. The 2 of them immediately choked on their water, then muttered a few incomprehensible words. After that, everything gradually returned to normal. Chiu felt very happy. After all, she lived peacefully among good people. She had once been lonely, but now it felt as if she had found a new family. On an ordinary evening, Chiu's room was still lit. She wrote a few lines to send back to her mother. "When I return to the city, I will contact you. Mother, do not worry." After finishing, she blew out the candle. Lying on the bed, she silently wished that mother must take good care of her health. Postscript, I miss you very much. A bustling night at Bak Hoa Lao. Today was the day Tai-sun came to meet Hoa. He sat in the seat of honor and asked slowly, "Has the investigation been completed?" Hoa Lao glanced over in confusion. "Yes, I have already sent all prior results." Calmly clarified, "Not that matter. I am asking whether the investigation into those who investigated me in secret has progressed." Hearing this, Hoa Lao showed a hint of agitation about that. Tai-sun pressed his lips and spoke coldly, surprised. "Did you think I truly would not know?" She lowered her head and begged, "It was my fault. Please, young master, spare me once." Look down from above. "That is enough. Stand up. I am only asking about the progress." Hoa Lao let out a breath and replied that caution is necessary. "I did not investigate young master, but investigated the Kim bitch Thuong Don." It piqued his interest somewhat. "Then what did you find about me?" Her cheeks flushed. "There is nothing. Aside from knowing the young master has many secrets I do not know, there is truly nothing else." Tai-sun's eyes flashed with interest. "Then you disappoint me. Is there any news about Ho Mon Lian?" She seemed to grasp a lifeline. "When it comes to martial world affairs, Ho Mon has no equal. I will prepare immediately." Tai-sun nodded in approval. "Good. Select a few capable people to monitor. I will also go there." She immediately replied yes. Immediately after, he casually ordered for brush and ink to be brought. A sheet of paper was spread flat on the table. Then he leisurely wrote a few lines. After finishing, he casually tossed it aside. "Forbidden to disclose." Hoa Lao looked at the paper with a puzzled expression. Her pupils contracted in shock. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Picking up the paper, she thought to herself that with just one glance she knew this was a true dark decree. Tai-sun stood up and said that seeing this, you should also understand this is not everything. She raised her head and replied with thanks. He reminded softly, "Since you are grateful, then do it well. Let me see how useful you are. It seems you are also qualified to become the Ho Mon Master." Hoa Lao stared at the paper on the ground and stammered, "Ah, come the Ho Mon Master." The sky gradually became covered by dark clouds. Sound of horse hooves struck the ground rhythmically. The large carriage stopped before the gate. Gate opened, and Tai-sun set off with his entourage. Tai-thur stood above looking down, stunned and silent. Though only Thien-thur continued chattering endlessly. He suddenly said that this day has finally come. "Steward, I thought he would always be a child." Tai-thur followed Tai-sun's every step with his gaze. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. Not long ago he was still immature, and now he bears the family. Even though his health had improved, he could not help but worry about Tai-sun. Votan bowed his head to reassure him. With 2 renowned physicians accompanying him, "Please be at ease." He pondered and nodded. "That is true." The first raindrops began to fall. Along the road, where the carriage rolled, the rain grew heavier. The 3 brothers of the Hack family stood outside, braving the rain. The coachman urged the horses to move faster. Tai-thur sighed and turned back inside. "I sent them myself, yet I am worrying like this. Truly laughable. Forget it, go inside." Thus he entered the inner courtyard together with Votan. But Tai-thur still could not bear it, and turned his head to look back one more time. His heart unease still lingered. He could not understand why he kept having a premonition that a great upheaval was about to occur. At the same time, at the encampment of the Tae-Du army, Vo and Guk stood with clasped hands before a man. The preparatory rites were nearly complete, and everything the elder had handed over was ready. The man bearing the status of Dao Quan spoke up. "Very good. Awaken them when needed. Go and command that group." He replied solemnly, "Yes, this subordinate departs at once." Before leaving, Dao Quan reminded coldly, "There I was once humiliated by them. Even the Thien Cam Lian I painstakingly nurtured became useless. If this time fails again, the old lord will personally punish us. Even in death I would not find peace, forced to wander the mortal world forever." At this point, Dao Quan suddenly halted, his gaze slanting toward a direction. The man's gaze settled on several bizarre jars. Just wait a little longer. I will soon free you all. Tai-sun sat steadily inside the carriage. Beside him were two renowned physicians. Opposite sat Tiu Chiu together, with two guards following closely. Ram Kwai spoke to break the silence. This carriage is truly comfortable. The leader is indeed considerate. Remark prompted Thinther to reply, of course. Who do you think our young master is? Such thorough preparation is only natural. Hearing this, he merely snorted coldly, hypocrisy. Thus the two exchanged hostile glances. Witnessing this, Thai Qian could not help but worry. If this continues, something may happen. Suddenly, Tram Kwai made another suggestion. Would traveling by water to Engai Suong, where Hu Vu Lian is not, be more convenient? Hearing this, she replied that she heard the leader prepared carriages because river bandits have been rampant lately. I think dealing with river bandits is even more troublesome. He imagined it briefly and said that riding in a carriage feels more comfortable. The other two understood and echoed, that is indeed the case. At this moment, Thinther suddenly remembered. Miss Lian is also heading to Hu Vu Lian. If only we could travel together. Thai Qian explained that the young lady already departed ahead by boat. She likely did not know which route we chose. During this, he asked curiously, by boat? Did we not just say river bandits are rampant? She clenched her hand, revealing hesitation. The matter is, Jia Trang has quite a few experts. Moreover, the young lady's martial arts are by no means ordinary. Even when I was young, I was instructed that, from that day onward, Thai Qian would attend you. Since you were the same age, you could train martial arts together. At that time, Thai Qian gently lowered her head. Thai Qian pays respects to young lady. Wooden sword suddenly stopped. The small figure also halted its movement. Thai Qian waited for a long while without seeing any response. The little girl curiously lifted her head. Qian met the radiant smile of Ha Lin. Very pleased to meet you. I am Ha Lin. Let us grow stronger together. That day, the sun gradually sank behind the mountain range. Campfires were lit one after another. Thai Qian and Kan Hong were sparring with each other. She took a deep breath to steady her mind. Immediately after, the tip of her foot moved. Her sword path and Thai Qian's gaze were sharp as one. Seeing this display, Kan Hong could not help but feel surprise. Her strike showed absolutely no intention of holding back. And in Thai Qian's eyes, clear fury was etched. Kan Hong paused slightly, thinking to himself, what is wrong with her today? At this moment, Thai Qian was still deeply immersed in the state of combat. Every step Kan Hong retreated was a step of pressure she advanced. Her arm gathered strength and swung the sword fiercely. Kan Hong barely managed to block the blow. Forcefully flicked his arm to knock the sword aside. But that strike accidentally slashed Thai Qian's arm. Kan Hong froze and stammered, guard Thai, are you all right? She frowned and replied that she is fine, continue. He hurriedly advised that the wound is quite deep. It would be better to find a divine physician. Just then a signaling knock sounded. It was time for dinner, everyone please. Hearing this, Kan Hong immediately sheathed his sword. Perhaps it is better to eat first. But he did not expect that Thai Qian had already left at some point. Watching that solitary retreating figure, Kan Hong wanted to call out but stopped himself. That night, everyone gathered around a small fire. Thinther talked endlessly, seemingly teasing Tram Kwai. Tiu Trio and Dan An giggled beside them. Only Kan Hong sat silently in deep thought. This expression did not escape Thinther's eyes. Spoke up to ask, are you worried? Kan Hong was startled and replied, what do you mean? Thinther smiled ambiguously. Since you are worried, why not go take a look? If you do not go, you will regret it. Kan Hong shifted his gaze toward the fire. His eyes flickered confusion. I do not understand what is happening, nor do I know what to say to her. Thinther's words paved the way for him. Do not overthink it. Just let her see that you care. With your slow head, sweet words are useless anyway. Kan Hong understood clearly and only lowered his head with a sigh. Thinther handed over a few handfuls of rice again. Take this. Kan Hong glanced over in a daze. At the same time, behind the mountain range, Thai Qian practiced her sword alone. She was completely unaware that someone had already drawn near. Kan Hong quietly observed her every movement. The sword path was sharp, decisive, and thorny. Thai Qian spun and flipped several times in midair. Face clearly revealed grief and indignation. Thai Qian clenched her teeth tightly. Before her eyes, a boulder was treated as an enemy. Kan Hong stood nearby with a heavy expression. He only saw her decisively charge forward and thrust her sword. The blade cleaved straight down the length of the boulder. That scene left Kan Hong astonished. At this moment, a voice rang out. The stance is not bad. Thai Qian was startled and recognized the person before her, young master. But your mind was elsewhere. That is why you did not notice me approaching. If I were an enemy, you would already be dead. She replied with a bit of grievance. That matter. My son did not say much and only reminded her of one thing. Keep your mind calm and open all your senses. Thai Qian glanced aside and muttered, not everyone can do that. He smiled and replied that there are many. Among those I know alone, there are over 100, not to mention others. But forget it, living within your own limits is not necessarily a bad thing. Suddenly Thai Qian realized something. She lifted her face to the sky, silently contemplating the limits she had set for herself. Surroundings seemed to slow down for Thai Queen. Kan Hong also noticed the anomaly. Could it be? On the other side, her eyes lit up brightly. A droplet of water fell gently from a leaf, merging into everything around. She sensed her body entering a state of selflessness. In Thai Queen's mind, old memories resurfaced. Impossible that man defeated 5 experts with just a single palm strike that took lives instantly. To think we actually defeated the expert of the Trung Lai Jia. What kind of person is the young master really? As expected, it is a difference in level. The two of us are no match for that man. Her pupils shone with a brilliant light. The water droplet followed along the surface of the leaf and slowly slid down. It fell from the edge of the leaf like a body just freed. This was the first time she had sensed such a strange state. Aura around Thai Queen suddenly surged violently. Kan Hong widened his eyes in shock. Could this be the state of selflessness? My son took a few more steps forward. Then he halted for a moment. He tilted his head and smiled faintly at Kan Hong. He realized inwardly that the other party had indeed already sensed his presence. His guard Lu worried. He had rushed out in haste. At this time, Thai Queen still stood motionless, waiting for the moment of breakthrough. Only then did Kan Hong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was still safe. Hopefully, she would gain further insight. He stood quietly waiting for a long stretch of time, till the sky gradually brightened. Thai Queen was still deeply immersed in the state of comprehension. Finally, she opened her eyes, her bearing already somewhat different from before. Before her eyes appeared a strange light. So this is the state of selflessness. After stabilizing herself, she sensed someone standing behind her. Thai Queen sat with her knees drawn up in front. Why did guard Thien appear here? When she turned her head, she accidentally bumped into a bag of food placed on the ground. That sound startled Kan Hong awake. Dark circles were clearly visible under his eyes. You are awake. Congratulations on stepping into a new realm. Seeing him, Thai Queen was slightly surprised. When did you come here? Kan Hong smiled and explained that he was afraid of disturbing her, so he only stood at a distance to wait. A faint blush rose on Thai Queen's cheeks. He sat down and opened the cloth bag to ask what it was. He replied briefly that he brought it over fearing she would be hungry. It must be cold by now. Even so, Thai Queen still felt warmth in her heart. She tasted a bite and then ate with relish. Thai Queen said softly in embarrassment, "It is really good, thank you." That moment also lifted Kan Hong's mood considerably. He smiled at her and said it was nothing, but could you help me stand up? My legs are numb. Not long after, the group continued on their journey through the tea forest. My son observed for a moment, and then commented that it seems you have gained quite a lot. Those words made Thai Queen flinch slightly. She clasped her hands and bowed. It is all thanks to the young master's guidance, many thanks. But Tai Sun immediately spoke sternly in admonishment. Not every place allows casual enlightenment. It is very dangerous. One slip and it leads to chi deviation. Not only severe injury, but possibly never waking it. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Yes, I will remember. Only then did Tai Sun's tone soften a little. This time someone was watching over you, so I allowed you to take such a risk. Thai Queen could not help glancing toward Kan Hong. Their eyes met, both blushing faintly. Tiu Chiu inadvertently became the excess person in this display of affection. Tai Sun's mood also improved somewhat. The timid fellow finally did something. The carriage rolled onward toward the sunlight. After several days of rushing about in Engai Suong, Ho back, Tai Sun's convoy finally reached its last stop. Thur opened the carriage door and stepped down. After looking around once, he was visibly delighted. Finally, we have arrived at Engai Suong, the place with Ho Vu Lien. Today I slept very well. Tram Kwai jeered the moment he got down. You slept so well and still have the nerve to say it. Just then someone approached. Tai Sun immediately became alert. That person bent down to salute, then leaned in close and whispered a few words into his ear. Long after, that person quietly withdrew. Seeing this, Tiu Chiu curiously asked, "Young master, who was that person?" Thur replied offhandedly that he looked like someone from Hao Mon. What do you all think? Tai Sun announced that the ship from Lian Jia Trang would dock in half a watch. Thai Queen widened her eyes at him. So the young lady, he nodded, that is right. You are to protect her for a while. Thai Queen was stunned. What me Tiu Chiu's eyes had long since lit up. Did young master deliberately arrange this to meet Miss Lian? Before she could finish, he interrupted. It is just a coincidence. After all, the two of you have not met for a long time. Queen watched his retreating figure. Tiu Chiu thought emotionally that their young master has truly grown up. She smiled softly. After that, Thai Queen clasped her hands and bowed as if expressing thanks. Before long, the ship from the Lian family docked. Ha Lin thought sadly to herself, I miss Thai Queen so much too. If only she had come along. She walked well lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Young lady. Ha Lin opened her eyes wide in shock. Could this voice be? She smiled as her cheeks reddened. Thai Queen. Thai Queen stood there, smiling as she welcomed her old friend. Ha Lin joyfully ran over and hugged her tightly. Thai Queen. The young lady is here. After that, she fired off questions. Why are you here? I did not expect to meet you. I missed you so much. I am not familiar with these people. Seeing that appearance, Thai Queen let out a soft laugh. Suddenly a voice came down from the ship. Who is that person, Miss Lian? Ha Lin glanced over. That is T-Hawk, head of the Nam Te Mon aristocratic family. He covered half his face with a fan. It seems you know her, but she looks a bit. Thai Queen observed T-Hawk and silently guessed that those standing behind him were likely of the same group. Ha Lin spoke up displeased. He is my guard and also my friend, then softly called, young lady. T-Hawk curled his lips in disdain. A guard and a friend, Miss Lian, is truly simple, very adorable. But being overly close with those beneath you will make you forget your status. A guard abandoning the master to wander about, and looking so weak, who knows if she can even fight anyone. Lin hurriedly stepped out to defend her. It is not like that. Thai Queen went with me because... Here Thai Queen clenched her fists in anger. Old memories resurfaced. Someone who had once been beaten down. Why are you doing this? Back then Thai Queen spoke sternly. That man dared say girls should not practice martial arts. Just then an urgent call rang out. Young master, where are you? Ha Lin patted her shoulder to reassure her. Leave it to me. Keep quiet or you will be beaten to death. During this, Thai Queen's face turned pale as she trembled. Young lady. That afternoon the sky was dyed golden. Thai Queen sat beside her and asked softly, young lady, are you all right? Ha Lin shook her head. I am fine. It does not hurt much. The wound on Ha Lin's leg was still there. Thai Queen looked at her worriedly. Why did you? Even with tears welling up, Ha Lin still smiled happily. She was like the warm evening sun. I want to be friends with you. Even now Thai Queen still clearly remembers that memory. Amid the tense atmosphere, someone spoke up. What are you all doing? Thai Queen flinched slightly. Ha Lin also turned her head to look. I happened to pass by here because I had some business. Ha Lin's gaze met the handsome face of Tai Sun. Face faintly flushed. In her heart she softly called out, young master. At this moment T-Hawk narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Could it be that you are Tai Sun, Miss Lian's former fiancé? Tai Sun turned to look at Ha Lin and calmly asked back, former fiancé? Did we not already annul the engagement? She was startled and hurriedly shook her head to deny it. That is impossible. Hearing this, he curled his lips into a faint smile. But those words came from that man. T-Hawk frowned in displeasure and fell silent for a moment. Next second, Tai Sun's gaze turned wary. His voice sank as he asked, then who are you to be traveling with my fiancé? Ha Lin blushed and awkwardly explained, they are young masters of other aristocratic families. We came together to the junior conference under my father's orders. There is absolutely no relationship. He turned to look at her and said decisively, then even better, today you will return with me to the residence. After all, I am still your fiancé. Ha Lin replied, flustered. Ah, yes, the residence, yes. Tai Sun nodded firmly. Then let us go. T-Hawk's group could only stand there watching Tai Sun leave together with Ha Lin. He ground his teeth and cursed angrily at that insolent fellow. The person behind asked softly what to do. T-Hawk replied irritably, what else can we do? We still have to find a place to stay. He raised the fan to cover his mouth, bitterly thinking inside. She did not even bother to smile at me. You also know how to put on that expression. No matter what, in the end she will marry me, not that low-born merchant. After a while, Tai Sun and Ha Lin strolled along the seaside at sunset. She blushed and cast him a light sideways glance. Unexpectedly, Tai Sun suddenly turned his head. Their gazes collided. Ha Lin hurried her steps in embarrassment, while he silently watched her back. Doubt arose in Tai Sun's heart. Why does she keep following me? Could it be that something happened in childhood? Thinking this way, he still continued to follow after Ha Lin. In his heart, he silently thought, the more I look, the more familiar she feels. I will definitely reach the supreme wisdom realm. His face sank into the twilight shadows, becoming silent and grave. The glow of sunset dyed the sea red. Two figures slowly walked side by side. Elsewhere, crowds bustled as they gathered at Ho Vu Lian. The three of Tai Sun were also present. Tram Kwai marveled that the scale is not small. He nodded and added that it is probably half the martial alliance. Thinther laughed cheerfully as he introduced it. Of course, this is Ho Vu Lian. Though it is only in Ho back, it is no different from a miniature martial alliance. Tai Sun smiled lightly and nodded. Indeed not bad. Everyone entered a massive building. Tiu Chiu exclaimed excitedly, young master, this place is really spacious. The attendants clasped their hands respectfully. We are ordered to receive esteemed guests with the utmost care. Thinther laughed smugly. It seems Ho Vu Lian also knows my name. Being too talented is truly troublesome, impossible to hide. Tram Kwai shot him a look and reminded him that it is thanks to me. Thinther immediately pointed at himself to argue. That is wrong. How is it thanks to you? Tram Kwai pointed back. It is clearly because of me. At first they only invited me. Remaining three could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly someone called out softly, hey you two. Tram Kwai and Thinther, who were grabbing each other's clothes, turned back together and replied, yes. Tai Sun instructed sternly, starting today search for skilled physicians around here. This is a large city and there is no shortage of famed doctors. Thinther asked in surprise, young master, there are already 2 divine physicians. Why do we still need more? The answer made both of them pale. Those two have already been drained of spiritual essence by me, and are no longer useful, Thien Thur thought inwardly. So that is how it is. Thien Thur sighed and complained, not sure why, but after being drained of spiritual essence they felt healthier. It just hurt a lot. Tram Kwai held his head in confusion, suddenly having to look for physicians. How would I know any? Thien Thur suddenly brightened and proposed. I have an idea. We wander around and hire physicians. He asked blankly. What Thien Thur explained, go to each clinic and invite those with real ability. Hearing this, Tram Kwai nodded in praise. That is using your brain a bit. Thien Thur stroked his hair smugly. Then let us start immediately. Remember to find someone truly capable. Tram Kwai crossed his arms disdainfully. My judgment of people is even more accurate than yours. Worry about yourself first. Thien Thur glared. Huh, what? Then let us gamble. Tram Kwai asked suspiciously. Gamble on what? Thien Thur shrugged. Whatever you want. Tram Kwai crossed his arms and pondered for a long while. Then he pointed straight ahead. His voice was resolute. Your true identity. Hearing this, Thien Thur immediately fell silent. Tram Kwai waited with a stern expression for the answer. Thien Thur sneered provocatively. Do you think you can win? Tram Kwai replied coldly. That is my problem. Thien Thur put his hands on his hips and said, fine, if you wager one needle art. Tram Kwai immediately rushed forward red-faced and shouted, are you insane? That is everything I have. Thien Thur waved his hand, not martial arts, acupuncture technique. Tram Kwai replied helplessly that he misspoke. Fine then, whoever satisfies the young master more wins. Thien Thur nodded, agreed. One needle art will sooner or later be mine. I will uncover the secret you two are hiding. He silently thought while looking at Thien Thur grinning foolishly. Especially you. Night gradually descended. Silence covered the houses. Tram Kwai and Thien Thur hid outside the door. Thien Thur whispered in confusion that these two seemed to feel less pain than others. Tram Kwai nodded. That is right. They should have been wailing miserably. Suddenly Tai Sun opened the door. The two were startled and spoke in unison, young master. Thien Thur smiled ingratiatingly and asked why he did not give notice first. Tai Sun ordered coldly, take them out. They do not meet the requirements. Bring another tomorrow. Thien Thur asked in shock. Another every day. Tai Sun cast a sharp glance. Thien Thur immediately trembled and replied, yes, of course. Tram Kwai called after him, young master. Tai Sun replied, speak. He asked cautiously who satisfied you more. Tai Sun asked back. And then Tram Kwai insisted that it was very important. Tai Sun said in a deep voice, since there is a wager I understand, just bring people. I will decide. Tram Kwai laughed loudly. Many thanks, young master. Tai Sun silently looked at the motionless bodies. Outside came the sound of arguing. One needle art is mine. What? How could it be yours? He remained silent in contemplation. In his heart, he concluded that the two souls were ineffective due to their medical cultivation realm. Recently, when absorbing souls, I discovered that spiritual power differs depending on the target. The souls of physicians help heal the body. The souls of courtesans enhance lustful aura. Level of pain and effectiveness also differ. The more tainted the soul, the greater the pain, and the worse the effect. At present, what my body needs most is a pure soul. Suddenly, Tiu Chiu poked her head in and softly called, young master. This maid has something to report. Looking at Tiu Chiu, Tai Sun thought inwardly, a pure soul. He asked softly, you are here. Inner energy slowly gathered into his palm. Tai Sun rubbed Tiu Chiu's head and said gently, do not be afraid, it will not hurt. Elsewhere, firelight illuminated the entire cellar. An old man held a lantern to lead the way, with Fong Vo and Gok behind him. The old man asked how much farther. The other replied that about one watch more and they would arrive. This batch of medicine has only been brewed for less than 10 years, so it is kept nearby. Deeper in there is medicine brewed for 70 years. Only elders are allowed to use it. That is my masterpiece, enough to deal with experts of major sects. Even so, this batch of medicine is also very powerful. Most experts cannot withstand it. We have arrived. Fong Vo and Gok broke out in a cold sweat and remained silent. The old man suddenly shouted loudly, we have arrived. It has been a long time since I returned here, so I am a bit clumsy. Old age. He widened his eyes in shock at the scene before him. The old man laughed and said, I told you they were very useful. Before them lay hundreds of corpses scattered across the rocks, flesh shriveled dry, leaving only skeleton-like remains. A gloomy mountain range, the secret residence of the Western Dao Quan. Someone sat cross-legged chanting incantations amid piles of motionless corpses. He clasped his hands, surrounded by people beating drums noisily. A drumbeat thundered. That man continuously muttered incantations. Beneath the feet of the corpses, strange symbols appeared. Each corpse held a water bottle in its mouth. Two figures stood at a distance, silently observing. Dao Quan said in a deep voice that the souls imprisoned in the gourds have almost completely merged. Fong Vo and Gok broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly asking whether those people would also turn into half-zombies. But he immediately shook his head in denial, judging that it was completely different. Half-zombies were in essence created by using poison to transform living people into a half-dead state, then injecting corpse chi into the body to form corpse poison. In other words, they still retained their original souls. So they were far different from zombies, able to control their actions within certain limits and even perform martial arts. Though it was still a state of neither truly alive nor truly dead, they were corpses that had already died and were then forced to house another soul, almost a form of complete resurrection. Hearing this, Bongvo and Gok immediately inferred that these resurrected beings must be extremely difficult to control. The Taoist continued that this was a secret art only blood-linked elders possessed, and they had placed restrictions on the souls. He glanced at the other man and thought to himself that perhaps you, the one who was resurrected, were the one who understood this best, and were also wholeheartedly devoted to the blood link. The sound of drums thundered. The Taoist shifted his gaze to follow the sound. He said in a low voice that it seemed consciousness had nearly reached its final limit. That man continuously muttered incantations. Rapid drumming echoed throughout the entire space. The skin of those corpses gradually showed signs of discoloration. The man was drenched in sweat, his eyes tightly shut. Bongvo and Gok and the Taoist silently observed without saying a word. Suddenly an arm was raised high. Thick clouds of deathly miasma surged upward. The Taoist's gaze immediately grew dark. That eerie ritual seemed to have been completed. The corpses bearing the pallor of death slowly stood upright. Elsewhere, the sky was a deep blue-white clouds drifting lazily. Thur and Tram Kwai sat quietly beside the tea table. Suddenly someone spoke up with a sigh of admiration. "Ah, to meet renowned physicians is truly a great honor." The two hurriedly clasped their hands in return, modestly saying it was merely empty fame, and that they were the ones honored to meet a hero who roamed the martial world. Idim also clasped his hands and smiled in reply. "What hero? Just someone who does work. Please sit. I am the Alliance Master of the Hu Alliance, Lai Dim." He maintained a vigilant demeanor, secretly evaluating the man before him. As expected, the Hu Alliance Master Lai Dim possessed an extraordinary presence. Before long, the three sat down together. Lai Dim spoke up asking if he had heard that the two were currently at the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. Tram Kwai nodded in confirmation. He laughed and added that it was truly unexpected, since the two were famous for relying on no faction, and he even knew many places had once wanted to recruit them. Thur chatted cheerfully with him, saying yes, the Nam Kung family, the Jia Cat family, even the Martial Alliance and the Black Lotus had all come seeking them. Truly worthy of the name, even the Martial Alliance and the Black Lotus, Lai Dim continued. That only makes me more curious what exactly the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild has that made the two of you choose to rely on it. He replied calmly that he had simply met someone who truly understood him. Thur closed his eyes, his complexion paling, reminding himself that he absolutely could not reveal that he was being coerced. Raising his teacup, Tram Kwai slowly said that he had been swept into a wager. The other man asked in return a wager, but he sighed and said that even without that matter, the ending would likely have been the same. Lai Dim suddenly felt suspicious. Could it be that the two of you did not truly belong to the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild, but had instead submitted to that second young master? Tram Kwai immediately confirmed it, bluntly saying that the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild was not that important to him. His expression darkened, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed worth subduing them. If I could recruit these two, my Hu Alliance would surely one day dominate the world. Speak of Tai Sun, no matter what I must meet him at least once. Tiu Chiu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly jolted awake, yawning repeatedly. She opened her eyes wide in shock, wondering if this was her room. Could it be that staying with the young master had all been a dream? Image of Tai Sun's warm hand appeared in her mind. Tiu Chiu smiled with a sigh. That truly had been a warm and comfortable dream filled with the young master's warmth. This was not the time to daydream. I overslept. She stepped toward the door one step at a time. Tiu Chiu peeked her head out into the corridor. She broke into a sweat, wondering why light was coming from the young master's room. What exactly was happening? Tai Sun sat cross-legged with his arms folded, cultivating in quiet focus. His heart, he was secretly astonished. This source of vitality was truly pure and powerful. When his soul was fully released, the sensation was completely different from ordinary people, even making his spirit feel relaxed. In the past, he could only hastily reconnect his meridians to preserve his life, but this time he clearly felt that they had become more solid. The more he studied the Zhangxing demonic art, the more novel it felt. This treatment would be a crucial turning point. To reclaim a complete body, his mind was now in a rare state of calm. Elsewhere, a crowd gathered to enjoy themselves at the assembly of the Hu Alliance descendants. When everyone saw Ha Lin, they erupted in chatter. Sure enough, the rumors spreading to Engia Thien were true. She truly was a fairy descended from the heavens. In her heart, she thought that the young master still had not appeared, having stayed shut in his room for the past 2 days. Ai Qian walked over to ask with concern, "Mrs. Missing the young master again. Do not worry. Perhaps the young master is consolidating his enlightenment." She smiled awkwardly and asked back, "Enlightenment is the realm of no self. Thai Queen nodded with a smile and said, thanks to the young master, she had just experienced it herself. Ha Lin exclaimed in shock, the no-self realm? Thai Queen scratched her head and confirmed it. Ha Lin admired her and thought she also needed to cultivate harder. Suddenly someone spoke up. Oh, is this not Miss Lian? T-Hawk led a group of attendants over with mockery. Why is Miss sitting alone without her fiancé? Ha Lin lowered her head and performed a salute. The surrounding people whispered among themselves, is he someone from the Tay Mon family? That man sneered and continued, you came at just the right time. Why not drink a cup with us? I have already chosen a quiet spot. She kept her head lowered and remained silent without replying. T-Hawk continued mocking. Is it because of that fiancé? A mere merchant is not worthy of her. Ha Lin clasped her hands to refuse, saying she was not feeling well. Suddenly that man reached out and grabbed Ha Lin's hand. T-Hawk threatened repeatedly, wine is a divine medicine that cures all ailments. Do not refuse anymore, just drink one cup with me. He frowned helplessly, unable to utter a word. That man both invited and forced her. Just then Thai Queen stepped forward to block him enough. T-Hawk froze and asked, what did you say? She spoke up to remind him that this behavior was inappropriate for someone already engaged. Immediately after, T-Hawk flung Thai Queen aside and roared that she was just a guard, yet dared to be so insolent. Did you know which family I belong to? She stood in front of Ha Lin and retorted that she did not know. But judging by your character, you do not look like someone from a prestigious family. Ha Lin softly called out Tay Lian. T-Hawk fluttered his paper fan, his expression arrogant as he declared that he was the heir of the Tay Mon family. Tay Mon T-Hawk, and you dare oppose me? Queen stammered in disbelief. Tay Mon family. That man frowned, covering his face with the fan, and coldly asked whether you had the qualifications to fight me. He broke into a sweat, remaining silent without answering. Just then someone spoke up. Then do you have the strength to deal with me? That person stepped forward, causing the crowd to stir. My heavens, who is he? Could it be someone from the rumored Kim Bitch Merchant Guild? So composed. Ha Lin turned her head and joyfully called out, young master. Tai Sun stood with his hands clasped behind his back and asked coldly, who is the loudmouth that has been shouting all this time? It was you. The red talisman has already been burned away. Bottom of the bottle containing the ancient corpse suddenly flashed with sparks. Immediately afterward, the flames erupted violently, as if fanned by the wind. That talisman once again burned fiercely. Suddenly a hand shot out and snatched the bottle. A corpse abruptly sprang upright, its eyes blazing with light. Not just one, all the corpses on the altar stood up at the same time. He stared at his own hands in horror, asking inwardly where this was. Clearly I was dead, the body has changed. Has my cultivation been swapped? The Taoist stepped forward and asked, Guangdong Tu Kuai, are you more lucid now? His hand immediately swung toward him. That corpse asked in confusion, who are you? Taoist quickly replied, I am Tu Du Quan. You were saved by Lord Hyatt Lian Phi Quang. Be loyal to him. The corpse's eyes shone brightly as they muttered in confusion, Hyatt Lian Phi Quang. Elsewhere, T-Hawk frowned and sneered. This effeminate name is someone I am also looking for. He came at just the right time. Tai Sun asked in confusion, looking for me. That man sneered provocatively. That is right. How long do you plan to let Miss Ha Lin shoulder the burden? Tai Sun replied in confusion. Have I become a burden? T-Hawk glared and roared. Exactly. You were cast aside by the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild and still dare to dream of the miss. He let out a cold laugh and asked back, am I dreaming of Ha Lin? Ha Lin was startled, her face turning pale as she heard him say that. If not, then why have you not annulled the engagement? Let her go and seek a better match. Tai Sun curled his lips in a half smile and replied, then is that person you? T-Hawk frowned in rage and questioned, do you really want to pick a fight with me? Someone from the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild daring to insult the Tay Mon family. He immediately retorted, why bring up family at all? Could it be that without a backing force you become completely helpless? That man clenched the paper fan in his hand so tightly that it trembled slightly. Immediately after, T-Hawk rushed forward shouting loudly, no, you must go outside with me. He cast a glance over and broke into a deeply meaningful smile. In just a short while, the group was already standing in a spacious courtyard. Tai Sun impatiently asked, when exactly do you plan to make a move? I am starting to look forward to it. T-Hawk sneered mockingly, looking forward to it. Are you so scared that something is wrong with your head? His expression sank as he muttered, these past few days I have comprehended a few things. Just in time I need an opponent to test them on. That man snapped the paper fan shut and shouted excitedly, fine then, so do I. T-Hawk's footsteps grew increasingly hurried. He ground his teeth and charged forward. You really make me eager. T-Hawk instead brushed straight past Tai Sun. At that very instant, he grabbed that man's arm. Tai Sun coldly twisted T-Hawk's wrist backward. Taking advantage of the momentum, he flung that man's body straight up into the air. T-Hawk gaped, his face filled with disbelief. Two subordinates of his were also stunned as they stared. In the blink of an eye, Tai Sun smashed that man heavily into the ground. He stood calmly, looking down at T-Hawk lying beneath his feet. The two subordinates cried out in panic, "Impossible." The paper fan fell right in front of his toes. Tai-sun lightly kicked, sending the fan flying upward. The fan shot straight toward the skinny subordinate. He was struck head-on before he could react. Large bloody hole immediately appeared on his forehead. The fat subordinate rushed over in panic and asked, "Is he all right?" T-Hawk struggled to stand up, still cursing from his mouth. "You despicable bastard daring to ambush me, but this fight is not over." He curled his lips and asked back, "Not over yet." The fat subordinate standing beside that man roared, "Very well, try again. This time we definitely will not let you escape." In T-Hawk's heart he secretly thought, what kind of evil art did this guy use? This time I will let him see the true essence of the Tae-Mon family martial arts. Unexpectedly, Tai-sun had already rushed over with a cold smile. "Not over yet? What are you talking about? I have not even truly made a move." Those two simultaneously widened their eyes. His eyes burst with purple light. His voice full of excitement caught you. Demonic energy surged violently out of his body. Tai-sun swung his arm, directly slamming the two of them into each other. He calmly watched them collapse onto the ground. After a while, T-Hawk slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in terror. Fear was clearly revealed in T-Hawk's gaze when he saw Tai-sun's figure. Tai-sun turned his head and smiled as he asked, "Oh, awake now." His mind was in chaos. Why can I not utter a single word? Demonic power from those people converged into Tai-sun's hand. He turned his head and said, "Thanks to you all, I have discovered something even more interesting about this martial art. All right then, perhaps it should be tested one more time." Elsewhere, Ha-Lin stood amid the dense crowd. Her gaze constantly swept around, as if searching for someone. Suddenly, someone loudly called out, "Alliance Master." Crowd looked toward Lai Deem in an uproar. Could it be that the Alliance Master himself had personally come here? He scanned around while thinking inwardly, Tai-sun, I came only to meet that man. Where exactly is he? It could be considered that Lai Deem got his wish. Sound of footsteps rang out as Tai-sun approached from afar. Lai Deem narrowed his eyes and muttered, "So he is over there." His footsteps came to a halt. That man blocked his path and questioned, "Do you know who I am?" Surrounding people quietly observed. Tai-sun propped his chin and thought for a moment before replying, "You look somewhat familiar. Could it be that you are the Alliance Master? Does he know who he is talking to?" Lai Deem smiled with great interest and asked, "Have you met me before?" His eyes suddenly lit up. "Ah, I remember now. Decades ago during negotiations with the Martial Alliance. Back then, that brat still had to grit his teeth to endure my pressure. Though his strength was not high, his will was quite tough. Whom you Alliance Master Lai Deem? You have improved as well. It seems no matter what I will get scolded by the chief steward today." Lai Deem spoke up with a proposal. "Come talk with me privately for a bit." Tai-sun smiled tactfully. "This matter should be left to the one who wishes to speak with you to speak first." Lai Deem's gaze darkened as he stated that today I came here to talk with everyone, and you will be the first. He pointed at someone and said, "I am fine. Let the next person go." "Hey, you there." That person trembled and asked me. Tai-sun smiled and said, "That is right. It is you, quite fortunate." He asked back with a forced smile me. He stepped forward to introduce. A rare chance to converse with the strongest expert of the Who Mu Alliance. Lai Deem frowned in displeasure, thinking inwardly that he had never seen someone so bold, daring to refuse to associate with me. But wait, something seems not quite right. Tai-sun's figure leisurely departed. His gaze grew slightly contemplative. Lai Deem inferred that if this man had indeed improved, then he could not be underestimated. If I were to fight him, the situation would become troublesome. The moonlight hung high, shining brightly. A small workshop. The Black Iron Workshop was forging weapons for Engia Thuong. The clanging of metal striking metal echoed everywhere. Occasionally, there came the hissing sound of hot metal being plunged into water. Man was diligently forging weapons. Suddenly, he was startled. Looking outside, he wondered, why is the fog so thick? The person opposite reminded him, if we want to deliver the goods to the Who Mu Alliance in the next few days, we must hurry. Why has the one who went to fetch tools not returned yet? We are busy to death. Hey, what are you doing? The fog grew thicker and thicker. Within the fog, a human silhouette faintly appeared. A figure wearing a hat lowered his head doing something. What exactly is that thing, glowing brightly? A zombie carried a head in its hand, preparing to scoop ice. Those people all froze at once. A question popped into their minds. Is that a person or a monster? The entire scene was being observed from above by someone. Spine-chilling sound rang out as the one controlling the zombies flicked his hand to issue an order. The bell in his hand rang rapidly again and again. Zombies immediately fell into a frenzied state. The civilians turned pale with fear, only knowing to scream at each other to run quickly. The zombies chased closely behind. Zombie arms stretched straight forward. The sound of a hammer slamming heavily into the ground echoed. No one paid attention anymore because everyone was desperately fleeing. Humans were pushed to their limits. Their movement speed slowed. Man was drenched in sweat as if bathed. Damn it, there is no way out. The zombies swarmed and filled the road. He clenched his teeth and calculated, the horse is still alive. As long as I climb up, I can escape. The horse he mentioned was still standing obediently in the stable. That man continued to observe his surroundings and gradually steeled his resolve. There was no time left. He had to act immediately. His legs swiftly moved away from their original spot. He aimed straight for the horse's position and charged forward without hesitation. At that very moment, his expression suddenly stiffened. Damn it, they have come back. The reason was that a zombie had detected the disturbance. It slowly came to a halt and then turned its head to look back. Fortunately, he managed to climb onto the horse's back in time. The man urged the horse into a full gallop, trying to flee as far away as possible. In his heart, he felt both resolute and relieved. Good. At this moment, all the zombies were drawn toward the same direction. The destination appeared before his eyes. He only needed to get past that gate. Zombies suddenly crouched down to gather momentum. Immediately after, it leaped powerfully into the air and charged straight toward the man. His eyes widened in terror at the scene unfolding. Immediately after that, she saw tomato sauce splatter everywhere, accompanied by a piercing scream. When people rushed over, the place had already been leveled, with no intact traces remaining. Every step they took became cautious on the ground smeared with tomato sauce. A four-man squad silently advanced at a slow pace. They all bent low to survey the situation. Tomato sauce seeped out from the corpse of an unfortunate man, and that red substance continued to spread wider by the moment. What was abnormal was that it seemed to be crawling toward the same direction. All the tomato sauce on the ground suddenly began to move in unison. Their destination was none other than the position of those four people. Then everything converged at a single spot. The red liquid began to deform, swirling and twisting before gradually taking shape. In the end, the figure of a man appeared, whom they respectfully addressed with the two words, elder. He revealed a satisfied smile, his two eyes burning red as the third eye shone at the same time. A morning that seemed calm at the Mulian household. This moment, Tyson sat alone in deep thought, feeling that he had grasped something more. When burning the souls of those three, I discovered that the soul verification demonic art had a new effect. As long as the soul is extracted and burned externally, countless chaotic thoughts immediately flood the mind. Although the spiritual power cannot compare to those physicians, this method is extremely effective for prying out hidden secrets. His eyes slowly opened, the corners of his lips curved into a faint smile. The more he studied the soul verification demonic art, the more he felt it truly was a rare supreme art. His train of thought was interrupted by a voice outside. Young master, we have brought the physicians here. Following that, the door was pushed open. Tai-sun looked at the two subordinates. Thien Thur cheerfully spoke up to boast. How is it? The physicians I invited are not bad, right? Tram Kwai, standing beside, only glanced back with a critical look. He has started again. Tai-sun softly sighed and said, they are not much different. This made Thien Thur widen his eyes in shock. What then? He continued, if we must distinguish, both are inferior. Consider it a draw and both lose. Both Thien Thur and Tram Kwai listened without understanding anything. Tai-sun spoke as he walked toward them. What I mean is that both of you must fulfill the conditions you wager. The two shouted in unison, what, this is too unreasonable. In response, he cast them a cold gaze, is that so? Both immediately fell silent. Tai-sun was satisfied and turned to leave. I will verify it myself, and if you dare use me for betting again, you will bear the consequences yourselves. The warning made both of them turn pale with fear. Elsewhere, Lydim was listening to a report. Alliance Master, the Black Iron Workshop has disappeared. He calmly asked back, disappeared? The Black Iron Workshop is not an object, explain clearly. The man replied respectfully, it is true, my lord. When it came time for settlement, there was no news, so I sent people to investigate. Only the estate and halls remain. Everything else, including people and goods, were gone. Hearing this, Lydim found it even harder to believe, vanished completely. I still have money to collect. What exactly happened? The subordinate explained. We are not yet certain, but there are signs of an attack. Coincidentally, an epidemic is breaking out nearby. Lydim showed an interested expression. An epidemic? Then it must be investigated thoroughly. Go invite Tram Kwai and divine physician Thien Thur to assist. Subordinate cautiously asked back. Suddenly asking those two, he added, I want to take this opportunity to build relations. Use the pretext of requesting help and then reward them generously. And remember to include Tai-sun in the investigation team. The servant asked carefully, Tai-sun is the second young master of the Kim Bitch Trading Company. Lydim nodded, yes, him. Give him whatever he wants. His gaze briefly became vigilant, but in the end the man still bowed his head to accept the order, as you command. He was alone. Lydim finally pondered, Tai-sun, I feel he is an expert. Let us see how he performs. His background, along with the two physicians, made him extremely curious. Elsewhere, Tai-sun was traveling together with Thien Thur and Tram Kwai. They had arrived at the area previously attacked by corpses. Tai-sun's gaze became notably cautious. He spoke his assessment. The smell of blood here is too strong. The person beside him asked in surprise, Oh, I cannot smell anything, he calmly replied. This is not sensed by the nose. Everyone here is already dead. The number is unclear, but at least over 100 lives. The number shocked them, so many. Tai-sun turned to ask, do you understand poisons? Thur paused slightly. Poison. I know a little, but Tai-sun continued. Compared to Poison Demon, how is it? Kwai continued. Who in this world could surpass Poison Demon in using poison? But why do you ask? Tai-sun revealed something that shocked both of them. I sensed the smell of the Poison Demon commonly uses. Thur's eyes widened, his face turning pale. Poison Demon, could he have killed everyone here? He replied unhurriedly, who knows? That is what you need to investigate. Besides the smell of blood and poison, I also sense something very unpleasant. Find out what it is. Although the order was vague, both accepted it with uneasy feelings. Tai-sun slowly stepped forward. His expression grew increasingly heavy. Why do I sense an aura similar to ascending soul demonic art here? Thur and Kwai were directing everyone at the Black Iron Workshop. A call made him turn his head. Alliance Master. One who appeared was the Mulian Alliance Master, Bai Li Dean. Both immediately performed a salute. Thur cautiously asked, why did the Alliance Master come personally? Your affairs must be very busy. Li Dean laughed heartily. No matter how busy, I cannot leave everything to the physicians. Moreover, I have something to ask for, so I came. Phrasing confused Tai-sun. Asking for help, Kwai seemed to have guessed. Could it be that matter? Taking the pulses of the villagers living around here. Right. Li Dean showed surprise. I did not expect you already knew. Kwai explained smoothly. When investigating according to the young master instructions, we discovered the toxin has affected the surrounding area as well. This discovery made Li Dean even more cautious. Not an epidemic, but poison. At the same time, on Tai-sun's side, as he moved, he pondered. It has been a long time since I cultivated the heavenly evasion steps again. His limbs coordinated smoothly with every movement. Tai-sun glided left and right like a dance. His right foot briefly spread outward in an instant. Immediately after, the heel pivoted, changing into another stance. With just one more beat, the foot stomped down powerfully again. Tai-sun seemed to hang in midair. That is it. The memory has returned. That was precisely the poison scent once used by Poison Demon. His eyes slowly opened. Memories of the past surged forth. About 3 years ago when I was defeated by Heavenly Demon. Back then I was still arrogant and knew no fear. At that time, even if I met the Martial Alliance Master, I might not have recognized him. But there is one thing. Heavenly Demon possessed a body immune to 10,000 poisons, meaning he always had a natural layer of protection. And the question arises, how could an ordinary person endure the soul verification demonic art, a technique that burns even the soul? Poison Demon was once taught a lesson by me he would never forget. After that, for a long time, he had to follow me closely, and every day confess one poison formula he knew. The stream of memories stopped there. Tai-sun faintly smiled. He withdrew his hands, ending the routine. Thinking back, it was quite interesting. In the end, what exactly is this Poison Demon plotting? A call sounded, making Tai-sun turn around. Young master, the investigation into the poison you mentioned is complete. He asked further, what about the antidote? The man quickly replied, it can be refined at any time. The answer satisfied Tai-sun. Very good. Prepare a large amount of antidotes. It seems a large quantity will be needed soon. Both Kwai and Thur bowed in unison. We obey. Kwai still asked further, but Tai-sun answered briefly. What then explained, the more we investigate, the more abnormalities we find. This matter seems not to have been caused by Poison Demon. This made him ask back in surprise, not Poison Demon. Kwai explained, yes, although this poison is lethal, the method of refinement is very crude. If it were properly refined, I fear the entire charity hall would already be submerged in poison miasma. Moreover, this poison is not meant to kill, but to weaken recovery ability and drain vital yang energy. Tai-sun's eyes widened further upon hearing the explanation. Kwai frowned and concluded, if poisoned continuously, even if one remains alive, they would be no different from an empty shell. For now, the subordinates will prioritize treating those poisoned around this area. Moreover, this is also per the request of the Mulian Alliance Master. Those words made Tai-sun fall into deep thought. A walking corpse is no different from someone already dead. Stood still, watching the figures of the subordinates gradually recede. Then memories of the sensations when entering the attacked village resurfaced. Perhaps this matter is related to the aura of the soul verification demonic art that I once sensed. It seems more clues must be gathered. I need to make a trip to Hao Mon. Kan Hong, follow me. The one called immediately stayed close behind, yes. But just before Tai-sun stepped away, another voice called him back, ah, young master. Lin smiled as she spoke. Where are you planning to go? This young lady is heading to the market to help the divine physician and the strange physician. Tai-sun only replied with 2 words, Kim and Gok Lao. Qian could not hide her astonishment. Yes, is not Kim and Gok Lao a pleasure house? Admitted frankly, that is right. I heard it is the largest pleasure house in Engia Thuong. Thai Queen became even more flustered. But Miss is also here. How can young master? Unexpectedly, Tai Sun spoke casually. If you are bored, then both of you can follow along. It is probably nothing interesting anyway. Lin fell silent after hearing those words. Her hand clenched tightly at the hem of her clothes. Her eyes seemed on the verge of tears. This young lady has already begged to that extent. Young master should just do as you wish. This young lady will go help the divine physician and the strange physician then. Tai Sun followed Ha Lin's departing figure with his gaze. Remained silent for a long time, only standing there watching her leave. Yet in his heart he wondered, what had she begged for? It seems she is busy, let us go. Soon after, at a medical hall near the Mu-Lian Alliance, Lin and Thai Queen arrived at the place, while Tram Kwai and Thien Thur were sitting cross-legged in another corner. Tram Kwai was the first to complain. I really do not understand why I am doing this. Originally, I never treated more than one patient a day. Thien Thur also nodded. With so little experience, how can one train high-level medical arts? Tram Kwai glanced over and continued. Before I had real strength, I examined hundreds of people every day. Only after great hardship did I become a physician. Thien Thur replied calmly, what is so impressive about 100? I once examined 200. Those words made the other party uncomfortable. If you are so capable, then prove it. Thien Thur replied placidly, I am only speaking the truth. Even now my hands still tremble when I think back. Hearing that, Tram Kwai sneered. Examining patients so hastily surely is not good for them. Thien Thur frowned and added, I did not want it either, but whatever my master said I did. The only ones more frightening than my master are young master and... No, anyway, that person is truly terrifying. Only then did Tram Kwai dare to ask, hey, you know young master true identity already, right? Thien Thur did not hide it. Actually, I am not sure either. I only once met someone very similar. Tram Kwai cut in irritably. This is suffocating, now that we are on the same side, say a bit. What exactly is your relationship and status with young master? The question made Thien Thur fall into silence. Only uttered 4 words, heavenly demon divine sect. The other party face immediately turned pale. Damn it, if I had known I would not have asked. Thien Thur replied slowly, I already said it. But Tram Kwai was still curious. Then who exactly is your master? If he belongs to the heavenly demon divine sect, then is he a demon physician? Just then Thien Thur's attention shifted elsewhere. Who are those people? Tram Kwai muttered, changing the subject again. What is this, really? Figures had already appeared on the rooftops. Thien Thur was stunned upon seeing that scene. Tram Kwai muttered beside him, it seems. They do not intend to let us rest peacefully. Those capable of fighting were quickly assembled. Those unable to fight were ordered to withdraw. Even so, Ha Lin still lingered and looked back one last time, reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Tai Sun was together with another person. A cup of hot tea was poured full. A voice echoed from inside the room, I should have come earlier. Woman replied respectfully, this was truly discourteous. This subordinate did not expect young master to arrive. I originally planned to suppress the underworld forces before reporting. Tai Sun said calmly, do your work properly, I do not want further disappointment. She replied softly, this subordinate remembers. His gaze turned icy as he asked, what did you come here for? He explained slowly, recently the situation in the villages has been unstable, so this subordinate came to assist young master. The Engia Thuong branch of Ha-O Mon has disguised itself as Kim Ngok Lao to monitor things. At the same time, this subordinate also sent people to investigate the Black Iron Gang. A report sounded from outside. The brothel master, someone seeks an audience. She replied irritably, let him in. The door was quickly pushed open. Tai Sun immediately asked the one who entered, what is the matter? The subordinate replied seriously, the divine physician and the strange physician invite young master to meet. Tai Sun's face immediately showed interest. They invited me. The other party continued, they have something very important to report. He hurriedly asked, where are they now? The answer surprised him. At a nearby inn. Were they not saving people? The man added, that is correct, but there is an urgent matter, so they invited young master immediately. Tai Sun asked further, how do you know I am here? I never told them where I went. Question made him flustered. Immediately after an order was issued, restrain him. Kan Hong responded at once, understood. He grabbed that man's wrist tightly, then slammed him to the ground without mercy despite his screams. What are you doing? Hua Lu beside them guessed. Perhaps he is a martial artist under Bak Lai Din. Kan Hong added, he is suspicious, but the fact that the divine physician and strange PHYSICI Chinese letter invited young master is very unreasonable. They usually do not do that. Tai Sun lost patience. What did you say? Quickly send people to the inn to check. Bring this man along. He may be Jiang Jai. The captive continued shouting, let me go. He asked again, then is this a trap aimed at capturing young master? He said slowly, it may be a scheme I have not yet discerned. Follow me, we are going to meet the divine physician and the strange physician. Turning to the group of corpses that were gathering more densely on the rooftops. Their eyes were dull and lifeless. Martial artists facing them had long since drawn their weapons. Thien Thur and Tram Kwai were observing the situation. Thien Thur thought to himself that the situation was bad. Once surrounded, it would be hard to escape, yet the aura of the leader felt strangely familiar. From afar, a figure appeared, stood arrogantly among the corpses, causing Thien Thur to widen his eyes in shock. That man gave an order, put away your swords. I only came to talk with the physicians. Thien Thur could not believe it. Talk. If you want to talk, then you must withdraw. Bringing these along is far too dangerous. Tram Kwai added, just looking at the corpses is frightening. Thien Thur corrected him, not necessarily corpses because both yin and yang energy exist within them. His gaze stopped on one corpse. It seems they are demonic yin soldiers. Not entirely, the ambiguous attitude made Tram Kwai irritated. Speak clearly. Thien Thur reluctantly explained, observe the chi points and you will see the weakness lies at the intersection of yin and yang. Do you see it? Tram Kwai nodded. I see it now, it does seem so. Where is that bastard who wanted to talk? If there is something, say it quickly. One controlling the corpses replied leisurely. Seeing the two of you discussing so enthusiastically, I waited a bit. If you follow my side, the treatment will far exceed your imagination. I have always cherished talented people like you. Tram Kwai sneered. You bring a whole group of corpses and then talk about negotiation. Sounds nice. Only a fool would believe you. Honestly, only an idiot would do that. Those words left the other party unable to refute. Tram Kwai continued. We are not stupid enough to believe your words. Only then did that man speak. I never expected to persuade you anyway. But hearing this, then, this negotiation can be considered over. The bell in his hand rang incessantly. The corpses immediately became ferocious. Fear was clearly visible on the faces of the martial artists. Corpses lunged forward to attack. Tram Kwai spoke up. I cannot protect all of you. Do your best to survive in whatever way you can. Since you have done this, then, I can only respond in kind. A barrage of golden needles was launched by him. However, the corpses behind that were not struck, began screaming madly as they charged forward. The martial artists were forced into a desperate fight and fell one after another. A martial artist swung his sword downward with great force from above, but that slash failed to inflict any damage on the corpse. Instead, he himself was counterattacked and lost his life immediately after. The vast gap in strength threw the martial artists into panic. What exactly is this monster? Tram Kwai was still exerting all his strength to restrain their movements. He also clearly understood how critical the situation was. If this dragged on, everyone would die. If there was any method left, it had to be used now. There was no time to wait. Thien Thur defended with punches and kicks while responding. I am also thinking of a solution. Several corpses were knocked down in succession, but immediately another wave surged forward. Be careful, they are charging again. Thien Thur gradually grew irritated. No matter how much we fight, it never ends, damn it. The weakness is already clear, but there are too many. I do not know if young master can arrive in time to save us. A corpse suddenly stretched out a hand from behind to launch a sneak attack at Thien Thur. Fortunately, the situation had only fallen into a stalemate and had not completely collapsed yet. Thien Thur shouted in frustration. This is bad. There are too many of them. I do not want to die like this. Young master, hurry and save my life. The head of the corpse was suddenly smashed to pieces. Its body fell right beside him, dealing Thien Thur a severe mental shock. One who struck was Ha Lin. She hurriedly asked, are you all right? The man with his hair in a topknot slumped to the ground, staring up in a daze. Many thanks to you. Thai Queen panted as she ran over, calling for medical aid. Miss, are you all right? So you were here. As instructed, I have already brought everyone into the hidden medical chamber to take refuge, but I do not know how long they can hold on. What exactly are these bastards? They do not look like humans. Thien Thur slowly stood up and said, I am not certain yet, but they are likely half-human corpses. Their target is us. Hearing that, her face turned pale with alarm. What are half-human corpses? There is no time to explain. To kill them, you must sever the head or strike the Guanyuan acupoint. The Guanyuan acupoint. At that moment, strange disturbances sounded around them. She and Ha Lin immediately became alert and scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Thien Thur shouted commands. Aim for the Danshan and strike. Immediately after, both of them charged forward together. Thai Queen secretly glanced at her. You have always cared for and worried about me. This time it is my turn to protect you. They launched continuous attacks against the bodies of the undead. The old man saw one undead collapse and let out a sigh. There truly is no end to this. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body immediately weakened and collapsed. Could it be that he had expended too much inner power? Thien Thur stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Brother, it would be better to find a way to escape. Clung to Thien Thur's shoulder and struggled to stand. With the enemy surrounding us like this, how can we escape? Thor replied, I still have one hidden move. It is risky, but you should withdraw while I use it. His face turned pale, but he stubbornly asked, are you telling me to run away alone? He answered, elder brother, you are the fastest among us. Besides, the protagonist always stays until the very end. Find young master. After speaking, he reached into his clothes and took out a small vial. He suddenly charged toward the undead, while shouting loudly, you bastards. As he shouted, he rushed forward. Let us see if you can withstand this move. Immediately after, the vial containing pink liquid was thrown straight into the middle of them. Poisonous smoke erupted and invaded their bodies, making them dizzy. He shouted, die all of you. Seeing the obvious effect, his eyes could not hide his delight. Thankfully, it still works. Bodies began to swell as large boils formed everywhere. In just a short moment, they exploded one after another. He turned to his companion and said, now is the moment I will block the rear. Hurry and go. The old man looked at him and warned, survive. He smiled confidently and replied, do not worry. Do you think I am useless? Hurry and run. In the distance, a mysterious figure fully concealed was observing. He raised his hand and lightly shook the bell. The undead seemed to be revived and immediately sprang back to their feet. They charged straight at him at an astonishing speed. Their mouths opened wide, releasing dazzling beams of light. The two cried out in horror together, what kind of light is this? The old man immediately turned and unleashed a strike. Die, you monsters. Explosive power pierced straight through their heads. But behind them, countless cold eyes were still staring at him. The light around them continued to spread without stopping. Immediately after, the entire group charged forward together again. Thai Queen fought in a frenzied state. Lin beside her clutched her arm and collapsed, making Thai Queen panic. Miss, are you hurt? Faced with that worry, she forced herself to reassure her. I am fine. Thai Queen urged her to stop the bleeding quickly. Loud noises echoed around them, drawing the attention of both women. Seeing the monsters lined up endlessly, their eyes froze in shock. There are still so many. They roared as they prepared to charge. Two fell silent for a brief moment. Lin admitted sadly, earlier I lost my temper at young master. I was wrong. Now I only hope to see him one last time. Thai Queen softly called Miss. Lin released her hand. Then she showed a bitter smile. At least it is fortunate to be with a friend at this moment. Thai Queen could not help but be stunned at the sight. Just like years ago, the two held hands tightly. That is right, if we can fight side by side. The monsters continued to close in. When they finally charged, it was also the moment the two rushed forward with combined swords. Their eyes were filled with determination as white light flared around them. Suddenly, a stream of purple light appeared, causing them to be shocked. Monsters immediately exploded. A familiar figure appeared. Tai-sun crushed the monster neck with one hand. Lin exclaimed in shock, could it be? He tightened his grip. All the monsters around them exploded simultaneously. He slowly spoke. Why are there so many dead people coming back to life here? The two cried out joyfully, young master. People around them also let out sighs of relief. He finally arrived. Atmosphere gradually returned to calm. That man muttered in a daze. He has finally arrived. I did not expect everything to turn out like this. He slowly swallowed a pill into his mouth. His body immediately began to undergo changes. Abnormal transformations began behind his back. Thor looked up in shock, that is. His body gradually transformed into an extremely terrifying monster. His fingernails extended long and sharp. His eyes glowed exactly like those monsters from earlier. He exclaimed in terror, what exactly is that thing? Thor beside him also turned pale. He has triggered his latent inner power, which means severing his own humanity. He observed and thought to himself, that is not all. What exactly is this thing clinging to his soul? From the top of the tower, a beam of light shot straight down. He moved like a ghostly shadow, darting chaotically in all directions. His unnaturally long arm raked fiercely across the ground. He suddenly charged straight toward him. At the very instant, the claws were about to reach him. He twisted his body, cold eyes forming a bizarre smile. Around him, a gigantic shadow suddenly manifested and enveloped everything. In the dense smoke, light shot out from a pair of eyes. Along with a terrifying roar, Tai-sun spoke indifferently from afar. You have crossed the line. The monster eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity. Then it turned and continued charging toward him. Calmly analyzed, this fellow truly has something suspicious. His soul and body seemed to be grotesquely twisted together. It swung its claws straight at him. Suddenly its eyes widened in shock. Its body froze midair. Smoke gradually dispersed, and his figure vanished without a trace. Lin anxiously shouted the young master name. The monster slowly turned its head to look back. Two who witnessed this scene were struck with extreme terror. Lin trembled uncontrollably. Thai Queen panicked. Miss was injured and could barely move. What should we do? I have exhausted all my strength. Unable to dodge in time, this move was too fast. It charged in immediately after. The claws were raised high, ready to strike down. Suddenly, a sword arc swept across and blocked it. Kan Hong stood before the two and shouted loudly, "Die, you bastard." Monster coldly straightened its body. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red. A brutal aura instantly surged. Kan Hong was in pain, but still forced himself to stand firm. He panicked inwardly. This only stalled it temporarily. Its strength far exceeded expectations. Charged again with lightning speed. Just as the attack was about to land, a cold voice rang out from afar. "Is a mere evil thing enough to make me struggle like this?" Accompanied by a punch that struck its body. With a single blow, it was sent flying far away. Its body smashed through multiple walls, shooting straight ahead. He looked at its miserable state and slowly said, "It seems my cultivation is still not perfected." Sensing something amiss, he grew suspicious. Clearly, he could still sense its aura just now. Suddenly, the monster rose again, a blazing red point appearing over its heart. Lin stared at him in shock. "Young master, I know you are stronger than before, but I did not expect it to reach this level." The monsters in the distance stared at him in a daze. He smiled at them, and all of you as well. At this moment, they snapped out of it and charged together. He slowly extended his hand forward, then clenched it into a fist. Terrifying waves of power crashed into the monsters. He sneered and said, "I suspected it from the start. Why are there so few of you? Your bodies are filled with this strange, demonic energy." The monsters revealed looks of fear. He coldly ordered, "Stay where you are." And he calmly raised his hand high. A massive force radiated from his palm. "Death will come quickly. I do not have time to hunt each one." The man beside him asked in shock, "Are they really dead?" Look at his shriveled, twisted face. Even his voice no longer sounds human. Dronzer spoke. "They have exhausted all their inner power, trading their lives for strength." Continued, "The first time you encountered them, you reacted the same way. You must know something. Stop being vague and say it plainly. What exactly are these half-living, half-dead things?" Dronzer explained, "Just as you think, death energy was injected into their bodies. The death energy gradually erodes the flesh, step by step turning them into corpses. This violates the natural order. Of course, it is not as simple as injecting death energy and requires a grand art to support it. Vital energy must be drained completely, leaving only the final breath." Hearing this, he panicked. Could it be? Continued, "That is right. The poison I discovered before is exactly what is used to create these demonic beings. What I threw earlier was the antidote specially made for that poison. Once the balance between death energy and poison energy is broken, the body immediately collapses." He asked why you understand this so well. He replied, "Research on half-corpses and inner power stimulation comes from my sect." Hearing this, he grew even more terrified. "What? Heavenly Demon Divine Sect?" Dronzer looked at the corpses and added, "Their ambition surpasses anyone, but the end is only destruction." He asked why. He explained, "Because this thing has too many limitations and is not something humans should do. Someone is turning them into soldiers, and it seems to have partially succeeded." He reached into the mouth of a corpse and took out a pill. He held it up and asked in surprise, "Is it this thing?" He asked suspiciously, "What is that?" He explained, "This is a pill that stimulates all inner power, attaching fangs as poison conduits. It must be reported to the young master." He said in a low voice, "What I am most curious about is when the young master appeared. His martial arts made them explode one by one. How exactly did you do it? Are you truly human?" As Tai-sun executed his move, he thought to himself, "Such pure spiritual power is rare, like having swallowed a condensed spirit pill. When I used the reincarnating soul demonic art on these things, abnormalities immediately appear. The bodily balance was destroyed, causing the spiritual power inside to erupt, like forcing spiritual power into half-living, half-dead bodies. Someone capable of manipulating spiritual power to this extent. Who else could it be besides the heavenly demon clan? Moreover, the aura clinging to that thing is very similar to the reincarnating soul demonic art, just slightly different. This must be investigated to the end. Perhaps there are still other accomplices behind that man." Alliance Guard Hall. Ha Lin hurriedly rushed over. He ran down the corridor in great haste, then opened the door and asked, "Young master, is that matter true?" He turned back and asked, "What matter?" She replied, "This young lady heard the young master stayed behind for the two physicians." He answered, "That is right. I need to investigate further." She reported, "The late-stage Wisdom Pavilion competition has ended. All martial world figures have received orders to return." He said, "That is only natural. The current situation is too dangerous to continue." Hearing this, she lowered her gaze in silence. After hesitating for a while, she spoke, "Young master, this young lady wishes to express gratitude." He asked back, "Gratitude?" She closed her eyes and gathered courage to say, "Because back then the young master saved this young lady." After hearing it, he let out a soft laugh. That smile made her heart skip a beat. "Did you just smile at me?" He thought to himself, "She has always stayed by my side with a pure heart that I also cherish." He tilted his head and asked, "Then will you be leaving today?" She replied, "No, it will be tomorrow." He repeated, "Tomorrow." Suddenly he propped himself up and stood. moved close to her and said, "Come to my room tonight." At those ambiguous words, her face flushed red. Yes. She looked at him with an incredulous gaze, as if unsure whether what she just heard was real. He remained silent. The look he gave her did not change at all. She lowered her head respectfully and replied, "Yes, I will come. Then when should I come?" He turned and walked away. "The timing is up to you." She hurriedly turned her head and spoke after him. "Yes, then I will come over a bit later." Before long, the sky gradually grew completely dark. Seeing her worried expression, Thai Queen asked, "Miss, are you all right? You do not look well." She replied that she was fine, but her thoughts were in turmoil, reproaching herself for still hesitating instead of going. The maid softly called, "Miss." She quickly regained her composure and deftly dismissed the maid. "It is already dark. You should go rest as well." But the subordinate firmly shook her head. "That will not do. Something like that just happened. This subordinate will keep watch over Miss all night." During this, she felt utterly hopeless. "We are at Wu Lian Lake. How could there be any danger?" "I understand your concern. Go in and rest quickly." Thai Queen was stunned by that attitude. "Miss, could it be?" She could no longer deny it. "That is right. You only realized it now." Thai Queen stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, then softly comforted her. "Although I do not fully agree, since you have decided, then just go. Yes, you can do it. Hurry or you will be late." Her gaze immediately hardened. "I understand." Not long after night completely fell, she changed clothes and secretly climbed over the gate. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, she quickly jumped over. Anhon nodded off sleepily while standing guard. She landed lightly on the ground. Sneaking forward, realizing she had passed the first gate, she secretly rejoiced. "All right. Calm down, I can do this. This time I must succeed." She opened the door. The sight before her left her stunned. Tai-sun was already standing there waiting right in front of the door. He said in a low voice, "Come in." She hurriedly replied, "Yes." As soon as she stepped inside, she could not help feeling anxious. "Did I look strange just now?" The moment he spoke, she rushed to the bed and dove straight under the blanket. "I'm not sure either." In just a moment, she had curled herself tightly inside the blanket. Tai-sun smiled helplessly and sighed with indulgence. She tilted her head to look at him. "First, you must promise me." He asked curiously, "Promise what?" He leaned closer and whispered, "From now on, do not go to those pleasure houses anymore. You are only allowed to see me." He slowly walked closer. She closed her eyes and waited, her heart pounding wildly. Not sensing any movement, she secretly opened her eyes. He smiled and replied, "I promise, because I have already found something even more interesting." She was stunned, Her face drooped in confusion. "But you already promised from now on." Before he could say anything, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. He said softly, "Do not overthink it, go to sleep." In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Face flushed red as she told herself she should not be this embarrassed. She softly called, "Young master," but the emptiness beside her startled her awake. Fell silent, at a loss for words with herself. She suddenly sat up. Was it a dream? Could it be? She stared blankly down at the bed, then quickly sat upright. She hugged herself and lowered her head in self-reproach. Idiot, truly an idiot. Did I really fall asleep? Early in the morning, she walked out with a heavy heart. Kanhon watched her with a puzzled look. She walked slowly, then opened the door to her room. A familiar voice sounded, "Miss, you are back." He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Lian Nha looked at her seriously. "Miss, how did that matter go?" She hesitated and replied, "Ah well." Just one look, and Lian Nha understood. She hurriedly surrounded her and pressed with questions. "Miss, what happened? Did that person do something strange? He is a bit odd, but not to that extent, right?" She replied slowly, "Nothing happened. We just slept, really just slept." Young master must be very disappointed. Lian Nha hurried to comfort her. "It is fine, there will be other chances," Ha Lin asked sadly. "Are you smiling to tease me?" She replied with a bright smile, "Of course not." She thought inwardly, "But why does Miss look even prettier? Could it be because there is someone in her heart?" As night fell, Tai-sun silently gazed into the distance. He stepped out where the wind howled freely. He raised his hand before his chest and slowly circulated his power. He sensed the strength flowing through his body. He has already surpassed the limit. Now, as long as I cultivate diligently, the injuries will recover. If I encounter suitable souls, I will also take them in. Ha Lin's soul was unusually stable. The spiritual power was both pure and abundant. This time I have confirmed it clearly. Clearly her soul was interwoven with the soul of Heavenly Spirit. How could such a coincidence exist? Heavenly Spirit merging into my reincarnated fiancé. Or is there someone daring enough to toy with me, the Heavenly Demon? Or another hidden scheme? Very interesting, but it does not really matter. I only want to live peacefully in this life. I will simply crush everything that stands in my way. Energy spread outward from him throughout the village. A few people sensed it and could not help but feel terrified. She vigilantly scanned her surroundings. What exactly is this terrifying feeling? She stepped down, then sat on the chair. A voice beside him sounded. "Young master, the masters of Manhwa Pavilion and Kim and Gok Pavilion have arrived." He said briefly, "Invite them in." The two women glanced at each other and softly sighed, and stood before him. They removed their veils one after another, then knelt together in salute. "Greetings, young master. Fortunately, you are safe. I am Ho and Gok." He silently observed the two of them. The pavilion master beside her showed a trace of doubt at his familiar cold demeanor. Asked calmly, "So what have you found?" Ho and Gok replied, "We have found most of those involved, but all of them are already dead. Only one was captured, but in the end he also committed suicide. Even the two officials mentioned earlier at the inn never existed. That person was deceived." He asked suspiciously, "Suicide in Humon?" She replied, "Yes, despite heavy surveillance, no one knows how he did it." This is a list of suspicious activities around Engia Thuong before the incident, with significant assistance from the Kim and Gok Pavilion master. Ho and Gok lowered her head and remained silent. He took the report and examined it carefully. Her eyes followed his every movement with worry. He suddenly spoke up to praise her, saying she had done very well and indeed uncovered quite a few important clues. Ho Lao, standing beside him, could not help feeling astonished at that evaluation. She froze for a moment and thought to herself, could it be that bitch Tai Sun was praising her? Then replied, yes, that was the safest plan to monitor the traitors without drawing attention. Orangok beside them joined the conversation, saying that recently the movements of the pirates had been very suspicious. She had been secretly investigating, and indeed ran into some good fortune. He asked again in a low voice, "It seems quite useful. So is it possible the traitors are holding something belonging to the pirates?" She nodded and replied that all current signs pointed in that direction. He thought for a moment and said, "I want to meet them immediately." Ho Lao replied respectfully, "As long as you set the time, I will arrange it at once." Hearing this, she could not hide her shock. Why was it so urgent? Faced with that question, his gaze turned icy as he looked straight at her. She did not dare say another word and immediately lowered her head respectfully. "I understand. I will prepare right away." Before leaving, he also left a warning, "Hurry up. I do not have time to waste." Ho and Gok turned pale with fear, and for a moment could not utter a word. Ho Lao walked behind her and softly asked, "Are you all right?" Ho and Gok replied that she was fine now, then asked again, "Earlier you felt something strange too, right?" He glanced at her and asked, "Are you talking about that person? Who exactly is that person?" Ho Lao held the letter in her hand and replied, "You know him. He is the second young master of the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild, the one who currently holds authority to command us." Hearing this, she hesitated slightly. That was true, but there was still something that left her uneasy. Ho Lao smiled reassuringly. "Since he is an ally, then he is the most solid support. There is no need to worry too much." Ho Ngok spoke of her own feelings. From the very first time she came into contact with him, it was that lord who stepped forward to block the groundless accusations from the elders who had always opposed us. At present, he can be regarded as our greatest backing. Back then I did not understand, but now I see the reason, Ho Lao said with a smile. After interacting with him, you can tell he is truly trustworthy. I am glad to have an ally who understands. Now prepare to go meet the pirates, because that person does not like to wait. He did not ask anything further and immediately agreed. Then let us go right away. Ho Ngok silently followed behind without saying a word. Even so, an indescribable sense of unease still rose in her heart. What exactly was that strange feeling just now? Offshore, a large ship was anchored close to the harbor. Ha Lin stood on the deck, quietly observing her surroundings. She gently curved her lips into a smile, letting the sunlight softly fall upon her face. At the same time, her mind recalled the moment of preparing to depart. Thai Qian looked at her with concern and asked, "Miss, can you really not go together?" She smiled and replied that it was fine. Her injury had been healed by a spiritual medicine, and there were also experts from Ho Mon protecting her. Even hearing that, Thai Qian still could not be completely at ease. Ha Lin held her hand and instructed her, "Stay by the young master and help him in my place. That will be more beneficial." After saying that, she stepped forward to stand before him and the young master. "Next time we meet, you must give me a hug." That sudden remark left everyone around them stunned. Returning to the present, she did not know since when the young master had become so strong. However, the situation at this moment was indeed extremely difficult. Even so, staying by the young master still brought a sense of safety. "And next time, I will definitely stay by the young master for an entire night." From afar, a figure quietly watched her. The old man slightly narrowed his eyes as he observed. He stood motionless like a statue, gazing in her direction. Realizing someone was watching her, she immediately turned her head, but there was no longer any sign of the old man there. Doubt rose in her heart. She had clearly felt that gaze just now. The ship began to cut through the waves and leave the harbor. Before long, it had entered the open sea. Time gradually drifted toward the afternoon. Suddenly, from nowhere, large numbers of naval soldiers appeared around the ship. They sat on other boats, and all turned to look in their direction. Not just one ship, but many vessels surrounded them. Their ship continued moving forward. Captain shouted loudly in warning. It was the Navy. Hearing that naval soldiers had appeared immediately shook everyone. The atmosphere on the ship began to grow chaotic. Some people whispered among themselves, why were there naval soldiers? Could this be a mistake? Ha Lin tilted her head in thought. Pirates attacking Ho Mon made sense, but naval soldiers did not. A man stepped out with a sword resting on his shoulder. His cold gaze locked firmly onto them. At the same time, Tai Sun was also sitting on another ship. A flock of crows in the sky panicked and scattered in flight. Had they discovered something abnormal about Lian Ha Lin? Or was it all just a fleeting feeling? Noticing the change in his demeanor, Hoa Lao spoke up and asked, "Young master, are you all right? You look uncomfortable." He only urged briefly, "Hurry." In his heart, he wondered why such an inexplicable unease had arisen. The ship did not slow down at all and continued charging forward. Lin observed the surroundings and thought to herself, with such numbers, could they really break through? Seeing the critical situation, Moan Man stepped forward and asked, "May I ask what is the safest way to reach land?" The old man replied that in this situation breaking through on the left was the optimal plan. She asked in surprise, but would not those two ships block it? He explained that was why someone needed to cross over there to hold them back. Ha Lin immediately understood. "All right, I will head toward the ship on the left." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Leave the right side to me, but can you manage it?" She smiled and replied, "It is not about whether it can be done, but that someone must bear this responsibility." The old man leaned aside and said nothing more, pointed and ordered a subordinate to follow the young miss. The rest split into two groups to attack, preparing for a bloody battle. That man immediately accepted the order. In another direction facing the sea, he still could not feel at ease. He called out, making Hoa and Gok turn and ask, "Were you calling me?" He asked directly, "You must have recognized me." He replied that she was not sure. He continued, "Then you must have guessed a little right." She hurriedly replied, "In truth, I dare not speculate." She turned back toward him in silence, and he also said nothing more. Hoa Lao hurriedly explained, "The young master sensed something unusual. We have gone too far beyond the waters where the bandits usually appear." He continued, "Yet there is no sign of the enemy," she exclaimed in disbelief. "This cannot be. Could it be that their rear group is in danger, and the enemy has shifted to attack there?" During this, his eyes turned completely cold. "Lead the way immediately. Follow the river to reach the place. Pass the order to increase speed. Hong, use lightness skill to bring the ship close to shore. As for you, we will talk later and recount everything slowly." Elsewhere, her subordinate quickly dashed off. They crossed vast and boundless fields. Anxiety shone in the eyes of each person. Thai Qian walked while silently praying for the young miss to remain safe and unharmed. "I should have chased after them earlier." Seeing that they did not look like martial artists at all only made others even more uneasy. Suddenly a streak of light flashed behind them and shot past. Seeing him appear, they could not help being astonished. "Wait, since when?" Tai Sun turned his head and said, "Since you were left behind, you two can stay there and endure special training on your own." Hearing this, the two felt as if struck by lightning. "No, that is absolutely impossible." On her ship, a strange man dragged a long sickle, scraping it across the deck. He slung the scythe over his shoulder and roared loudly, "Hey, you nameless brats." Her eyes flickered with obvious unease and worry. Behind him was a large force. "Just by your expressions, I know you have already heard of us. Honestly speaking, if you obediently surrender, then I will not need to wipe you out completely." The old man standing beside her reminded her not to push herself too hard. If danger appeared, then turn back immediately. She responded at once, "Understood, I will remember." Seeing this, he quickly gave the order, then let the ship set off. Their ship immediately turned its bow and changed direction. Seeing this scene, the stranger revealed a puzzled expression. He raised his hand to signal his subordinates, "Seal off the escape routes. Absolutely do not let them flee, stop them." Once the corpses charged forward, she and those around her also drew their weapons and rushed into battle. She coordinated with everyone and unleashed continuous rapid slashes. The corpses howled endlessly, their cries echoing without stop. Ha Lin lightly passed through them. "This time I absolutely will not let that helpless failure repeat." In just a moment, she landed on the enemy ship's deck. She turned toward everyone and shouted loudly, "Quickly gather over here." Immediately after, she charged forward to block the corpses and shield everyone. She led the way while maneuvering the ship and shouted, "Stop them. Do not let them close in." She seized the ship's wheel in time. She immediately turned the wheel and shifted direction. Seeing the situation gradually improve, joy flashed in her eyes. "Good, just hold on a little longer." Suddenly a strange sound rang out from afar. What was that noise? The stranger suddenly plunged straight down from above. Ha Lin turned her head sharply in shock to look behind her. Several people had already fallen beneath his cruel scythe. Seeing the critical situation, she immediately handed the letter to the two beside her. "Hold this tightly. Absolutely do not lose it until the ship finishes withdrawing." Right after that, she swiftly drew her sword from its sheath. Without the slightest hesitation, she charged straight toward the stranger. He raised his weapon and looked at her with interest. On closer look, this girl is not bad. She did not hesitate at all and rushed straight at him. He turned to everyone and shouted, "Leave this one to me. Quickly escort the wounded across the river first." Looking at her, his body trembled slightly with fear, yet he forced himself to stand. He raised his sword and leapt up to ambush her. "Even if I let the others go, you alone I will enslave for life." At that very moment, a cold voice rang out from afar, "Hey you." Before he could even react, his arm was already severed. Tai-sun stood near the shore and unleashed a precise strike. His face darkened, his hand casually tossing a stone. Upon seeing him, Ha-Lin joyfully called out, "Young master." That moment, her subordinates also arrived in time. Thai Queen hurriedly asked, "Miss, are you all right?" He looked at everyone with some surprise. "I am fine. But how did you know to come here?" A subordinate replied, "This matter was because." Behind them, that man was struggling to stand up. "You bastards dare." He reached into his pocket and took out a pill. Seeing that action, everyone panicked. Could it be a restoration pill? The kind that can erupt potential, as the divine physician said. We must stop him. He raised the pill to his mouth and shouted loudly, "Kill them all for me." Pill was gradually brought close to his mouth, but before he could swallow it, the arm holding the pill was cut off. The pill rolled across the ship's deck, then stopped in a distant corner. My son stepped forward and crushed the pill underfoot. "No one has given you permission to recklessly use your potential. Without a medical officer by your side, no one can save you." Losing both arms drove him mad like a wild beast. He gave a cold, sinister smile. "How noisy. From now on, if you do not have my permission." As he spoke, he stomped straight onto his mouth. His gaze was icy to the extreme. Even wanting to die will not be easy. Tai-sun turned his head and ordered his subordinates, "Restrain that man." The two replied in unison, "Yes." They immediately stepped forward and firmly restrained him. He walked forward and smiled lightly. So the spiritual medicine was actually here. After that, he gave the order, "Leave the rest to you. I have other matters." Everyone looked at him with astonished expressions. He gathered strength and leapt high into the air and charged straight off the ship. Seeing this, the crowd could only gape in shock. Even the corpses showed signs of astonishment. He landed on another one of their ships. The moment his feet touched down, all the corpses on the ship instantly exploded. They were annihilated in utter despair. Purple smoke quickly enveloped the ship's deck. The onlookers were so frightened, their faces turned deathly pale. He coldly advanced step by step toward them. He slowly raised his hand. The group from before immediately dropped to their knees before him. He lowered his hand and then swept it horizontally to the side. Old man looked up at him with a puzzled expression. He immediately explained, "That restriction will explode if you try to flee, just like the ones earlier understood." A single sentence was enough to turn all of them pale. He said coldly, "Answer properly when asked, disobey, and I will make you explode. Come, gather over by the shore." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately stood up and complied, gathering together. All of them jumped into the water together. He tilted his head and smiled with a deeply satisfied expression. After that, he calmly absorbed the surrounding energy. The situation before them could be considered properly resolved, even though at first he wanted to handle everything himself. His companions appeared. He still felt more at ease inside, because that man was that powerful. Lin stood quietly in a corner with a sorrowful look. "In the end this time I still." He walked over and asked, "Why are you standing there in a daze?" She softly exclaimed, "Young master." Her eyes were red, as if she were about to cry. Seeing this, he immediately said, "If you want to cry, then go somewhere else. I hate this sort of thing the most." Hearing that she swallowed her tears, yes. He passed by and issued orders, passed down the command to gather the ships. "We must wait for them to return to Ho Muk Lien." Though she felt uncomfortable, she still replied, "Yes, I understand." During her call, he stopped and asked, "What is it?" She lowered her head in gratitude, thanking the young master for saving me once again. "I only ever receive kindness from you." Turned his head to look at her and remained silent. Then he spoke to announce, "After this matter is handled, I will leave." Then he suggested, "How about after it is done you come with me?" Secretly thinking there were still a few people that needed to be dealt with. During this, she could not hide her joy. "Is it really possible?" He immediately turned his back and replied, "There is no reason to refuse." She looked after him and replied with satisfaction, "Yes." Lai quietly pondered. As expected, he is an extraordinary figure. Just his appearance alone was enough to make half the corpses collapse. Could it be a special constitution? Now it is clear the enemy is targeting Ho Muk Lien. He is the crucial strategic chess piece. We must find a way to recruit him under our banner. So she is the fiancée. That woman is indeed not simple. Approaching through her can also be considered a path. What a pity. If handled properly, she would surely be a perfect match for the boundless potential of our Bok Lai family. Would that not be killing two birds with one stone? Under his gaze, he indifferently turned his head away. Catching the killing intent in his eyes made the old man involuntarily panic. His gaze flashed with a chill like deathly aura. The old man lowered his head in fear to avoid that gaze. Immediately after, he dropped to his knees before the two of them. His exhausted body trembled, his breathing rapid and unsteady. He looked at he in horror. What was that just now? Was I actually overwhelmed by the presence of a late-stage Tri-2? I am a distant cousin of the Lord of Ho Muk Lien, and also an elder of the Bak Lai aristocratic family. Glanced at him and thought, this man still dares to covet things that do not belong to him. Everything around here originally belongs to me. Thur stepped forward to report. Fortunately, he is not dead yet. The person beside added, but beaten so miserably, no need to look to know it was the young master's doing. As soon as the two appeared, the subordinates immediately bowed their heads. You have arrived. We rushed over as soon as we heard the news. Thur glanced at he, the one approaching over there. This moment, he was walking side by side with her. The subordinates bowed one after another. Young master, are you all right? He ordered coldly, wake him up. The subordinate immediately replied yes. One person stepped forward and threw a heavy punch at his face. He instantly woke up, coughing violently without end. Two beside him muttered non-stop. With acupuncture like this, I could do better. This is really reckless. You say I am reckless, then what do you call not reckless? He slowly walked closer and asked calmly, you know where the remaining spiritual medicines are too, right? He jolted and repeated, spiritual medicines. He extended his hand toward him. No need to speak. I will find out myself. He tightly gripped his head and absorbed his spiritual energy, making him scream miserably. The surrounding subordinates could not hide their trembling at this sight. Thought in confusion, what exactly are these two doing? He let out a cry and collapsed. He looked down at his palm, sensing the flow of energy circulating within his body. He turned around and said, let us go. We still need to collect the remaining spiritual medicines. At this moment, everyone had boarded the ship. Hoa Lao reported, through interrogation of the assassins, it can be confirmed they belong to the Guangdong evil sect. 4 in total, including the mastermind, and this one. Remaining 2 are believed to be in the area we are heading toward. However, what is strange is that this group has been recorded as active for more than 50 years. He quietly observed the people around her. He and the two subordinates beside him continued exchanging quiet words. Thai Queen stepped forward to ask, Miss, are you all right? She replied, then questioned, where exactly are we going? I thought we were returning to Ho Muk Lien. That person added, Miss, you already know yet still followed. We are dealing with the enemy's remnants. Hearing this, she asked doubtfully, remnants without reinforcements. Person looked at he and replied, for now we will observe the situation. If it exceeds our ability, we will withdraw, secretly thinking it would likely not happen. Hearing that, she turned to look at he, feeling everything was still very strange. A few others at this time leaned against each other and slept soundly. Looking carefully, everyone looked quite relaxed. Was it because of that young master? She cast her gaze toward his two subordinates. Her eyes flashed with curiosity. Who are those people? I have never met them, Thai Queen explained. That is the Lord of Bak Hoa Lao and Kim Ngok Dao. No, they are branch leaders of Hao Mon. She asked in confusion, branch leaders of Hao Mon. Thai Queen replied, yes, they are currently working for the young master. Hearing that, she thought to herself, the young master truly is an extraordinary figure. After nearly half a night of travel, they prepared to dock. Everyone stopped by the riverbank. Two strangers stepped forward and said, this is the location found based on the information provided by the young master. Thur muttered unhappily, do we really have to go in there? The path is dark at night. They pointed deep into the forest. Just go in for a short distance, and we will escort you in the safest way. Please proceed this way. Left Thur and his companions somewhat stunned. At the same time, anger surged in their hearts, truly ignorant of respect and hierarchy. Even so, the group still had to continue following behind. Hoa Lao spoke up from the back to reassure them. Endure a bit longer, we are almost there. Hoa Ngok asked suspiciously, young master Bak Lai Truong Thien has been following us all this time. Do we need to deal with him and shake him off? He replied, just ignore him. He is only waiting for a chance to squeeze in and gain some credit. She immediately replied, understood. Thur complained as he walked. How much farther is it? Could we have gone the wrong way? Ngok glanced behind and said, no, it must be inside. That person asked in surprise, how are you so sure? Hoa Lao replied calmly, the Lord of Kim Ngok Lao has the ability to sense special auras, truly marvelous. You suddenly felt something was off, that familiar feeling again. Suddenly he stopped walking. He cast a sharp, cold glance backward. Seeing this, Hoa Ngok felt fear. It really is the aura I sensed before. Hoa Lao looked at her and thought, she sensed it this time as well. Later I must ask her privately. From behind came a voice, young master, ahead is the enemy's base. Looking at that base, he could not help but sigh. The scale of construction is indeed not small. He ordered Thien Kin Hong to open the way. The subordinate replied yes. The subordinate immediately rushed forward and smashed the gate. In just a moment the gate was shattered. Han Hong and Thai Quien drew their swords and stood at the entrance. Seeing them appear, someone inside shouted loudly, "The enemy is attacking." You immediately charged forward to meet them. Just a few simple moves, you eliminated the opponent. You continued charging straight ahead. Using leg strength, you leapt upward. Thai Quien beside you also fought with all her might. Just a few minutes, all enemies were swept away. They looked at each other with eyes full of tacit understanding. Ha Lin could not help but feel astonished witnessing this. So fast, I did not even see clearly. Was that really Thai Quien? Could it be that through battles with semi-corpses, she has improved by leaps and bounds compared to me? Understanding her meaning, he spoke to reassure her. Your body has slowed down. When we return, you must undergo special training. Hearing those words made everyone feel a bit apprehensive. She thought to herself, what kind of special training could scare them like this? Suddenly, a group of people rushed out pointing and shouting, "What are you things daring to barge in here? Do you know where this is?" The two immediately assumed battle stances. He looked at the group and said, "Did not expect them to chase us all the way here." The leader sneered, "Looks like you did not even finish healing before coming here." Laughed lightly. They refused to hand over the spiritual medicines, leaving the opponent stunned. His gaze, filled with killing intent, swept across them. The leader glared at he in anger. Was he not said to be elsewhere? He smiled and asked, "Judging by that expression, you must have hidden him nearby recently." Hearing this, he angrily tightened his grip on his weapon. Seeing that, he mocked, "Just hold on first, even if it is a bit too much for you. I am seriously thinking about how to strengthen my cultivation." The two of them turned pale, yet she still forced herself to stay calm and replied, "I will definitely hold out to the end. Absolutely no one can break our formation." He said calmly, "That will become clear soon enough." Seeing him suddenly vanish, the leader could not help but freeze. He disappeared. The surrounding crowd immediately turned deathly pale with fear, transformed into a stream of energy, and shot straight into the house. Charged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, his eyes filled with killing intent. "That is right, I can feel it. The spiritual medicine is inside." In an instant, he was already right up against the door. Behind him, a whole group of corpses lay in wait. He swung his arm and flung the door wide open. His eyes burned crimson as he revealed a look of pure delight. In the blink of an eye, the corpses exploded under his assault. The deeper he went, the more exhilarated he became. It was truly exquisite. His sudden disappearance terrified the leader. He really vanished. Two subordinates immediately prepared to charge. Right after that, all three rushed in to attack at once. I was forced back by the pressure from those two. Then they shouted in unison, "Your opponents are us." He angrily swung his weapon. His expression darkened as he spoke coldly, regroup. As his words ended, he leapt into the air. He charged forward like a piercing arrow. "You bastards." That man attacked like a madman, leaving the two unable to react in time. The leader looked down from above and laughed arrogantly. "Since you beg so desperately, I will send all of you to hell." The surrounding aura shifted, leaving them astonished. The atmosphere suddenly felt completely different. He slowly walked forward, dealing with such small fry, and you still waste so much time. The leader turned to look at his elder brother. I had planned to finish this quickly anyway. The elder brother reached back to draw his sword. "Then finish it fast. There is no time left for the next plan." The leader immediately took out a pill, understood. Then he swallowed the pill. His body immediately underwent an enormous transformation. He gasped heavily as he felt the surging power within him. As expected, such overflowing strength. The elder brother roared an order, "Charge and kill them all." The scene made them turn pale with fear. Enemies rushed in violently like a raging storm. The leader roared, "Try taking this attack." He wielded his weapon and attacked wildly without pause. They panicked, the speed was far too fast. Immediately after, they hurriedly raised their weapons to block. Even so, they were still knocked backward. They leaned on their weapons and panted heavily. "Damn it. We thought special training was enough." Who knew he was far stronger than expected? With the enemy so numerous, Ha Lin and the other two could only watch in shock. Could they really hold out until the young master returned? Qian and Thien Thur immediately assumed defensive stances. Two joined forces to block the relentless offensive. The leader laughed smugly. "You fell right into the trap, you little rats." Behind him, the elder brother swung his weapon and charged in. She shouted loudly, "Thai Qian." The elder brother launched a direct strike. His eyes flashed with a sharp, icy gleam. The two of them gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to block. Suddenly, a sword flew in from afar. In the distance, an old man appeared. Frowned as he looked at them. "I was just passing by, but it seems I should lend a hand." Upon seeing him, she joyfully called out, "Senior." Bok Lai stepped forward and said, "That man exceeds your capabilities. Leave him to me." Thai Queen hurriedly expressed her thanks. He stepped forward and picked up his sword, daring to attack Ho Muk Lien, then obediently kneel down. "At least that way you might keep your life." As his words ended, he immediately made his move. Facing the enemy, he assumed a battle stance. Inside the house, he continuously absorbed spiritual energy. The sensation was truly exhilarating. The spiritual energy was indeed frighteningly abundant. The more he felt it, the more excited he became. This trip was truly worthwhile. Several latecomers panicked. "Damn it, we are too late. Hurry and report to the Guangdong Four Evils. Say that everything has been wiped out." He cast a glance to the side. Corner of his lips lifted into a sinister smile. This batch of spiritual medicine is truly profound. Hiding it so well is understandable. He shouted in confusion, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you? Who are you to keep targeting us like this?" He looked at them coldly, and he extended his hand and executed a technique. He clenched his fist tightly. Light burst forth, causing the entire house to explode. Amid billowing dust, he calmly walked out. He screamed in horror, "Heavenly demon. No, it is bitch Tai-sun." After sweeping away the surrounding subordinates, the old man panted heavily in exhaustion. Feeling the opponent's power, even he had to admit it was extremely strong. Even an expert of Ho Muk Lien like me can only match him evenly. What kind of beings are they? The two sides had already exchanged dozens of moves. Too much blood had been shed. Their stamina was nearly exhausted. But absolutely no further mistake could be allowed. Seeing they still would not give up, he said coldly, "Do you not know fatigue? Very well, I will end you here." He swung his weapon in a sweeping motion, sending dirt and stones flying. Damn it, this move cannot be dodged. An attack suddenly struck from somewhere, pierced into the wall, creating a terrifying shockwave. An Hong turned pale and exclaimed in shock, "Could it be?" At this moment, he slowly walked over. Then he spoke, "Your force is still not well controlled. You must learn to restrain your emotions." Earth and stone converged and buried him. He said weakly, "Big brother, I should have pretended to be dead from the start. Someone who once roamed the world like me. Is this truly my miserable end?" He swept his gaze over the situation, then looked toward everyone. When that gaze passed over them, they stiffened as if turned to stone. He declared coldly, "Facing opponents of this level and Ho Muk Lien already struggles. That is truly disappointing." The old man thought in shock, "Does such a monster truly exist? I completely misjudged him. I must hurry back to report." He turned and left, saying, "Let us go." The old man was horrified. He does not plan to help. He is just leaving like this. As if reading that thought, he turned back and smiled at the old man. That attitude made the old man furious. "Bastard, does he think my life is not worth caring about?" He gripped his sword tightly and searched for a way to retreat. "If he attacks, I have no chance to win. I must find an opening to escape. Where on earth did that monster come from?" He then continued charging forward to attack the old man without the slightest hesitation. The old man quickly spun around to counterattack. "This bastard." He continued strolling leisurely, as if it had nothing to do with him. Pa Lin followed and spoke up to ask, "Young master, if you do not help him, is it really all right?" Frowned and turned his head to look at her. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, as if absorbing something. Seeing this, the old man was utterly confused. "What are you doing?" "A lion's roar or hidden weapons would do. Hurry and help me." He spoke to encourage him, keep it up. Hearing that, the old man glared at him. "I have never seen such a madman." The surrounding subordinates also felt a chill down their spines. The old man looked at he. His gaze seemed to burn with fire. Meanwhile, the enemy continued attacking without pause. After a few exchanges, the old man was knocked back. "I must stay calm first. Acting rashly is courting death. The strength gap between us is slight. He must have a weakness." Did not give the old man time to catch his breath and immediately rushed in. I even heard the sound of neck bones twisting. "Let me send you off quickly." Suddenly, an energy of unknown origin shot forward. Turned his head in shock to look back. Seizing that opportunity, the old man immediately charged forward, then swung his sword in a decisive attack. He turned to look at he and sighed in relief, narrowly escaping danger. "And who was the one who just helped me?" He turned back and shouted encouragement. "Well done." Seeing that, he immediately reminded him, "You are doing something unnecessary." He hurriedly replied, "This one apologizes. But if he dies, it will be very troublesome later, if there is a reason why you did not help." He replied coldly, "Just looking at that old man's face makes me uncomfortable," leaving him stunned. Is it really just because of worldly entanglements that the young master will not help? Then he turned and instructed his subordinates, "When we return, you two should prepare yourselves." An Hong and Thai Quien turned pale and replied in unison, "Yes." She looked at them in confusion. "Why am I trembling like this? This cannot continue like this. From the start, I have only known how to receive help, but what I want now is not to become a burden to the young master. Now on, I must stand upright beside him." She quietly watched his back, Suddenly she called out, "Young master," then hurried forward. He reached out to grasp his hand, but he instinctively withdrew. She still firmly voiced her wish. "I also want to participate," tilted his head and asked back. "What did you say?" She awkwardly explained. "I also want to participate in that special training." He studied her in silence, then smiled. "Very well. When we return, I will teach you the boundless body art. As long as you endure the hardship of training, your sinews and internal force will greatly increase. It is a rare supreme art, but extremely painful. It is best to prepare yourselves mentally." After receiving his approval, she was overjoyed. Yes, the subordinate behind hurriedly tried to stop her. "Why would you do that? You will definitely regret it." Quian smiled inwardly. "No, the young miss has always been like this. As long as she can become stronger, no matter how painful it is, she will not retreat." The fellow behind complained as he walked. "I really do not understand what is so joyful about becoming stronger." The two beside him echoed. "Fortunately, we are not training the boundless body art." "Shut up. What if we get dragged into training together? Do not jinx it." Behind them, the noise continued without end. Ho turned back and warned, "Someone is chasing us from behind." Only then did the two turn around together. In the distance, a thick layer of smoke suddenly appeared around them. He guessed it must be that old man from earlier causing trouble again. Thur cast an annoyed glance, truly old and lacking sense. He immediately shouted, "You bastard, are you implying me?" Thur hurriedly explained, "I'm only stating the truth." The argument grew louder and louder. Smoke spread rapidly closer. The two still arguing. "Besides, that old man is not even the same age as you. I am much older. You only look younger because you nourish yourself well. Who says you eat more than me? You are spouting nonsense again. I just naturally look young." At this moment, the old man had already appeared beside them. He angrily pointed toward he. "That bastard is over there. It is him. That beast, let us see where you can run. If I catch you then." Suddenly he spoke up and asked, "Is that enough?" The old man turned back, his expression extremely shocked. Caught between advance and retreat, he bowed to give thanks. "Many thanks for saving my life. Thanks to you, I survived." Two people stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Surviving is good enough. I merely fulfilled my duty as a physician. Come, come. Everything is settled. Go over there and have a cup of wine. I brought good wine." Besides, the one who pulled out the acupuncture needles for him was clearly me. He looked toward he with a proud smile. "Leave things here to us. All of you go rest." He silently observed, "Bok Lai Truong Thien. It seems I must teach him a lesson." At the Blood Lotus branch, a stranger ran in fearfully. As soon as he went deeper, he was blocked at the door by two large guards. A voice came from inside, "Let him in. It seems it is already a bit late." Thinma sat coldly on the large bed, surrounded by exhausted women. "It seems you arrived late." The women sat around his feet with vacant gazes. The vanguard army appeared flustered and fearful. Thinma asked coldly, "Did the matter at Engia Suong fail? Explain from the beginning." The vanguard lowered his head and replied, "The black iron ice was obtained, but afterward everything failed." Thinma further asked about the semi-corpses. He trembled and said they were all lost. Thinma widened his eyes and frowned. "All lost." The vanguard trembled as he knelt and kowtowed. "This subordinate deserves death. Please punish me." Thinma slightly narrowed his eyes in thought, then coldly stood up. The vanguard turned pale and replied, "Yes." Thinma spoke while putting on his clothes. "Go investigate the cause of the failure thoroughly, and then reassess the entire plan." Vanguard was terrified, but immediately obeyed. "This subordinate will act at once." Thinma instructed sternly, "This is the final chance." The vanguard hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will not disappoint you." He lowered his head as if pondering something. Thinma's eyes burned crimson. The gem on his forehead glowed. The women clung to him softly. "Please come over here." Suddenly one of them widened her eyes, blood streaks appearing. Then fresh blood spurted from her mouth. The women collapsed to the floor, eyes wide open, clutching their throats in agony amid pools of blood. Thinma departed amid the shrill screams. Fresh blood splattered and dyed the air red. Drops of blood dripped onto the floor, spreading everywhere. Red blood saturated the entire space. The space turned gloomy under the color of blood. Thinma walked away coldly, his eyes still glowing crimson. At Ho Muk Lien, the sky was high and clear. Lai Hung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He stood under the sun training, his body trembling. It was only slow-stepping footwork in place. It sounded simple, but Lai Hung, Thai Quian, and Ha Lin training together all clenched their teeth to endure it. The more they stepped, the more painful their bodies became. Tai Sun, Tiu Triu, and Dan Ante held wooden swords and trained together as well. The problem lay right here. Tai Sun fixed his gaze on the two people cultivating before him, his eyes deep in thought, as if weighing something profound. On the opposite side, Lai Hung and Thai Quian also struggled through their training and exhaustion. After 3 full hours, they were still not finished, their entire bodies aching to the point of near collapse. Tai Sun swept his eyes over everyone and reminded them softly, "Do not stop. If you break off now, your bodies may collapse." He continued explaining, All of this is for your benefit. Once you adapt, your tendons and bones will become tougher yet more flexible, and even generate inner force resistant to poison. Only then will you live up to the name of the boundless art. Dan was briefly startled, quietly looking at him without saying a word. Solemn look gradually appeared on her face. Does everyone have to endure this kind of harsh training? It seems I have been far too shallow-minded. Dan stood behind him watching Tai Sun's silhouette, silently vowing to persist to the very end. From now on, she absolutely must not fall behind. Tai Sun slightly curved his lips into a smile, his gaze softening as he casually glanced backward. A hand slapped heavily against the old wooden door, producing a dry, hollow sound. Two men appeared standing outside the door. The two staggered into the courtyard, clutching their bodies and wailing. Oh heavens, it hurts to death. What kind of liquor did that old man drink for it to be so strong? Exactly. My head feels like it is about to split open. From afar, a strange noise suddenly rang out. Third turned his head to look. Oh, what is that thing? In the distance, a group of people were training together, every pair of eyes burning with fierce determination. Tai Sun stood at the front looking at them. A voice called out, "Young master." During the call, he immediately turned his head toward where the sound came from. Tram Kwai and Thur suddenly shuddered, a chill running down their spines. Two trembled and did not dare turn back. Brother, hurry and go. I vaguely remember we still need to go refine pills or something. Haha, right. I just remembered too. Inside the room, an elderly man lay on the bed. Beside him sat two men. Lai Dim observed while speaking. It seems he is still not fully conscious. The man beside him replied, according to the physician, his body is not in danger. He will wake sooner or later. What is more worrying is, the man on the bed remained silent as the conversation continued. Today, bitch Tai Sun will set off to return, and once he leaves, the divine physician and the eccentric physician will follow along. The man revealed clear anxiety. At present, we still greatly need the help of those two. Lai Dim turned and said, have we not yet learned how to deal with half-corpses from bitch Tai Sun? The other replied. He also said he does not know clearly. What else can I do? Images of the two men surfaced in his mind. Lai Dim frowned and said, then on the way back send those two to accompany him. Even bitch Tai Sun would find it hard to refuse. The man on the bed suddenly curled up and roared in fury. Bitch Tai Sun, you bastard. Seeing this, Lai Dim cried out in alarm. You are awake, big brother. The man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, mumbling incoherently, his face deathly pale. Trembled as he sat up. Is that you, Alliance Lord? This time I have truly lost face. Lai Dim immediately asked, what exactly happened last night that you ended up like this? The man clutched his head in pain, sweat pouring out, dark circles under his eyes, coughed. Nothing serious, I just drank a bit too much. Suddenly remembering something, he said in panic, all right, I went to deal with the remnants. Lai Dim immediately asked, you mean after stopping the ambush you continued to pursue them? Recalled, did not bitch Tai Sun already remind us? Yes, afterward the divine physician and the eccentric physician also appeared. He remembered being forced to drink wine. We all drank ourselves drunk together. And the image of him collapsing onto the ground in a drunken stupor. And after that, at that time his cheeks were flushed, his eyes dull and unfocused. Everything before his eyes swayed and distorted. Tai Sun stood before him with a smile full of hidden meaning, extending his hand forward. He groaned in pain, clutching his head tightly. Seeing his face turn ghastly pale and drenched in sweat, Lai Dim worriedly asked, big brother, are you all right? Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently. Immediately after, a wave of pain struck, forcing him to open his eyes wide and scream. The two people standing beside him watched the scene with both fear and worry. Lai Dim hurried outside. The man behind him urgently called after him, Alliance Lord, Alliance Lord. He stopped, his face dark and full of concern. It seems the recent battle greatly affected Big Brother's health. Take great care of him. The man immediately replied, yes, this subordinate obeys. Behind the two came a shrill cry, Lien Chow, it is not like that. It truly is not like that. Kim and Gok Lao. The sky gradually shifted into evening hues. Tai Sun sat on a high seat. Below him, a girl knelt to report. Protector Muk Lien asked us to send 2 physicians from Vo Lam Min to accompany him on the return journey. Ngok lowered her head and spoke softly. Perhaps they want us to share the research results on half-corpses. Tai Sun silently looked at her without speaking. He continued, in addition, we are interrogating the captured member of the Kwang Dong Tu Kwai. Strangely, he knows almost nothing. Hearing this, Tai Sun was slightly surprised. Knows nothing. Ngok frowned and replied, yes. From why they became younger to who is directing them behind the scenes, he knows nothing. Their target in attacking Protector Muk Lien was only to capture late-stage elites. Tai Sun curled his lips while looking outside, blindly following orders without knowing who the master is. Very interesting. continue investigating, yes. He asked again, then what exactly did you see on me? He showed a confused expression. He added, at first I thought you had seen through everything, but the further it went the more it seemed not quite so. Hoarangak remained kneeling low, lowering her head as she spoke. Actually, this subordinate can see a person's essence through fleeting images. Tai-sun slightly lifted his lips. Fleeting images. Then what did you see from me? Hoarangak appeared flustered about that. She said she saw a pitch-black monster devouring the entire world. That sense of greed felt like it wanted to seize all of existence. Tai-sun asked back, a black monster? That sounds interesting, making her slightly startled. He looked down at her, the aura around him becoming strange. Bring the Kim and Gok Lao Lord here. From now on you are my 10th maid. A trace of unease flashed across Hoarangak's face. A large ship drifted leisurely across the open sea, waves lapping softly, gentle sunlight scattering across the surface. Tai-sun stood with Hoarangak and the servants by the ship's railing, gazing at the vast ocean ahead. Middle-aged man stood awkwardly before the two behind them. Tram Kwai and Thien Thur looked at the man while whispering, I am not too fond of physicians from Vo Lam Min. Clearly there are two famous divine doctors, so why use them? Hoarangak stood by the railing looking down at the blue sea. Behind her the two continued arguing. It is because you are unreliable that this happened. What, just because of a few words? Anxiety showed on Hoarangak's face, her gaze drifting into the distance. She seemed to recall the image of Tai-sun from yesterday, when he said to bring back the Kim and Gok Lao Lord. His eyes and the atmosphere at that moment were terrifying beyond measure. From now on you are my 10th maid. At that time she was truly both anxious and frightened. Hoarangak's brows lightly knit, her gaze complex. Initially she followed under young Master Bitch because she could not refuse, but what about later? Suddenly a noise beside her made her startle and turn back. Two middle-aged men were conversing with each other, their eyes carrying a very unusual look. Hoarangak silently observed them. She turned and reported to Tai-sun, young master, those two come from Thien Duok Workshop. He immediately asked back, Thien Duok Workshop. Hoarangak replied, yes, just by looking at the medicinal herbs and swords one can tell. With those traits, the two were indeed representative physicians of Thien Duok Workshop. Tai-sun continued asking, has Thien Duok Workshop already submitted to Vo Lam Min? Hoarangak lowered her head. This matter I am not yet sure. I will immediately inquire further. His gaze turned icy. Very good. This ability of yours will be very useful at Hao Mon. Hoarangak quickly replied, many thanks, sir. Speaking of which, those around young master are all very special. She recalled the people always at his side. Yes, all of them carry an aura similar to young master. Image of him caring for and tending to the girls around him. Even the men who constantly trembled in fear before him. And also Tai-sun's cold and terrifying demeanor, his eyes and smile both hiding danger. Moreover, everyone seemed to be smiling. Hoarangak lowered her head, tightly closing her eyes. Tai-sun smiled, truly interesting. On the other side, she turned her head to see Tram Kwai and Thien Thur pointing fingers and arguing angrily. Tai-sun stepped forward and grabbed the heads of the two, frightening them pale. Hoarangak watched in a daze. These two were indeed somewhat different. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed, apologizing for the interruption. But we are about to reach the base of the remaining bandits, Lao Lord. Hoarangak smiled lightly and replied, I am no longer the Lao Lord, but where did you get this information? The man clasped his hands respectfully. I originally came from bandits, so I know quite a few people. Among them are several who escaped. My son stood nearby and asked upon hearing this, escape. The man continued, yes, though under strict surveillance they said they were lucky and managed to get away. Thien Thur stepped forward from behind with arms crossed and said, lucky, or perhaps the guard was lax. As he spoke he quickly moved behind Tai-sun. Something about this feels suspicious, and do not place too much hope on there being half corpses there. Hearing this, the man retorted excitedly, oh no, that is not it, I already said it. He further asserted, the surveillance was very tight. There must definitely be half corpses there. Tai-sun's gaze turned solemn, his brows slightly furrowed. The way you speak sounds as if you have been there before. The man panicked so badly that his whole body trembled, hurriedly stammering, why yes, not like that. I only meant I heard it from others. Tai-sun cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent without saying a word. Immediately after, his gaze shifted to Hoarangak, sharp and heavy with pressure. Her face instantly went pale with fear, flustered as she apologized. I should have verified it more carefully. Are you suspecting me? After speaking, she grabbed the raised arm of the man, her expression turning severe. A split second, she applied force and wrenched it violently, twisting the arm backward. The man collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his arm and screaming. What are you doing? Hoarangak coldly asked in return. Then why did you betray us? A hand from behind suddenly clamped around his neck. making him grit his teeth in pain. Betray what? I absolutely did not cough. Before he could finish speaking, his body went limp and crashed to the ground. Witnessing this, Thor stared wide-eyed in shock, hands clutching his head. Spies have already infiltrated this close to us. Just how far have their tendrils spread? Hoer and Gok turned to explain. This man has been at Hao Mon for over 5 years. To think he was an internal spy. It seems the other side had already set a trap aimed at young master. The man lay motionless on the floor, eyes dull, his mouth still muttering, "It was not me, truly not me." Tai-sun stepped closer. "Whether he is a spy or not does not concern me much." The man froze. "What do you mean?" The corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a bizarre smile, trying to use traps to catch me. Seeing that smile, the man became even more frantic with fear. Tai-sun's eyes lit up, the aura around him turning eerie and dangerous. "It has been a long time since I encountered something this interesting. Before I refine your soul into a fool, you had better confess everything you know." At a nearby riverside village, the sky gradually changed color, and the waters surged more violently. Seeing the scene, Thor exclaimed, "Oh, the scale of this lair is bigger than I expected." Tram Kwai beside him nodded. "With this scale, the camp leader cannot be ordinary, otherwise it would be hard to manage." The boat followed the current and approached the shore. "Why does it sound like you used to be a bandit?" The reply came irritated. "Here we go again. I just gathered information along the way." Tai-sun stared straight ahead and chuckled softly. "Traps. It truly has been a long time." Elsewhere, the two started arguing fiercely again. "Stop mocking me. You are the one like that." He suddenly recalled, "Tu Thien Ma, countless great clans once laid innumerable traps to capture me, yet none ever succeeded." Tai-sun smiled with confidence, arrogance mixed with interest in his eyes. "I wonder how they will fare this time. I am quite curious." In the darkness, a mysterious man revealed a smile filled with killing intent. Tai-sun saw a strange blue light rising from the top of the tower ahead. "And what is this aura?" Footsteps echoed across the silent ground. Tai-sun turned and instructed, "I will charge straight ahead alone. You ambush from behind." The man behind hurriedly stopped him. "No, young master. That is too dangerous." He calmly asked in return, "Dangerous for whom?" The man answered awkwardly, "Of course for young master." Tai-sun spoke evenly, "If you see me in danger, then you must strike even harder from behind." Everyone was stunned, then hurriedly replied, "Ah, yes." He looked ahead and added, "Moreover, that man is not your match." The tower ahead looked gloomy and terrifyingly silent. The man hiding behind the door let out a taunting chuckle. "The enemy has arrived." Tai-sun raised his hand high. A stream of light appeared, then "Do it properly." Ahead stood a group of bandits wielding blades fiercely. "The enemy is over there." Before they could stay aggressive for long, they all froze at once. The enemy Tai-sun's body standing on the boat gradually dissipated, turning into a stream of blue light. The people on the boat could only stand and watch helplessly. Thor sighed in frustration. "So this is what attacking from behind means. In the end, it still turned out like this." Tram Kwai clenched his fist. "There is no other way. We have to finish this." Tai-sun was already standing at the base of the tower, lifting his head to look at the eerie blue smoke coiling above. He thought to himself, as expected, this place is completely different from those encountered before. Then he slowly pushed open the massive door. Light from outside streamed through the crack. Tai-sun's face grew more serious. A man had already been waiting inside. Seeing him enter, he smiled. "So you finally arrived." Tai-sun cautiously stepped up each stair, advanced to another door. Then he reached out and opened it. The man stood with his back turned by the large window, eyes gazing outside. Without turning around, he spoke leisurely, "Tusk, tusk. Truly a bunch of useless trash. Their lifespans shortened so they could not unleash their potential properly. Had I known, I would have let them erupt from the start." Tai-sun remained silent, his cold gaze fixed firmly on the opponent. That man continued looking down at the battle below and chuckled softly. "The people with you fight quite well, no different from wolves charging into a flock of sheep." He continued speaking, "You must have trained them and..." Then he turned around, revealing a faint smile. In an instant, his face turned ferocious, red light flashing in his eyes. "You are bitch Tai-sun." Tai-sun still kept silent, carefully observing every movement. The man fully turned around and stepped closer. "I am Kok Duong Dao." Tai-sun's brows slightly furrowed, his eyes never leaving the opponent. The man stepped forward a few more paces, his tone unchanged as he introduced himself. "I am Kok Duong Dao." Tai-sun stood still, silently staring straight at him. His brows knit slightly, yet he still did not speak. Kok Duong Chao curled his lips in contempt. "It seems you have never heard this name. I am not some renowned figure among the great sects." Tai-sun thought inwardly, so he is just an ordinary expert not worth worrying about. After a while he finally spoke. "Living such a peaceful life is also admirable. Let us skip that. What organization are you people exactly?" The man sneered, his tone full of arrogance. "Nameless, because we do not need fame, so we are called that." Tai-sun frowned. "Nameless. That is the first time I have heard it. But you are not like dogs who only know how to obey orders." Kok Duong Chao maintained his smile. his eyes colder and more dangerous. That is right. I was raised to become that thing and have lived that way. Tai-sun raised his brows. In that case, you must know quite a lot. The man burst into laughter. Beneath his feet, a strange blue light suddenly flared up. Light slowly spread, enveloping the entire room. The blue light coiled around Tai-sun's body. Kok Duong Chao tightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, the aura has already spread, yet he still cannot sense it. Tai-sun raised one finger and gently wagged it, smiling as he spoke. Enough rambling, speak quickly. I still have other matters to deal with. Seeing he could not delay any longer, Kok Duong Chao drew the sword at his waist, his momentum like that of a powerhouse, yet not entirely the same. Truly strange. He immediately swung his sword in a direct slash, cold sword light flashing, truly a freak. Sword light shot straight toward Tai-sun. Without the slightest fear, he tilted his body and easily dodged. In my view, you are the abnormal one. Kok Duong Chao did not reply and burst forward to attack. He did not hesitate and slashed again toward him. In such an unsteady posture, can you still dodge? Kok Duong Chao's blade brushed past Tai-sun's body. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. On the contrary, Tai-sun lightly escaped the strike, shocking his opponent. After springing high into the air, he immediately counterattacked. A powerful force surged straight toward Kok Duong Chao. Unable to dodge in time, he was injured. Blood gushing out only fueled his fury. As expected, all previous actions were meant to lure the enemy into this killing corner. Tai-sun stepped back, his sharp eyes locking firmly onto his opponent. He twisted his body to evade, preparing to end the battle. The next strike was so powerful that it briefly caught him off guard. Despite being injured, Kok Duong Chao still unleashed a ferocious move. This is an attack I calculated from the moment you stepped in here. Deafening explosion rang out, dazzling light bursting forth. Waves of sword energy rained down from above, stabbing violently into the ground. Tai-sun silently activated his power, his figure gradually disappearing. Kok Duong Chao opened his eyes wide in shock. That was not spatial displacement, was it? Slashed wildly at the air and roared in fury. Damn it! Where did he go? Did he run away? Tai-sun suddenly appeared behind him, revealing a dangerous smile. I am in need of someone strong enough to spill blood. He slammed his palm onto the opponent's back, brilliant light erupting. Kok Duong Chao was instantly blasted away, screaming in pain. Body smashed heavily into the wall, a loud crash sounding as stone dust exploded everywhere. Tai-sun looked at Kok Duong Chao sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his tone calm. At least you helped me vent some of my bloodlust. Kok Duong Chao ground his teeth and roared in rage, you bastard. Tai-sun slowly raised his hand once more. Tai-sun swung his fist again, smashing it straight into the opponent's face. Felt a surge of exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with a violet hue. That is right. This is the feeling. Hot blood had begun to boil. Kok Duong Chao was struck hard and slammed into the ground, the stone floor cracking and shattering. Tai-sun lightly rotated his wrist, glanced at Kok Duong Chao lying unconscious face down on the ground. Only now was his body starting to warm up. It had been a long time since he felt this interested. It was also time to go see those half-corpses. He hoisted Kok Duong Chao onto his shoulder and pushed the door open as he walked out. Tai-sun left the towering spire. Thien Thur and the others waiting outside hurried over the moment they saw him, young master. Seeing him carrying a man on his shoulder, everyone was shocked. Are you all right? And who is the man on your shoulder? Tai-sun did not explain, only speaking lightly. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Realizing the strangeness of his own thoughts, he suddenly fell silent. What is going on? Since when had he begun to care about such things? He unconsciously recalled his former self, back when he bore the title of Heavenly Demon. Whether before or after becoming the Heavenly Demon, I went through countless bloody battles of life and death, yet never once paid attention to the condition of my subordinates after battle. Thinking of this, he curved his lips into a faint smile. The feeling was truly strange. After that, Tai-sun loudly issued an order. Everyone stand at attention immediately. They all responded in unison and silently thought, could it be that young master plans to intensify the training again? All of a sudden, he revealed a gentle smile that left everyone stunned by the sheer surprise. It seemed things were fine now, fearing that everyone felt both relieved and uneasy. Could it be that the young master was truly praising them? He casually tossed the yak horn cup to the ground and said to start the treatment first. This man must also be kept alive. Tram Kwai excitedly raised a hand and pointed at himself as he replied, please rest assured and leave it to us. We will definitely give everything to save him. Everyone gathered together and quietly observed the surroundings. Tai-sun stood tucked away in a corner, silent as his gaze was directed toward the distant sea. While examining Kok Duong Chao, Thien Thur turned and gave an awkward smile. This man may not be able to recover his martial arts, but he can still live a few more years. keeping him as a living source of information is neither here nor there. Tai-sun closed his eyes and replied calmly, fine. Hoa and Gok cautiously approached from behind and whispered to ask whether they needed to send people to search for the rebel stiff corpses. He lazily replied, no need, I already know their location. Tai-sun lightly cast a glance behind him. He turned his gaze toward the tower from earlier. Streams of eerie purple energy floated in midair. That distinctive aura was far too strong to mistake. That strange beam of light led straight to a room inside. It emanated from deep underground, right at a secret cellar door located in the middle of that room. Tai-sun calmly issued the order, open it. The subordinates behind him immediately raised their swords, preparing to strike. Sharp slashes fell in rapid succession. Wooden door instantly shattered, broke apart, then fell straight down. Below appeared bizarre human silhouettes, heads covered with hats that concealed their faces in deep mystery. Thien Thur and Tram Kwai bent down to look. Oh, so there is even a basement down here. I thought it was just a temporary structure built on the water's surface. Down below were all stiff corpses with lifeless red eyes. Their wrinkled skin looked utterly terrifying. Everyone could not help but feel horrified by the sight. Damn it, that really startled us. The number is indeed not small. It is unclear whether this is already all of their rebel stiff corpses. Tai-sun quietly observed and quickly estimated about 300. Among them, around 50 had internal force and had practiced martial arts, summed up in just one sentence. He curled his lips into a smile, both intrigued and exuding killing intent. Truly a grand feast. The gathering of living corpses here in ever-increasing numbers caught Tai-sun attention, roughly 300, with about 50 having cultivation and sensing internal energy. Tai-sun's face was filled with excitement. It truly was a lavish banquet. Without further hesitation, he immediately charged forward. This time he directly stretched out his hand, instantly drawing the attention of the embalmed corpses. That action made Ha Lin worry and shout loudly, young master. His foot lightly touched down on the ground below. Before everyone's eyes, Tai-sun officially made his move. His overwhelming surging force caused the embalmed corpses to scream miserably without end. In just a short moment, all of them were smashed to the ground with loud crashes. It seemed everything was under Tai-sun control. Just one glance was enough to feel his astonishing might. The scene before him even made Tai-sun laugh in surprise. This spiritual power had clearly surpassed before. Being imprisoned in the deep pit for so long seemed to have only made it denser. Thinking of that, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look straight ahead. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tai-sun laughed loudly without stopping, truly absolute suppression. Resounding laughter made everyone only look at each other, unable to understand what he was plotting. Time swiftly passed to the morning of the next day aboard the massive ship. Thai Queen smiled as she admired the scenery ahead. Finally back at last. Ha Lin beside her nodded. Indeed, too many things happened in Muk Lien, and in her heart she felt a bit regretful about having to part from the young master again. Remembering something, she suddenly turned her head and called, Thai Queen, leaving the other party momentarily dazed. Yes. Lin spoke up curiously. It seems you still have much more to learn. Why not stay by the young master after reaching Wuhan? Those words left her flustered. No, I am fine. Yet in her heart there was a fleeting despair, since returning would mean continuing the same harsh training as before. Listening to the whole conversation beside them, Thien Thur could not help but feel surprised. The needle and thread not going together truly went against common sense. Is that so? I also feel Thai Queen staying by the young master is the most suitable. During that, she angrily turned her head and shot a glare heavens above. This person is starting again. But it seemed he had guessed something. Why look like that? Being together with instructor Thai is not quite enjoyable. Once back you can train together for fun again. These words put both of them in an awkward position. Why drag instructor Thai in out of nowhere and still pretend to be innocent? On the deck, Tai-sun still stood there quietly gazing at the sea. He recalled his long journey. After eliminating Quach Duong head at Thai tribe, he then encountered yet another man. Clearly that man was completely unqualified to be his opponent. However, there was one point that deeply concerned Tai-sun. His martial arts were not bad, but the issue lay in what came after. When the aura emitted from the soul, just extracted from his body, carried a completely different sensation. It was precisely the aura he had once sensed at the Guangdong demonic anomaly. That twisted aura felt as though the soul and body had been forcibly twisted together. His father once examined Hoa and Gok. He discovered that this man was also someone who had been active 50 years ago. Thinking of this, Tai-sun's expression grew heavy. 50 years, and if one spoke of rejuvenation, the strength was far too weak. Could it be merely grafting a soul into a young body? That was nearly impossible. Even the body of bitch Tai-sun that I am currently using, though fairly compatible with the demonic celestial soul, still required a long time to harmonize, without the support of residual demonic celestial spiritual power. I fear the fusion would have failed long ago, and resulted in death by backlash on the spot. It felt like touching a clue yet still too vague to grasp. While Tai-sun was still deep in thought, Thien Thur suddenly appeared. Young master, the investigation into the medicine is complete. Making him surprised, is that so? Did you discover anything? He laughed and reported quickly, it is fire essence pills, a type of elixir used to stimulate potential. However, upon investigation, the ingredients are all extraordinary. A single batch is worth close to 1 tael of gold. Hearing that, Tai-sun gave a cold laugh and turned away. The one who lost this must be heartbroken. Thien Thur nodded without hesitation. Yes, within Thai Tri there were not only many treasures, but also a large stockpile of fire essence pills like these. Although finding the complete refining method is beyond us, I think it is still possible to formulate another type of medicine to counter them. The effect of stimulating potential mainly comes from blood flow herb within the pill. It is named so because its flowers resemble drops of blood. It is an extremely rare medicinal material. The remaining ingredients mostly only serve to slow the onset process. Therefore, if we can push the reaction of blood flow herb beyond its normal level, it will become an extremely effective countermeasure against them. Hearing this, Tai-sun frowned and asked, if we make their potential erupt faster, would that not make them even stronger? Thien Thur's expression immediately changed. Young master, that is precisely the method of remote detonation, forcing it to erupt before they approach. Normally, it takes half a key to 1 key to exhaust them. This method makes them collapse before combat. Hearing that, Tai-sun nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed reasonable. Now, once we arrive, try refining it first. If it can still be improved further, that would be even better. Receiving the order, Thien Thur immediately bowed his head. Yes, please leave it to this subordinate. Also, all of this information was investigated by me personally. There is no mistake. At the side, Tram Kwai instead felt an indescribable sense of confusion. It felt as though the merit he dreamed of had been snatched away by someone else. Returning to the matter, Thien Thur continued his report. Moreover, this method costs very little. Only a few common herbs are needed. My son seemed not very attentive. His gaze was directed at the scenery ahead. Wuhan was already close. Yet in his eyes there was still a clear trace of contemplation, as if it were still very far away. Scene shifted to the residence of the nameless Western capital general. An angry voice rang out. What even Thai Tri was completely wiped out. Subordinate hurriedly bowed and reported, most of the underlings are dead or captured. The whereabouts of Quach Duong Head are unknown, causing that general to roar in rage. He is not someone easy to deal with. So the semi-stiff corpses are also basically wiped out as well. Though trembling in fear, the subordinate still nodded. Yes, although verification is still needed, it is very likely this was the handiwork of bitch Tai-sun. The trap has failed. Moreover, all blood certificate pills in the stronghold were stolen. Hearing this, the general became even more furious. This is the greatest loss. To patch up the mistake, the cost will likely be even heavier. Suddenly, that man revealed a satisfied smile. First, clean up all the evidence. The subordinate was still bewildered, yes. That man continued to plot, only leave traces showing that bitch Tai-sun was deceived into the trap. Next time it must make outsiders see that it has nothing to do with us. Though surprised, the subordinate could only nod. I will try to manage it. That man's gaze was icy as he warned, I know it is difficult, but it must be done. Otherwise, everyone will face a fate more miserable than death. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Tai-sun, Votan hurried over to greet him. The young master has returned. How fortunate that you are safe. That attitude immediately left everyone around stunned. Thien Thur stood behind, showing clear displeasure. It was rare to see that old man so delighted, and he even brought along a group of strangers. Just as he thought, those unfamiliar people were still appearing one after another behind. This made Thien Thur even more pleased. Indeed, at such a time, someone must step forward. He suddenly moved to stand before Tai-sun and replied, with such warm reception, we should express thanks. But the attitudes of you all seem quite different from when we left. I wonder what happened. Votan laughed loudly upon hearing this. Oh, greetings. Please allow me to respectfully welcome both the divine physician and the eccentric physician. That action startled both of them. This old man truly had a hide as thick as rare. He revealed an expectant smile. How could there be any change in attitude? Absolutely none at all. Come, please enter and rest first. I have prepared warm bath water, nourishing foods, and fine wine to relieve fatigue. Hearing that, Tai-sun laughed and stepped inside. It sounds rather like excessive bragging. These words startled Votan. What bragging? Today, does the young master not plan to visit the sect master for a while? The question made Tai-sun turn back in surprise. Elder brother nodded in confirmation and added, yes, the sect master values the young master greatly, making Tai-sun fall into thought. Elder brother, such unintentional words, yet they fit all too well. Whether it is a reflex deeply engraved in this body or lingering echoes of bitch Tai-sun's soul, in any case it is so. Tai-sun replied without the slightest hesitation, fine. I will go. Seeing that his direction was unusual made Vo Tan pause slightly before hurriedly stopping him. Young master, the sect master room is not in this direction. As if having anticipated the confusion, he replied calmly, my matters still need to be prioritized first. While Vo Tan was still stunned, Thien Thur turned back to reassure him. He will meet him sooner or later anyway. Do not be too upset. And where are the treasures you prepare? Seeing Tai Sun appear, everyone could not help being surprised. Young master, you have arrived. Right after that, they also noticed Hoer and Gok quietly following behind. That appearance made everyone present marvel. This young master is indeed no ordinary person. At the same time, the crowd quickly surrounded Tai Sun. Young master tonight. Envious gazes gathered on him. Just what kind of person is the young master exactly? Thien Thur shouted irritably. All of you return to the heavenly medicine hall. Watching this scene, Tai Sun fell into slight contemplation. He had finally returned to this place. He suddenly turned back and said to everyone, all right, everyone go do your own work. Everyone responded in unison yes, and did not forget to praise the young master growing more handsome, forcing him to quickly interrupt. Witnessing the current Tai Sun, even Vo Tan was secretly astonished. The young master truly has changed a great deal. Perhaps his illness has eased so his nature is gradually returning. But if the madam were to see this appearance then? When the madam asked whether the sect master wanted to meet bitch Tai Sun, despite the surprise, Vo Tan still nodded to confirm, yes, he has already sent for him. That answer caused the madam to suddenly fall into an unusual silence. Hearing this, she laughed with great interest. Things are becoming more and more interesting. She was Tai Mai Lin, the wife of bitch Tai Sun. Mai Lin frowned and asked again, does the merchant lord truly want to meet bitch Tai Sun? The subordinate immediately nodded. That is correct. That confirmation made her unable to hold back a laugh. It is truly interesting. While she was still considering, the subordinate cautiously added, perhaps the merchant lord wants to discuss the proposal from Ho Muk Lien. Mai Lin replied coldly. Ho Muk Lien suddenly making such a request is indeed difficult to accept. It is not only about building unlimited branches for them. They also want exclusive rights to supply all documents and paperwork. They even demand that we provide a large quantity of liquor from Lakan. Why must all of this be handed to bitch Tai Sun? What qualifications does he have to make such arrogant conditions? Subordinate anxiously explained that they were still investigating, but Mai Lin cut him off. Mere investigation is not enough. Not only the relationship between bitch Tai Sun and Ho Muk Lien, but also his weaknesses and enemies must be thoroughly investigated. Based on that information, first we must let my elder brother secure a cooperation project with Ho Muk Lien. After that, the next target is naturally to seize control of the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly bowed his head, yes. Calling past matters, Mai Lin sternly instructed that this must be etched into the bones. Only by doing so can bitch Tai Thur and bitch Thuong Enhat overthrow those two father and son, and ascend to the position of guild master. The subordinate kept nodding as he accepted the order. Mai Lin's expression gradually turned cold. Bitch Tai Sun, I underestimated you before, now I can no longer ignore you. At the same time, the subordinate hurriedly reported, the young master has arrived. Seeing Tai Sun appear, the crowd rushed to flatter him and asked to be entrusted with building the unlimited branches, guaranteeing a perfect recreation, making Tai Sun secretly understand the reason for the unusual reception. It seems Ho Muk Lien has entrusted an important task to the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. Calling before leaving the righteous merchant group by boat, he suddenly understood. When he returned earlier, the elder had said he was pushing several business deals with the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild and would be very busy upon returning to the unlimited city. So this was the matter. Too troublesome, Tai Sun returned to reality and raised his hand to stop them. He asked coldly, Steward, are you not going to explain? Seeing the tense situation, Vo Tan hurried forward. Please allow us to meet the merchant lord. Understanding his meaning, Tai Sun let out a soft sigh. Without further hesitation, he turned and left. Very well then, the people behind hurriedly called out, young master, please wait. Suddenly the familiar guards appeared, causing everyone to fall silent at once. The guards' cold gazes made one's hair stand on end. Seeing this, the crowd could only force smiles and agree to wait. From afar it looked as if they were locking eyes in confrontation. He watched Tai Sun disappearing back with deep regret. Suddenly remembering something, he added an instruction, stopped by Bok Ho Allow. Not only those few people, have someone purge the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild, remove the useless ones. Kan Hong accepted the order, and he further emphasized that the larger the organization, the more it needed to cut off excess. Naturally, even the guild master is no exception. In his mind he calculated, the head of the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild is also the lord of Kim Bitch Stronghold, the elder brother of bitch Tai Sun. What exactly is bitch Tai Thur plotting? Door opened and Tai Sun stepped inside. This junior pays respects. Tai Thur calmly read a book and looked up to say, you have arrived. Thanks to your achievements at Ho Muk Lian, even such major cooperation has come knocking. Lately you have been well. Your body seems to have recovered quite a bit. Truly gratifying. Those gentle words made Tai-sun pause in shock. A strange feeling suddenly surged up. After a long separation, an indescribable emotion arose in his heart, both familiar and uneasy. Before his death, Bitch Tai-sun seemed to have always been concerned about Bitch Tai-thur. While he was still thinking, Tai-thur spoke. This business deal is entirely thanks to you. Everyone believes you should formally take over the merchant guild. Hearing this, Tai-sun only felt tired. Everything was troublesome. The wealth taken from the rebels was already enough, so he replied, let elder brother decide everything. Tai-thur could not help being surprised. Do you truly think so? Tai-sun nodded, causing him to shake his head and sigh. Having no ambition is also a kind of calamity. If so, then I will give you 1/10 of the profits from dealings with Ho Muk Lian. Tai-sun replied calmly, as you wish, brother. This reaction left Tai-thur stunned. Since childhood, he had been intelligent and should clearly understand that it was an enormous sum. Thinking this, he suddenly asked, could it be that you intend to break off and do business on your own? Hearing that, Tai-sun's eyes lit up. Break off. Meaning I do not need to care about others' gazes, and all decision-making power is in my hands. This proposal is indeed very valuable. At the same time, in some corner of the nameless city, the general walked forward with a scowl. He angrily thought to himself that every step here reeked of blood, the demon subduing Hall. A single misstep meant death, yet they still summoned me here. The general quickly saw a figure ahead. It was you who summoned me. White hair slowly turned around. Why are you still standing there? Come here, he extended his hand. Before he could react, the general was already engulfed in darkness, yet he could still hear clearly. The blood-colored ring tightened, making him scream in agony. When facing the white-haired one, he heard the other laugh and say that you even know how to joke. The white-haired one raised a hand to form a blood ring, controlling the bottle to fly over. He laughed with great interest. Do you see this? The sealing bottle of Radiant Blood Demon. All the other souls have returned. Only Radiant Blood Demon has not. The general fearfully realized the bottle was empty. Could it be that, after being defeated by Bitch Tai-sun at Ha-Du River, his divine soul was also captured? Thinking this, the general trembled as he asked, could Radiant Blood Demon still be alive? The white-haired one laughed loudly. No, it is already dead. The color of the bottle has changed. Seeing him grow angry, the general could only stand trembling in fear. After a period of silence, the white-haired one ordered to find a body strong enough to accommodate an even more powerful soul. The general hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, this subordinate will go at once. But before he finished speaking, he was cut off. Each matter must be handled separately. As for the crime of deceiving me, you must also suffer punishment. General panicked as he realized everything had been exposed and hurriedly tried to explain, begging not to be misunderstood. But it was already too late. He was swiftly dealt with by the white-haired one. The scene became even more horrifying as streaks of red blood spread across the ground. Time shifted to evening within the vast main hall. Thur asked slowly, how are the preparations? The subordinate reported that the forces around Dong Ho Escort Bureau had been subdued, but was still worried about the consequences. Thur replied calmly, what are you still worried about? I have already become an indispensable arm of that person. Just follow my instructions. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately nodded and accepted the order. Thur smiled as he waited. Now it truly begins. As long as he is placed as the nominal guild master, then everything can be taken over. Bitch Tai-sun, second young master of the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. In the room, Tai-sun sat in meditation cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since returning from Ho Muk Lian. During that time, he reorganized all the information gathered and accelerated his healing through spiritual power. Tai-sun clearly felt that his body had become much healthier. Recovery speed made him extremely satisfied. Pure spiritual power was indeed astonishingly effective. If this continued, complete recovery would come sooner than expected. Room door opened, and Tai-sun prepared to step outside. Seeing him about to leave, Ngok hurriedly asked, young master, are you going out? While the young master was in seclusion, quite a few guests came seeking you. This subordinate tactfully declined them all according to your instructions. Hearing those words, Tai-sun could not help being stunned. Guests. Ngok continued recounting what she knew. First was the patrol hall master of Ho Muk Lian. The great hero Ta Mon Duk came looking. The young master should also know since he traveled together on the way back. He nodded and replied, I know. Ngok added that the physician from Thien Duok workshop visited 3 times a day. Today would likely be no exception. In addition, there were also people from Dong Ho Escort Bureau. Hearing that name made Tai-sun find it hard to believe. Dong Ho Escort Bureau. Hoa and Gok nodded to confirm, yes, if everything you instructed has been completed then. The corner of his mouth lifted into an irritated smile. What exactly are they scheming? He understood clearly that these people were not ordinary. Dong Ho Escort Bureau was once a secret organization of the celestial demon divine cult, used during the annihilation of the Zhongli clan, and the sect rules strictly forbade any unauthorized action without orders. They still dared to come looking for me, which proved there was someone backing them, someone who clearly knew the connection between me and Dong Ho Escort Bureau. Seeing Tai-Sun's expression turn strange made Hoa and Gok worried. Young master, what is wrong? Tai-Sun immediately raised a hand to signal. His expression grew heavy. Those who knew about that year numbered only 3. First, that man was certainly not one of them. Even a private letter would be impossible. That left only one possibility. Thinking of this, Tai-Sun let out a weary sigh. I thought things had been more peaceful lately. We will stop here for today. Prepare to depart. Those words made the 2 guards who were training turn their heads to look. In front of everyone, Tai-Sun said directly, I will first go meet the one from Dong Ho Escort Bureau. Hoa and Gok immediately nodded. Yes, this subordinate will lead the way at once. His gaze suddenly turned icy. And also, do not let that man go. Summon both him and divine physician Thien Thur. Tai-Sun's anger startled Hoa and Gok. Yes, this subordinate will go immediately. In her heart she thought, that killing intent again. Could it be that the divine physician did something wrong? Hoa and Gok quickly left. Tai-Sun silently watched her from behind. A gentle yet unfathomable smile appeared on his face. He watched that petite figure. Whenever tasks were entrusted to her, she handled them properly. Indeed, not bad. Not long after, Kan Hon reported back, it is this inn. Without hesitation, Tai-Sun stepped forward, let us go in. Still remember what I instructed. Hearing that, he nodded and replied, yes, young master. Those words made Thien Thur beside them feel curious. Could it be that the young master gave special instructions to Thien Vu master? Setting that aside, the important point was that the other side had not even taken the initiative yet, and already sought out Dong Ho Escort Bureau themselves. Perhaps things would proceed even more smoothly than expected. After that, Tai-Sun and the others quickly entered inside. Seeing Tai-Sun appear, the group immediately stepped forward to greet him. The young master has arrived. The escort leader of Dong Ho Escort Bureau was named Ma Sung Tam. Being able to meet the young master is an honor for me. Seeing the group still standing dumbfounded, he frowned and shouted, what are you standing around for? Hurry and pay respects to the young master. Only then did the group hurriedly perform the salute, wishing the young master good health, hoping for your guidance. My son burst out laughing in surprise. These are the people you brought. Thien Thur beside him was also startled. These people were clearly all from the underworld. They looked completely unreliable. But even so, our sincerity toward the young master should be sufficiently demonstrated. Yes, divine physician, this subordinate trusts you. You are the young master indispensable right arm. Hearing this, Sung Tam nodded. More details should be discussed in a private room. My son smiled, no need, start right away. Those words left Thien Thur stunned. Start what? The surrounding ruffians were immediately struck with fear. Without delay, Kan Hon charged forward and attacked. In just a short moment, he struck ruthlessly without the slightest mercy. That scene left Sung Tam frozen stiff. Young master. Sweat poured out on Hoa and Gok's forehead. Had everything been calculated from the start? Tai-Sun thought inwardly. You still do not understand why I brought you here. His sharp gaze swept over. Have you still not realized? Thien Thur forced a twisted smile. Yes. Why was I dragged here? What? Sung Tam beside them said in surprise. Was it not already explained clearly? So that is it, I understand. Seeing it was not enough, Tai-Sun turned and said coldly, still too light, Kan Hon, or do you need even harsher training? Wait. Hearing this, Kan Hon turned back and shouted, what are you doing? Fighting like this will kill people. Quian also shouted loudly, increase the training any more and we will really die. Do you have nothing else to say? And so Kan Hon continued launching strikes at the surrounding people. One after another, they all collapsed under the ferocious blows. The scene made Tai-Sun extremely satisfied. Beating them like this would kill them all even if gathered together. Sung Tam panicked. Wait, we actually only. Without stopping, Kan Hon continued leaping high into the air. Just a light twist of his body was enough to knock opponents down. Seeing this situation, he panicked. Wait, actually we only. Unable to endure any longer, Thien Thur shouted, I will say everything. I will confess everything. Please understand, everything was done in order to make arrangements for the young master. Sung Tam was drenched in sweat, damn it. He had just bragged about being trusted aides. Now what face did my Dong Ho Escort Bureau have left? In just a short moment, Kan Hon had dealt with all of them cleanly. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground groaning. After stopping, his expression was calm as if nothing had happened. A satisfied smile appeared on Thai Quian's face. We live. We really live. With little time left, Tai-Sun turned and said, I need to speak privately. Take him to the prepared room. Thien Thur immediately followed. Yes, obeying the order. Some time later, Tai Sun's voice rang out. So you think I am the son of the celestial demon? Despite his fear, he still nodded. Yes, that is correct. Oh, Thien Thur was startled and looked up at Tai Sun. He concealed his expression. Of course not, inwardly thinking that being misunderstood like this was not strange. This only made Thien Thur more curious. But why is it so similar? The question made Tai Sun pause. You say I resemble the celestial demon. He nodded without hesitation. Yes, the more I look, the more I see the aura, appearance, bearing, even the way of speaking are exactly alike. Those remarks made Tai Sun uncomfortable. Ah, like that slick-tongued young master. I am one who stands above 10,000. Truly shocking. Could it be that the soul also affects appearance? Tai Sun raised his hand to cut him off. Enough. To what extent have you prepared your plan? Questioned, Thien Thur hurriedly recounted. I followed the traces of accomplices around Vo Han, identified several points. Then Tai Sun interrupted. Stop. Those words left him confused. Yes, Tai Sun sternly reminded. I told you to stop here, leaving him stunned, young master. Unconsciously, Tai Sun recalled the past. I have lived an overly illusory life. Now I only want peace. Thinking this, he asked coldly, do you intend to interfere and ruin it? No, do not let things go any further. His gaze was cold beyond description. Just a single look was enough to terrify Thien Thur to the extreme. At the same time, on the endless Yangtze, the ship continued drifting leisurely. The general looked at the scene before him and sighed. We are about to reach Vo Han. There I will surely find a way to survive. Suddenly he froze when he saw the scene ahead. Stepped forward and asked, are you very busy? The man in front remained focused on his work, not even bothering to turn around. Kim Lian was crushed by the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. The plan to control the Merchant Guild completely collapsed. The Zhang Li family I supported also fell apart. And there was also a mysterious youth who absorbed the underworld, leaving me unable to predict. This was the first time I had seen Gu Tun Quang so agitated. Although they were originally adversaries in Vo Dan, the urgent situation forced the general to propose. Do you want to join hands with me? Those words left Tun Quang stunned. What he continued speaking, I do not know who that madman is. Why not let me deal with him? Then calmly asked, so what do you want? The general replied slowly, a body good enough to contain a soul within the gourd. Stirring up Vo Han City are all not ordinary. There will certainly be suitable bodies. We must choose the appropriate merchant guild before acting, or simply use the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild and see if there is anyone inside who can be exploited. The scene shifted inside Kim Bitch stronghold. Looking at the glowing pill before him, Tai Sun was slightly surprised. It is this thing. Thien Thur hurriedly confirmed. Yes, this is the core medicine I devoted all my effort to research, called Thien Thur Divine Pill. But that only made him look down on it even more. Truly rustic. Obviously, when returning, the ambition to expand power through secretly linking with Dong Ho Escort Bureau behind the young master had ended. Dong Ho Escort Bureau returned to its original position, and I was dragged back to the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild. The young master ordered a new pill to be produced within 2 days. Truly excessive exploitation. Looking at the pill in his hand, Tai Sun laughed and asked, it is not because of only having 2 days that you did it perfunctorily. Hearing that, Thien Thur angrily raised his voice in rebuttal. What do you mean perfunctory? I began researching this pill long before meeting the young master. The refining process was so harsh it nearly crippled both my shoulders. Please remember it was created entirely from my loyalty. A soft sound rang out as Tai Sun opened his eyes with a slightly dazed look. Is it finished already? At this moment, Tai Sun merely gazed silently at the pill before him, while Thien Thur thought to himself that the young master had said he was not a remaining bloodline of the vanished supreme being. The atmosphere at this time did not allow for any refusal at all. That overwhelming strength was completely mismatched with his age, and no matter how one looked, there was an inseparable deep connection between the two, therefore. At that moment, Tai Sun calmly tossed the pill into his mouth. Thien Thur's expression immediately turned solemn. He absolutely could not allow the young master to develop any aversion, because he had poured his entire soul into refining this spiritual pill. When Tai Sun closed his eyes, he clearly felt the changes within his body. It was quite useful. The medicinal power and vital essence within the pill erupted fiercely, causing his inner power to boil, worthy of being called a divine pill. Though for someone cultivating soul ascending demonic arts like me, its effect is limited, but it is very suitable for subordinates. After thinking this through, Tai Sun nodded in praise. It is indeed not bad. Only then did Thien Thur let out a sigh of relief, then casually added, in that case for now refine another 700 pills. That number left Thien Thur stunned. What 700 pills? How is that possible? My son gaze instantly turned cold and frightening. Or is it because I am too easygoing that you dare to object? Seeing this, Thor hurriedly shook his head. Yes, I will do it at once, just pouring in my entire soul again, right. Inwardly he was screaming again, I am about to go insane. Noticing the urgency of time, Tai-sun stood up and said, just mobilize the physicians of Thien Duok Hall. At worst, pull in Nhat Cam Kwai to assist. Hearing that familiar name, Thor eyes widened. Nhat Cam Kwai. His face instantly lit up. Yes, obeying the order, inwardly overjoyed, I live. I even get an excuse to command Big Brother medical free. Truly a blessing from heaven. Elsewhere, Cam Kwai suddenly shuddered for no reason. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? After Tai-sun left, Thor finally dared to wipe away his sweat. He already judged me. If it were before, I would have fought him already. Stepping outside, Tai-sun saw Ho and Gok still happily chatting with everyone. On her face was a pure and gentle smile. Remembering something, he revealed a strange smile. I almost forgot about you. Seeing Tai-sun appear, Ho and Gok turned back in surprise. Young master, you are here. He slowly stepped toward her. With a calm expression, he placed his hand on Ho and Gok's shoulder. Come to my room tonight. Those ambiguous words made the surrounding people flush red. Even Ho and Gok was left dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Time gradually passed into the next morning. Inside the room, Ho and Gok still sat quietly. She raised her head and looked outside with a puzzled gaze. Last night. I cannot remember clearly, though that feeling was extremely real. Recalling the moment last night when Tai-sun appeared, thinking of him was enough to make Ho and Gok face flush red. I remember now. That feeling was gentle and cherishing, like being protected. This I remember very clearly. And certainly at that moment something within me shattered. I was born with unusual abilities, so I always sealed myself off. But after just one night beside the young master, all those barriers seemed to dissolve. I ever had a morning this light before, but now I must get up from today onward. It is time to work more seriously. As usual, Ho and Gok adjusted her clothes and stepped outside. Her face was calm as if nothing had ever happened. First stop B-letter-1-E-A-1-C-H Ho allow. Watching her figure leave, Tai-sun stood hidden behind a wall. He smiled with full satisfaction. Indeed quite useful. Indeed this soul is not ordinary. It may possess the ability to see through the essence of others. Moreover, after last night something within me also changed. My innate abilities were clearly affected. The scene shifted to the main hall of Bak Ho Alao. Upon seeing Ho and Gok, Tai Chu's voice rang out mockingly. Who is this? Is it not the former deputy branch head of the Righteous Merchant Guild who betrayed them? Seeing that familiar face made her pause slightly. That man is. Continued laughing. Long time no see, you look much prettier. Following bitch Tai-sun, you must be eating well and dressing well. He is Triu Tai Chu, the son of the Hao sect master. Seeing him appear made Ho and Gok extremely uncomfortable. She truly did not want to tangle with the person she hated most here. While she was still thinking, Tai Chu spoke. Since you are no longer a member of the Hao sect, what are you doing here? Ho and Gok could not be bothered to respond and walked straight ahead. Triu Tai Chu is now just a nuisance clinging to me, and he even dares mention the young master. That attitude enraged him. How arrogant. Both Bak Ho Alao and you are insolent, gaining bitch Tai-sun attention and immediately getting cocky. But I will make you bow your heads, Tai Chu said coldly, daring to turn your back on the successor of the Hao sect master. Ho and Gok replied coldly, I came to collect information on Vo Han City by order of the young master. That is enough. Hearing this, he laughed. If it is about that, then I have already gathered it on the table. Just take it. Only do not expect too much. The information is nothing special. Looking at the pile of documents, disappointment was clear on Ho and Gok's face. She angrily slammed the table. This is information, it is all trash. Or did you hide the important information? Tai Chu burst out laughing. Important information requires a matching price. For example, the Shadow Archive. Or using that beautiful body of yours instead. How about it? Ho and Gok's expression instantly turned ugly. He asked directly, do you want to make an enemy of the Kim Bitch Merchant Guild? He laughed in surprise. What a frightening joke. I am currying favor with them, especially bitch Tai-sun. So I will directly meet him and bring useful information rather than this worthless junk. Hearing that plan made Ho and Gok shudder. So that is it. He used words and emotions to manipulate others. Anyone who fell in would find it hard to escape. The goal was to drive a wedge between me and the young master. That venomous tongue did not want anyone else to remain by the young master's side. Seeing time was tight, Tai Chu turned and left, then so be it. I will head to Kim Bitch stronghold first. Ho and Gok immediately panicked. No, absolutely cannot let him meet the young master. With no other choice, she hurriedly chased after him. Worry was evident on her face. But when she reached the place, Tai Chu had already disappeared. Sweat streamed down, the streets were packed with people. Could it be that he planned this in advance? Elsewhere, Tai Chu smugly thought to himself, I already arranged people from the Hao sect to block her. Now it is time for sweet talk. Out of worry, Hoa and Gok ran at full speed. Suddenly, a herd of pigs appeared blocking the road. The sight left her stunned. What pigs? Running too fast, she accidentally tripped. But Hoa and Gok used the momentum to leap into the air and avoid the pigs. With time pressing, she could only continue rushing forward. Immediately after, Hoa and Gok landed cleanly on the ground. Realizing everything was Tai Chu's plan, she sneered. After all, I was once part of the Hao sect. Just then, a large carriage suddenly cut across. At the same time, a cart loaded with timber rushed past her eyes. Understanding everything, Hoa and Gok was speechless. Tai Chu is truly despicable. Scene shifted to the vast main hall. A subordinate reported, "Young master, there is a guest from the Hao sect." Tai Sun turned his head in surprise. The Hao sect, Hoa and Gok should have already gone, let him in. Tai Chu immediately stepped before Tai Sun. He smiled smugly and introduced himself. "First meeting, I am Tai Chu, head of Hoa Van Merchant Guild, son of the Hao sect master." Hearing that name, Tai Sun paid attention. "You are the son of the Hao sect master." Tai Chu smiled even more smugly. "That is right, the successor bringing the information the young master needs. In addition, I have important matters regarding the former deputy hall master of Engia Suong. That person should not be trusted too much." Hoa and Gok. Those words stirred Tai Sun's curiosity. "What do you mean?" Not long after, Hoa and Gok finally returned. She panted and thought inwardly, "Half a watch already, damn Tai Chu." Seeing him still standing before Tai Sun made her even more furious. As expected, he deliberately stalled for time and used stolen information to curry favor. The smile on Tai Sun's face fell straight into Hoa and Gok's eyes. She suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. Could it be that the young master had already seen through his scheme? On seeing Hoa and Gok, Tai Chu immediately smiled in greeting. "Just in time, Deputy Hall Master Engia Suong has arrived. Long time no see, truly delightful." Though uncomfortable, Hoa and Gok still bowed and replied, "Yes, it has been a long time." Realizing something was wrong, she lifted her head in panic. Damn it. His attitude was far too natural, and I answered without thinking. He turned to look at Tai Sun. "This subordinate has returned, young master." After a brief silence, he quickly asked directly, "How is the situation at Bok Hoa Lao?" Though rather awkward, she still nodded and began reporting. Those words only made Tai Chu standing nearby look even more expectant. "Very good, then say everything. When you were wandering around the market, I already told plenty about your incompetence. Now bitch Tai Sun also understands. The one worthy of sitting beside father is not trash like you, but me." Seeing that smug look, Hoa and Gok seemed to grasp the entire scheme. Her eyes immediately revealed displeasure. "If it were me before, I would surely have panicked and hidden my helplessness. But after last night, I am different. Even though at this moment behind the young master is only a pitch-black wall, I still believe the one who has gone through so much with me. The young master is absolutely not someone swayed by slander." Thinking that, Hoa and Gok raised her head to look at Tai Sun. "At Bok Hoa Lao, I was harassed and only received a pile of garbage information." Hearing her words, Tai Chu grew even more delighted. "What are you bragging about that?" At this moment, Tai Sun's expression clearly showed displeasure. Such audacity. Who dared do such a thing? Hoa and Gok did not hesitate and pointed straight at Tai Chu. It was him. Being pointed at made him flinch before immediately putting on an act. "Want to take this to the end? Fine, let me show you my eloquence. Wait, Deputy Hall Master Engia Suong. What do you mean? Today I have never met you. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Moreover, the timing does not match. If you went to Bok Hoa Lao, you should have arrived here before me. Did you really go there?" Those shameless words made Hoa and Gok tremble with anger. She was about to retort when Tai Sun suddenly spoke. "Enough. Do you see that I am a little different from before?" His expression left Hoa and Gok stunned. "Yes, that is right. How did the young master know?" He glanced toward Tai Chu standing at the side. "Then what do you see on her? Stranger barging in and slandering my person." Those words made Tai Chu panic. "Young master." Tai Sun looked at him with a cold, judging gaze. "I am wondering what exactly is in your mind to the point that you even lost your sword tongue." Realizing his intent filled him with extreme rage. "Damn it. From the start he never bothered listening to me. Are all my methods useless?" Tai Sun's steady voice completely reassured Hoa and Gok. Just as the young master said, "What I see is." True thoughts swirling inside his head. After a brief silence, Hoa and Gok spoke. The thoughts inside Tai Chu's head. Delusional ambitions to unify the world and ridicule at believing he can control the young master at will. These words made Tai Chu turn pale. What did you just say?" She continued without concealment. "There is also filthy desire directed at me." Unable to bear it any longer, he roared madly. "Impossible, how could I think that? Does the young master truly believe such absurd words?" Tai Sun calmly extended his hand toward him. "Then could it be? I should believe your words." Seeing him make a move filled Tai Chu with extreme fear. "Spare my life." His behavior completely enraged Tai Sun. "Daring to enter my house, mock me, and scheme against my person while still hoping to live." Hoa and Gok, standing nearby, spoke anxiously. "Young master, killing him now would cause great trouble. After all, he is the son of the Hao sect master. As if grasping a lifeline, Tai Chu shouted, "That is right. The Hao sect will not let this go." Even so, Tai Sun remained calm and confident. "I will not kill you. It will just hurt a little." Before he could react, Tai Sun had already acted directly. Everything happened too fast, leaving Hoa and Gok frozen in place. Seeing her still staring, Tai Sun fell silent for a moment. Driven by curiosity, she asked, "Young master, what did you take out of his body just now?" That sharpness surprised him. "You even saw that?" Hoa and Gok immediately nodded in confirmation. That only made him more interested, truly interesting. "Do you want to try cultivating demonic arts?" The proposal startled her. "Yes, why so suddenly?" Remembering something else, Tai Sun glanced at Tai Chu lying to the side. "That matter later, first deal with this man." Time gradually passed into the evening. Tai Chu was dragged outside by several subordinates. Seeing that miserable state, Tai Sun sneered. "Someone like that being the successor of the Hao sect master. It seems the Hao sect is about to decline. I will replace the Hao sect master," he said decisively. Those words left Hoa and Gok behind him stunned. What did I just hear? While she was still confused, Tai Sun turned back and said, "Coincidentally, I know someone very suitable." Tai Chu's mental state had collapsed, muttering as he walked, "I was wrong, young master." Looking at him now, even Tai Sun was surprised. Someone like this is the successor. The Hao sect truly is nearing its end. The Hao sect master must be replaced. Those words made Hoa and Gok even more shocked. Could it be that I heard wrong? Tai Sun turned back to look at her just right. There is someone very suitable. He could not hide her curiosity. "Who is it?" Answered directly. "Someone you also know, probably already back in Vohan now." Time passed quickly. 2 days later, the ship docked. A familiar figure of Hoa Lao appeared here. Seeing her, the subordinate hurriedly bowed. "Tower master has arrived. Shall we return to Bak Hoa Lao now?" She smiled and replied, "First stop by Kim Bitch Merchant Guild to pay respects to the young master." The subordinate nodded and accepted the order. A moment later, Hoa Lao voice rang out. "This subordinate asks punishment. Young master, the matter of Triu Tai Chu should have been prepared more thoroughly by this subordinate." Tai Sun nodded. "Forget it. Even with preparation, it would be hard to avoid. From now on, he has no chance to turn things around." She bowed her head in thanks. The documents the young master is reviewing are the compiled intelligence from the Hao sect branches. After reading, Tai Sun nodded in satisfaction. Vo Lam Min, Hak Lian, and the Nam clan all show signs of infiltrating Vo Han. Hoa Lao reported, "Yes, we are also responding urgently. Trying to shake those rotten leaders is indeed not easy." Tai Sun calmly asked, "Have you thought about becoming the Hao sect master?" The question left Kim Lao frozen. Even Hoa and Gok was astonished. The position of Hao sect master being discussed like market goods. Could Bak Hoa Lao really accept it? While thinking, Hoa Lao suddenly spoke. "As long as the young master permits, I am willing to accept the position of Hao sect master." These words left Hoa and Gok stunned. Tai Sun glanced at her. "Seems you have been waiting for this day for a long time." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Merely sitting in the sect master seat is not enough. Power struggles drain strength. That is the true calamity." But Hoa Lao's eyes were full of determination. To meet the young master requirements, additional support is needed. Tai Sun asked directly, "How much? Be clear." After quick calculation, she replied, "The Hao sect disciples are not strong, but the sect master guard. Their strength is nearly equal to the pirate leader who once attacked the late-stage Tri-2 group." Tai Sun was surprised, "Not weak at all." Hoa Lao nodded. "One has reached that level, the rest are lower." Understanding the situation, Tai Sun laughed. "Good. You grasp the situation quite well." Glanced at Hoa Lao. "I always knew your ambition was not small. Did not expect you to set your sights on the Hao sect master seat." A knock sounded outside, drawing Tai Sun's attention. Thur appeared. "Young master, this subordinate requests entry to report." Seeing him, Tai Sun felt slightly bored. Seeing this appearance reminded him of several suitable candidates. "I will write a letter. You just need to deliver it to Dong Ho Escort Bureau." With Tai Sun backing, Hoa Lao was overjoyed, obeying the order, inwardly thinking that the days of hardship had finally ended. With the young master support, this time I will definitely seize the Hao sect master seat. While she was still rejoicing, Thur interjected, "Please forgive me." Regarding the matter, the young master ordered. 700 Thur divine pills have been completed. Even my soul was drawn into them. Tram Kwai beside him raged. Why was my soul ground in as well? Seeing this, Tai Sun was also surprised. Such a large quantity. Could it be that you did it perfunctorily? Hoa Lao beside him thought inwardly. Thur divine pill. The name is indeed extraordinary. Hearing that judgment, Thur panicked. Impossible. This is the finest medicine I have ever refined. Hoa Lao turned to ask Tai Sun, "Young master, may I ask what exactly is the Thur divine pill?" His expression immediately changed. "Why ask that?" Doubt rising in his heart. Hoa Lao smiled and explained, "A pill refined by a divine physician is naturally rare. so this subordinate dared to ask. Tai-sun said calmly, "Very well, this time if you handle things properly. I will grant Thinther Divine Pill as a reward." These words left Thinther completely frozen. What? Rejoiced and knelt to salute. "The young master grace this subordinate will engrave into my bones." Tram Kwai beside him was furious, but could do nothing. Damn it, truly absurd. Seeing time was running out, Tai-sun asked, "Everything is finished then, in that case all of you withdraw." He quickly had everyone leave the room. Tai-sun acted decisively and coldly, leaving the needle monster completely at a loss, unable to understand what was happening at all. Even Thinther, standing beside him, was utterly bewildered and could not grasp the situation. Could it be that what just happened was the legendary void object seizure? Before being thrown out, the needle monster still managed to shout loudly, "Since when had young master mastered void object seizure? Congratulations." Thinther refused to be outdone and immediately chimed in. "With this level of cultivation, you are probably already qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 10 experts under heaven." Before he could hear all the flattery, Tai-sun waved his hand to signal silence, closed the door, then left calmly. Thus the three of them were pushed straight outside. A heavy collision resounded, making the condition of all three extremely miserable. The door slammed shut right before his eyes, leaving Thinther only able to stand up helplessly and stare fixedly at the door. After clearing away the noisy crowd, Tai-sun finally let out a breath and refocused. It was far too lively. At last he could enjoy some peace and quiet. Looking at the file before her, Hoarangak was slightly surprised, but still reminded him tactfully that the information from Bok Hoa Lao had a particular point that needed attention. Hearing this, Tai-sun cast a curious glance toward her. "What exactly is it?" Hoarangak reported somewhat awkwardly that so far they had still not uncovered the force behind Thien Kim Lian. Its scale was clearly enormous, and very likely related to the organization that once appeared in Engia Suan. Moreover, the supposedly dead Feng Vuangak had been discovered again. Hoarangak voice echoed steadily through the space. At Engia Duong the Kwang Dong 4 freaks, and the radiant blood demon had once appeared. And in Vohan, the black moon sword Feng Vuangak had also revealed himself. Those who had long been buried were now re-emerging in the martial world one after another. They saw that familiar figure. Everyone was so shocked that they were left speechless. They hurried off to report, "Master Lion, the Black Moon Sword has arrived." This appearance made Master Lion unable to believe it. Feng Vuangak, when we were declining, he vanished without a trace. That moment Dao Quan suddenly appeared behind Vuangak like a mockery. Master Lion was startled in panic. You are still alive." He burst into hearty laughter and greeted him. "It has been a long time. Master Lion of Thien Kim Lian is still well." Hearing this, Master Lion forced a crooked smile. "Even you have come. Do you intend to wipe us out completely, Tu Du Quan?" He did not answer, merely strolling past leisurely as if no one else mattered. Cold smile appeared on his face again. "I am not someone who enjoys slaughter. I only came to chat a little and present you with a proposal you will find hard to refuse." Kim Nin grew curious upon hearing this. A proposal that cannot be refused. Not long after, the two quickly entered a sealed room inside. Dao Quan looked at Kim Lian and spoke bluntly. "You understand better than anyone. Thien Kim Lian has now reached a dead end, being forced to the brink of collapse by the Kim Bitch Merchant Group." This left Kim Lian stunned as he asked back, "Then what should I do?" And coldly pointed out the path. "Repackage the name of Thien Kim Lian, and then find ways to connect with the Martial Alliance and Hak Lian. Both Nam Kung and Jia Cat must be approached." This chain of words left Kim Lian unable to believe it. Why suddenly drag the Martial Alliance and Hak Lian into this? Dao Quan laid out the plan sternly. "Thien Kim Lian is about to perish yet remains blind. All these arrangements are meant to infiltrate Vo Han. Think about it. If you want to build a stepping stone, what do you need first?" Sweat poured down Kim Lian's face. "You need a legitimate banner like what Ho Muk Lian once used." Dao Quan nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly, Thien Kim Lian will be the cover. After joining forces with them, you turn your spear to attack me, while I will cooperate with the Kim Bitch Merchant Group, turning them and Bitch Tai-sun into the common enemy of the world." Dao Quan reiterated once more. "You understand best that Thien Kim Lian currently has no way back." Kim Lian was flustered and anxious. "Then what exactly should I do?" He spoke in a grave tone. "Cleverly package the name Thien Kim Lian and approach the Martial Alliance and Hak Lian. After joining forces, turn your spear toward me, while I will join hands with the Kim Bitch Merchant Group. When Vo Han falls into chaos, Thien Kim Lian only needs to seize the opportunity to reap benefits. You understand?" Kim Lian pondered before making a decisive choice. "There is danger, but at this stage there is only that path left. I will try, and I will definitely succeed." That decisiveness satisfied Dao Quan. A wise choice. "And by the way, we should also uproot the Kim Bitch Merchant Group and Bitch Tai-sun." Scene shifted to within Kim Bitch. Tai-sun looked straight at the other party and asked, What do you intend to do? Ha Lin appeared with a delighted expression. From now on I will stay here by young master's side. Yachiu immediately teased. I heard even your luggage has all been moved over. My son was at a loss for words and advised her to think it through. Major matters cannot be decided rashly. But Ha Lin stubbornly insisted she had considered it for a long time. Indeed, rejecting the engagement and persisting to the end was the correct decision. If she had listened to her father back, then she would probably be regretting it now. Those words left Tai-sun silent for a moment. Seeing him deep in thought, Ha Lin continued. She would also work and not just stay as a guest. Tai-sun asked in surprise. Then what do you want to do? Ha Lin blushed and replied, everything will be arranged by young master, as long as it is a task you assign. In her heart, she secretly thought this was a seductive posture she had practiced for many days. Surely few could resist it. Tai-sun commented seriously, that posture is off. You must keep your body techniques proper or it will affect your cultivation. That comment made Ha Lin feel embarrassed. Then I will train here together with young master. I mean that kind of harsh training that Thien Vo Su and Thai Quien are undergoing. Tai-sun asked in astonishment, you intend to learn the boundless steps? Ha Lin nodded decisively. I will become much stronger and I want to protect young master. Her adorable words made Tai-sun laugh. You want to shield me? He suddenly recalled his days as the heavenly demon. The one who had once risked his life to protect him was Ho Thien Dai, who was far weaker. Protecting someone does not rely solely on strength. Looking at Ha Lin's silhouette, Tai-sun suddenly understood something. Why did that sense of familiarity feel so vivid? Lian Ha Lin, that child from years ago, who had also once risked her life to protect him. Thinking of this, Tai-sun turned around and walked out. Fine then, do as you wish. Ha Lin blushed and smiled as she nodded. Thank you, young master. She stepped forward, secretly wishing to be embraced by young master just once. Unexpectedly, Tai-sun dodged aside, causing Ha Lin to stumble forward. Before she could understand what happened, she was pushed outside again, calling out in panic, young master. This series of actions left Ha Lin standing there in a daze. Before her eyes was Kan Hon, who was still immersed in training. He and the others leaped through the air and continued their cultivation. Strange sounds rang out continuously, leaving Kan Hon and Thai Quien confused. Watching them train relentlessly, Ha Lin felt both excited and pained as she trained on the suspension bridge carrying heavy iron blocks. Every movement sent pain deep into her bones. Tai-sun glanced over curiously. Even so, you still insist on learning the boundless steps. This action made the two of them turn back in worry. Miss, do you truly wish to endure such hardship? Please return. Contrary to that despair, Ha Lin replied resolutely, of course, I am also a deputy. Words left them helpless yet unable to stop her. This will not do, miss. Not long after, Ha Lin tied large stones to her legs. She carefully adjusted herself and landed safely on the ground. From the very beginning, she had felt the harshness, every movement bringing intense pain. Above, Thai Quien and Kan Hon continued training tirelessly. This only strengthened Ha Lin's determination. She must surpass them both. My son quietly observed. Everyone was focused on arduous training, which was truly gratifying. Perhaps it was time for me to go search as well. Because he recalled Lian Ha Lin, he suddenly remembered the existence of the Flying Heaven group. Seeing him appear, the subordinates hurriedly bowed. Young master has arrived. My son looked at the man before him, the one sent to investigate suspected locations of the Flying Heaven group. He was Ma Sung Tam of the Escort Bureau. Recalling something, Sung Tam reported that several locations had been filtered from the previous ones. My son's eyes lit up. Then today we must go check them all. Sung Tam immediately requested to accompany him. Time rewound a few days earlier. Tai-sun had once said they used forbidden arts to resurrect the dead. The force behind Thien Kim Lian was very likely the same organization. Hoa and Gok nodded in confirmation and believed that the Martial Alliance and Hak Lian might not be uninvolved either. Tai-sun's gaze became resolute. What is their objective? Hoa and Gok thought for a moment, then replied, perhaps they intend to secretly dominate the entirety of Vohan. That thought made Tai-sun uncomfortable. Dominate Vohan? How unsightly. Just then Sung Tam reported that they had arrived. This is the Wanderer hub of Vohan. This place gathers wanderers from all directions to trade and accept commissions. The area is divided into 10 sections managed by 10 zone heads, each recruiting wanderers to conduct business. It is rumored that the first zone concentrates the greatest number of experts. Further back the zones, the weaker the strength. By the 10th zone, there are only mediocre types, so they will go to the first zone first. After observing for a long time, Tai-sun noticed something abnormal. Look at them. Their ability to conceal cultivation is truly extraordinary. Captain of the Flying Heaven group is actually disguising himself as a wanderer here. Tai-sun smiled with interest. Looks like we caught someone riding on others' coattails. Sung Tam forced a smile and replied, yes, then I will lead you to the first zone. Tai-sun walked straight ahead and instructed to go to the 6th zone. Though confused, Sung Tam still obeyed. In Tai-sun's heart, he thought this one still has value. Perhaps he should be taken under my command. Those cryptic words made Sung Tam tremble in fear, only able to reply, yes. Young master words just now truly sent a chill down others' spines. My son did not pay much attention. His gaze remained on the crowd ahead as he silently assessed. The old man in the 6th zone had around 30 men. Those not belonging to the Flying Heaven group were probably only about 5. Seeing Tai Sun appear, a wanderer hurriedly whispered, "Big brother, it seems there is a stranger here." The man turned his head to examine him and replied, "If it is a commission, then speak directly to me." Tai Sun strode toward the group still standing there and coldly demanded that the zone leader be called out. "I want to ask a few things related to the profound moon." This string of words instantly threw the local leader into confusion. At the same time, elsewhere in Vohan, Dao Quan let out an amused laugh. "It has been a long time since we last met, Hu." Too Deep immediately lowered his head in salute. "It is truly an honor to meet again in Vohan." His calm gaze observed carefully. Dang Too Deep, although a subordinate of Ko Tuan Kwang, was indeed a rare figure under heaven. If that man had been willing to come under my command back then, he would not have suffered such humiliation in Engia Suon. At this moment, Too Deep glanced back, then continued, "This time I brought something that will surely satisfy you. This is an item Ko Tuan Kwang specially sent to assist." Medicinal pills were quickly laid out before Dao Quan. This sight made him smile with interest. "Blood verification pills. In that case, Vohan is as good as in our hands." Too Deep nodded to confirm. "All plans are progressing smoothly. The Lord of Thien Kim Lian is currently making contact with the Martial Alliance and Hak Lian. On our side, we are also about to make our move." Hearing this, Dao Quan was extremely satisfied. "Good, I have also secretly connected with the inner ranks of the Kim Bitch merchant group. The Black Path has been lost, so I will reclaim it. Then where do you plan to enter from?" After a brief moment of thought, Too Deep replied calmly, "The Black Moon Sword and I will go first. The target is to recruit wanderers within Vohan." The scene shifted to the Wanderer Market, where the lights had begun to come on. My son and Sung Tam stepped into this area. The noisy scene caught his attention. Aside from the escort bureau, another Flying Heaven group had appeared, truly an unexpected gain. Without turning his head, Tai Sun asked Sung Tam, "Has your bureau chief finished the escort mission?" The question made Sung Tam panic. "Yes, that is correct, but how did young master find out, or is there another task to assign?" Tai Sun suddenly cast a cold glance over. "Why? Because you were bewitched by the sweet words of divine physician Thien Thur, or because you thought acting on your own could avoid punishment?" Those words made Sung Tam hurriedly lower his head. "I would not dare." Anger surged within him. "Damn it. I should never have trusted that crafty old fox. How did everything turn out like this?" As if reading his thoughts, Tai Sun said coldly, "Do not blame others. The one who caused the trouble is you. I am considering the punishment for you." Sung Tam collapsed to his knees in fear, crying and begging for mercy. He even kowtowed repeatedly, begging, "Please kill me." That scene left Tai Sun momentarily, unsure what else to say. After a period of silence, he slowly spoke. "It seems you have wandered the martial world for many years. Yet you dared utter the words I hate the most." Tai Sun's hand slowly rose. Seeing this, Sung Tam grew even more panicked. "That is right. I almost forgot the fundamental doctrine of the heavenly demon divine sect. Sect disciples must not casually speak of death, because life belongs only to the Supreme One. Those who deserve death will be executed according to sect law. That is the law of the heavenly demon divine sect." My son stared at Sung Tam with an icy gaze. "If you want to die, then die on the battlefield. Do not force me to kill." Hearing this, Sung Tam hurriedly kowtowed. "Yes, Inspector of Fate, this subordinate will fight to the end." My son nodded in satisfaction. "That will do, stand up. Since you have already acted, first let me see what is special about the Black Path forces you gather." Hearing this, Sung Tam immediately raised his head. "Now that you mention it." When consolidating the Black Path, this subordinate heard a rather strange rumor. This made Tai Sun glance over with curiosity. "What rumor?" Sung Tam hurriedly recounted. "They said there is a kind of pill that increases strength tenfold just by swallowing it. It was precisely to obtain it that they submitted to Thien Kim Lian." Hearing this, Tai Sun's eyes lit up. "It seems I have found the right lead." He revealed an excited smile. "Truly interesting. Speak in detail." A few days later, at an inn near the Dong Ho Escort Bureau, a group of people swiftly gathered. Looking at the inn before them, they laughed and chatted. This is indeed the place. According to recent investigations, they are controlling the Black Path of Vohan here. High above, two familiar figures were silently observing. The man looked down and asked, "General Manager, what kind of trash are these?" The General Manager nodded. "That is correct, Bureau Chief." Dao Quan observed and commented, "A few of them have decent inner strength. It seems I came to the right place. As long as we seize this location, we can control the Black Path of Vohan." He thought to himself, "I did not expect them to guard against the blood amplification pill so early. Going in circles like this is truly laughable. It seems they are not just insignificant Black Path rabble. The sword-wielding man in front spoke up. We are escort guards. That answer only made him more contemptuous. Escort guards? How ridiculous. Do you think you are the #1 escort bureau under heaven? Or is the one backing you bitch Tai-sun? Upon hearing that name, the escort guard's expressions instantly stiffened. That reaction only made Dao Quan even angrier, as expected. At this moment, Thien Thur suddenly appeared. Is this all of you left, making me come all this way for nothing? I should have gone straight to the Wanderer Market. This news left him flustered as he asked back, could it be you know this well? Thien Thur laughed with amusement. Only because you are unlucky. Over there it is probably already in chaos. There was one usable fellow, yet you managed to provoke both places. The scene shifted elsewhere. Too Deep led his men into the Wanderer Market. Honored to meet all wanderers of Vo Han. Apologies, but you must cooperate with us. Their sudden appearance caused an uproar among the crowd. What is going on? Only an elder at the back was silently observing. The main figure finally appeared. Tai-sun stepped out with a smile. Very well then, where do you want to be beaten first? At the same time, Tai-sun and his companions revealed themselves together. Seeing Tai-sun, Dao Quan roared in anger, bitch Tai-sun. So it really was you behind all of this. After a brief silence, Thien Thur smiled and said, you are truly unlucky. The Wanderer hub over there has probably been smashed as well, touching nothing yet touching exactly 2 places. These words left Dao Quan stunned. What did you say, impossible? Not wasting time, Tai-sun smiled and asked, then where do you want to be beaten first? The time rewound to earlier. Too Deep stepped forward to greet them. Honored to meet all wanderers of Vo Han. I hope you will cooperate with us. These words left the entire crowd frozen in place. Before they could understand what was happening, he continued introducing himself. I am Dang Too Deep. You may doubt me, but please believe you will not regret it. Everyone's expressions changed. Your reputation is unimportant. We only need to know what we gain. Too Deep immediately produced the pill. What if I say this increases inner strength and power tenfold? Simply by using the giant strength divine pill. The crowd angrily cursed it. What nonsense is this? Did we waste hours drinking just to listen to you sell fake medicine? Not the guards you brought, crippled soldiers of Thien Kim Lian. Look, the honored guests have returned. Mocking laughter rang out without end. 10 times my ass. Faced with this situation, Too Deep remained persistent. Correct. Their abilities were originally low, but after using the giant strength divine pill, will personally witness them slaughtering all of you. As soon as the words ended, both sides immediately charged into battle. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Seeing the opponent's power erupt, the wanderers panicked. Impossible. How could mere low-level warriors of Thien Kim Lian kill elites? Too Deep laughed loudly in triumph. How is it? This is the power of the giant strength divine pill. We will dominate Vo Han, and you too can become part of it. He glanced at Vu and Gok behind him. If you dare refuse, then there is only one way. Kill them all to seal their mouths. Saying that, he slowly drew his sword and prepared to strike. For that terrifying killing intent, the wanderers trembled. This pressure far exceeded what they could handle. He hid his strength to this extent. Seeing everyone already terrified, Too Deep spoke up. The situation is clear. Line up then. Each person take 1 pill. In his thoughts, the plan was perfect. Break there will then force them to swallow the pill, carving fear deep into their bodies. Then on no one would dare resist. All would become loyal tools. Everything exactly as planned. Suddenly a voice rang out. It seems it is indeed you lot, making Too Deep freeze on the spot. Man stepped forward, causing him to jump in shock. Just now I completely sensed no aura at all. Everyone separate to both sides. We already knew you would come, so preparations were made. Go, the zone leader tightly gripped the sword in his hand. At the same time, Too Deep side was surrounded by 3 other people. In their hands were bizarre medicinal pills. Seeing those pills, Too Deep immediately took notice. He panicked as he realized the situation was unfavorable. Those pills were far too abnormal. The suppressed aura was also recovering. At this moment, even forcing the blood amplification pill would be difficult to control. With no other choice, Too Deep threw the pills to his companions. Damn it. It took so much effort to gather them, yet now they all had to be used. Vu and Gok immediately swallowed the pill into his mouth. Without hesitation, he bit down and crushed the pill in haste. Immediately after, he charged straight forward at astonishing speed. Immediately after that, Too Deep calmly put away the remaining pills and tossed out an indifferent remark. See, if you had obediently taken the medicine, you would not have suffered like this. Throwing darts he hurled injured quite a few wanderers severely. At the same time, the zone leader charged forward head-on to confront Vu and Gok. Both sides fought fiercely, their auras colliding again and again as neither yielded. In the end, Vu and Gok finally swallowed the pill whole, causing Too Deep to cry out in delight. He swallowed it. However, the zone leader was so calm that it sent chills down the spine. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately unleashed a direct strike toward the opponent. A loud explosion rang out. Fortunately, he retreated swiftly to the rear in time. Looking at the crimson pill in his hand, he revealed a smug expression. Perhaps you still do not know what this is. At the same time, the three subordinates of the zone leader also moved into ready combat stances. Another explosion echoed as thick smoke quickly enveloped the surroundings. Within the dense smoke, terrifying cold gazes were fixed tightly on the crowd. Everything happened too fast, throwing two deep thoughts into chaos. Could it be poison? But why was there no reaction? Or were they merely using smoke to blind them and find a way to escape? At that moment, Vu and Gok's body suddenly swelled abnormally. He turned back with a crazed expression, as if he had completely lost his mind. The scene made Two Deep turn pale with shock. What kind of madness is this? It was not poison, but a stimulant that caused the blood amplification pill to erupt violently. Not only that, the surrounding people also looked at Two Deep with eyes filled with killing intent. In their fury, they turned on each other and attacked wildly. Seeing Vu and Gok's corpse lying motionless on the ground, Two Deep could not believe his eyes. Did Feng, Vu, and Gok really meet such a miserable end? While he was still stunned, the zone leader silently appeared behind him. Destroying your Danshin will be enough. Before he could react, the zone leader struck decisively. In an instant, Two Deep was blasted heavily onto the ground. Thus, the entire plan of Dang Two Deep collapsed completely. At the same time, at the inn near Dong Ho Escort Bureau, Dao Quan looked at the situation before him and forced a bitter smile. It seems I will not be leaving here alive. Thien Thur beside him laughed smugly. No, those who know too much rarely die early, you understand. Those taunting words made Dao Quan grind his teeth in rage. Thien Thur continued mocking relentlessly. I will squeeze until you beg to die. No other choice. Dao Quan drew his sword. Sooner or later it would come to this. Then I will drag one down with me. Not long after, corpses were cleared from the streets. Those from Thien Kim Lian who wanted to meddle in Vo Han, but were unlucky enough to provoke young master. The next morning, the scene shifted to a vast grand hall. All gazes were focused on Dao Quan, who had been beaten beyond recognition. At this moment, the zone leader appeared. I am the 6th zone leader, Lu Tai-ku. Greetings. Young master order has been completed. His powerful build left everyone astonished. Indeed, he was no ordinary man. Tai Sun sat high above and nodded. I knew you would handle it properly, and also, everyone did very well. He smiled in satisfaction. That praise moved the crowd to the verge of tears. They hurriedly turned away to wipe their eyes. That reaction made Tai Sun laugh. Just one compliment, and it is already like this, truly fragile. Just then, Dao Quan lying nearby moved slightly, drawing everyone's attention. Tai Sun's gaze changed as he calculated inwardly. If the soul were burned, the memories would be lost. It was hard enough to catch him, so he could not be wasted. After some thought, he spoke. Lu Tai-ku, hand him to you. Extract everything he knows. Lu Tai-ku replied solemnly, rest assured, not even memories from infancy will be missed. Dao Quan angrily muttered, bitch Tai Sun bastard. As soon as the words ended, Lu Tai-ku acted immediately without hesitation. Dao Quan's frail body was lifted straight into the air. He controlled him effortlessly, leaving no chance to resist. Seeing this, Tai Sun said softly, do not kill him. I still have use for him. Lu Tai-ku immediately accepted the order. After receiving the command, he quickly rushed off. Watching that figure, the needle freak was astonished. Since when did young master subdue such a ferocious man like a wild beast? Thien Thur could only nod. Returning to the original purpose, Tai Sun became serious. All troubles had been resolved, but there was still something unsettling. What exactly was that discomfort emanating from them? From the Guangdong Four Freaks to Quach Duong Dao and up to today. That strange stench kept making me restless. Because of this, Tai Sun decided not to sit idle. It would be best to crush everything. By the way, earlier why were the two of you unable to react to that strike? The question left Kan Hon flustered and unsure how to answer. Tai Sun continued, I saw you were injured quite badly. The man hurriedly waved his hand, explaining it was only minor scrapes. Tai Sun nodded, but commented that their essence energy bodies were still not fully harmonized. Before everyone, Tai Sun announced that from today onward he would personally supervise. All must cultivate the boundless steps. Hardship is inherent in training. Hearing this, the man collapsed in despair. At this age, to train the boundless steps, Sung Tam hurriedly comforted the bureau chief. Reflecting on everything, Tai Sun fell into thought. It has been many years since I personally taught martial arts. It seems I have grown too soft. A few days later, the scene shifted to Kim Bitch Manor. The man shouted loudly, with a face full of determination. He shouted sternly, 30,000 more repetitions. Absolutely no falling. The disciples answered in unison, understood. The needle freak was not allowed to rest, and continued his harsh training. Supporting him from behind was Thien Thur. Push a bit more. At this rate can we finish processing all the materials today. Thinking back on everything, the needle freak angrily complained. This is all because of that nonsense divine pill you came up with. Thien Thur hurriedly argued that otherwise the two of them would have suffered even more. After Thien Thur finished speaking, he was shouted down. Better to train physical strength than die from exhaustion. Suddenly, a disciple collapsed, causing everyone to panic. With no other choice, they urged everyone to continue as the required medicines kept increasing. Thien Thur worried because he did not see young master. Inside the room, Tai-sun smiled and said, "Open it and take a look." Ho-Rangok stared at the book in her hands in shock. "Young master, this is..." Tai-sun replied with a smile, "Moon Shadow Demon Art." Hearing this, Ho-Rangok's face turned pale. Understanding her thoughts, Tai-sun reassured her this was not an evil demonic art. It only requires cultivation under moonlight. Hearing this, Ho-Rangok finally sighed in relief. Tai-sun continued explaining the conditions and insights. Others before did not understand, but she could. Being acknowledged, Ho-Rangok replied joyfully, "I will certainly not fail, young master trust." Looking at her face, Tai-sun thought to himself she had unlocked her potential and could reach the highest realm of Moon Shadow. A report sounded outside. "Young master, Lu Tai-ku has arrived." Tai-sun immediately allowed him in. Lu Tai-ku rushed in and reported excitedly, "We have finally found the traces of those selling corpses." Ho-Rangok was astonished. The blood verification group was already a great harvest, and now there are also corpse sellers. Tai-sun smiled in satisfaction. "It seems that man has prepared spiritual medicine for me in advance. Lead the way." The scene shifted to a forest near Vohan. Tai-sun along with Lu Tai-ku and Ho-Rangok quickly entered. Ho-Rangok suddenly looked at him. "You are truly too formidable," leaving him confused as he asked back. She said in astonishment, "How could you extract information when even Hao sect once failed?" In the end, they still obtained nothing. Lu Tai-ku slowly explained that there is a technique to break mental defenses. It is not merely a technique, but a demonic art named Martial Soul Demon Art. At that time, Dao Quan had no choice but to reveal where the corpse sellers were hiding. While they were speaking, Tai-sun suddenly raised his hand to signal. Both turned back in surprise and asked, "What is it, young master?" Observing the surroundings, Tai-sun said, "It seems there are still remnants hiding nearby." Lu Tai-ku replied in disbelief, "This subordinate does not sense any aura." Tai-sun said calmly, "This distance exceeds your perception." After speaking, he slowly stepped forward one step at a time. At some unknown point, Tai-sun had quietly activated his concealment method. No longer seeing Tai-sun figure threw Ho-Rangok into confusion. How could this be? He was clearly walking right in front of me just now, yet there was not the slightest trace of aura, as if no one had ever existed. Even Lu Tai-ku standing beside her could not hide his astonishment. This level of aura concealment is something even I cannot replicate. I clearly know young master is strong, but what realm has he actually reached? Tai-sun leisurely stepped forward and casually instructed the two of them, "I will be back shortly." Not long after, a flame flared up as a low voice sounded, "Is it really right to do this? If we only watch while Lord Thur and Lord Dang are captured with their fates unknown, and do nothing about the others, we will likely face severe punishment." Immediately after, a group of people carrying eerie auras rapidly appeared at this location. What stood out was that all of them were half-zombies. Looking at the half-zombie legion before them, the two vicious men were thrilled beyond measure. It worked. At last I have controlled the half-zombies. Fortunately, if we can bring them back, at least we can avoid the terrifying wrath from above. Just as the two were still discussing, Tai-sun suddenly walked past, impressive. I get to enjoy a fine show as well. Sudden appearance instantly threw both men into panic. Their expressions changed drastically. Could it be bitch Tai-sun? He did not emit the slightest aura. How could he possibly do this? Realizing the situation was bad, the two hurriedly shouted, "Half-zombies, kill him for me." Hearing that, Tai-sun revealed an interested smile. "Very well. I will let you see a bit of entertainment, too." Without hesitation, Tai-sun charged straight toward the surrounding half-zombies. His expression was strangely calm, as if he even found this rather amusing. Reality proved that the half-zombies were utterly no match for Tai-sun. Seeing this, the two observers were horrified to the extreme. Impossible. The half-zombies are collapsing on their own. How could this happen? Tai-sun glanced at them and laughed. Well, was that fun? Strange waves of aura suddenly spread through the surroundings, startling both men. Before they could react, Tai-sun spoke slowly. "Do not kill them. I still need to extract information." Lu Tai-ku received the order and acted at once, obeying. He delivered a decisive strike that left one of the two completely unable to react. Lu Tai-ku lifted his foot high and stomped straight onto the other man's face. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The two men were neatly subdued by Lu Tai-ku. That scene made Tai-sun laugh. Indeed not bad. Spiritual energy from the half-zombies lying on the ground began to undergo changes. Simply standing still for a moment, Tai-sun already felt this place was extremely comfortable. The spiritual medicine was indeed extraordinary. His unusual reaction left Ho-Rangok beside him utterly confused. Not only her, even Lu Tai-ku felt that something was very wrong. Not long after, upon receiving new information, Tun Quang roared in fury. What? Zaidu Quan and Dang Too Deep were both taken down. Subordinate hurriedly knelt to report. Yes, only around 20 survivors made it back. The more he heard, the more it drove Tun Quang mad. All of them were defeated by Bitch Tai Sun. Recalling the previous upheaval, Thuk Ha could not help but tremble. Those who failed to retreat in time were wiped out by the Martial Alliance, and Hak Lian after the plot to control Vo Han was exposed. Tun Quang could no longer remain calm. The Martial Alliance and Hak Lian. Did you leave traces that led them here, this is? Just as he was flustered, a subordinate ran in panic shouting, something terrible has happened. The Martial Alliance and Hak Lian have learned this location. At the same time, the Martial Alliance side is rushing here at full speed. Hak Lian's side is also pursuing without hesitation. Not only that, the Nam Kung clan has also joined the fray, throwing the situation into even greater chaos. A subordinate shouted anxiously, the Nam Kung clan has joined forces with the Ma clan, and they are extremely close. Realizing the critical situation, Tun Quang hurriedly ordered, prepare immediately, withdraw from here at once and move to another location. The subordinates answered in unison, obey. Thinking of how the entire plan had been repeatedly ruined, Tun Quang ground his teeth in hatred. Bitch Tai Sun, every time it is you, this loss will be repaid with your head. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. The four powerful factions were all waiting outside at this moment, patiently awaiting a final response. Contrary to that expectation, inside Tun Quang had already swiftly led his people to withdraw, fleeing from the location. After everything settled down, only ordinary items of no remaining value were left behind here. Tun Quang and his entire force vanished without a trace, yet seizing this opportunity, the four major orthodox martial factions openly entered Vo Han, and what caught their attention the most was the Kim Bitch Merchant Group, a place that few had ever paid much attention to. The large inner courtyard, Kan Hon was still standing face to face with Tai Sun. That man's face W.A.S. Chinese letter, and contemplative, because today was the day the young master personally gave guidance to each person, while before this, everyone had spread the saying that they would rather die than endure this instruction. In contrast, he merely stood calmly in place, quietly observing the opponent. Seeing Tai Sun holding a spear in his hand, Kan Hon could not help feeling surprised, as this type of weapon was not that man's forte. While he was still hesitating, Tai Sun laughed and spoke, mentioning that the Tan Kai they had been steadily tempered during this period, so today's training would be different. After speaking, that man suddenly raised his weapon, assuming a stance prepared to attack. That decisive movement left Kan Hon flustered. It seemed this truly was a real sparring match. His eyes suddenly widened, a clear premonition that something was abnormal. The spear in Tai Sun's hand suddenly shot forward at an astonishing speed. Immediately after, the spear tip plunged straight into the ground below. Before Kan Hon could understand what had happened, Tai Sun spoke up, demanding that he split the length of this spear straight down the middle. That command left him unable to believe it. Was simply doing that enough without using any other technique? Tai Sun smiled in satisfaction and nodded, confirming that as long as the strike landed, the training would end and he could return to rest. Hearing this, Kan Hon's face reddened. It turned out the young master was using guidance as a pretext to give him time to recover. The intention was truly profound. Without further hesitation, he immediately raised his longsword high, deciding to strike at once. A powerful slash was unleashed, decisively crashing down onto the spear shaft below. In just an instant, the expression on Kan Hon's face completely changed. At some unknown moment, Tai Sun had already secretly made his move, striking every joint in his body. Time seemed to freeze, intense pain spreading throughout his entire body. Realizing the opponent had used a concealed attack technique, Kan Hon was shaken. He had not even seen the moment that man struck. Just like that, he was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground in unbearable pain. At that moment, Tai Sun laughed mockingly and asked, "Who allowed you to lie down and rest?" Seeing Kan Hon lying motionless on the ground, Hoerengok anxiously spoke up to ask, "Thin Vusu En Han, are you all right?" Tai Sun turned back and sternly instructed, "Do not rely only on your eyes, feel with all your senses," then continued by asking what was going on. Kan Hon's entire body trembled, his mind filled with helplessness. Only now did he understand what the saying about preferring death truly referred to. Remembering official matters, Hoerengok hurried forward to report. Young Master, the Vo Lam Alliance, Hak Lian, the Nam Kung family, and the Tu Ma family all have guests here to pay a visit. This news startled Tai Sun, and he asked again if it was true. The scene quickly shifted to the reception hall of Kim Bitch's stronghold. The man at the head was Nam Kung Tuan of the Nam Kung family. He clasped his hands in salute and expressed his honor at meeting young Master Bitch. The person beside him also immediately introduced himself. I am Tu Ma Quan. It is a great honor to meet you. The remaining two went straight to the point. One was Tan Si Hong from the Vo Lam Alliance who had come to establish a base in Vo Han, and the other was Thich Quiet Min of Hak Lian. Before them, Tai Sun merely slowly stated his own name, Bitch Tai Sun. That man's gaze quickly swept over the four of them. They seemed passable for now, yet there was still something else. All four guests could not hide their excitement as they looked toward him. Maids outside immediately requested permission to withdraw. Tai Sun nodded in response, acknowledging their hard work. Once outside, everyone began chattering excitedly, wondering who the young master would summon tonight. Last week I already had my turn. That scene made everyone eager. Could that be Than Nin elder sister, rare in both beauty and aptitude, making them want to immediately take her in as a disciple, regardless of status? Only Hoa and Gok stood waiting outside with a deeply somber expression. Even so, in her heart she still nurtured a sliver of her own hope. Seeing Hoa and Gok only stirred the crowd further. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, a peerless beauty. They must find a way to take her away. Just smooth words with bitch Tai Sun would suffice. That attitude caused Tai Sun to feel contempt. In that man's eyes, they were truly ridiculous. That man revealed a cold smile, thinking they had come to see him, yet it turned out their purpose lay elsewhere. Four men standing there could not help but shudder. The rumors of the Night King stirring the martial world, bitch Tai Sun, could they be true? Their gazes involuntarily converged on Hoa and Gok's face. Meanwhile, the beauties around them all directed their attention toward Tai Sun. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly excited. All were stunning beauties. Only when they sensed something amiss did they suddenly come to their senses. Tai Sun forcibly restrained himself to remain calm, yet the unpleasant smile was still clearly visible. That man repeated that he thought they had come to seek him, but it seemed otherwise. The guests are finished with their business. Please take your leave. Escort them out at once. Faced with this situation, Si Hong stood dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Uncle, we have not even had a sip of wine yet. That man's indifferent attitude shocked everyone. Young master bitch. Why is it like this? Hoa and Gok and the maids quickly stepped forward to respond. Yes, allow this concubine to see the guests out. In just a short moment, all four were driven out of the place. The heavy doors slammed shut without the slightest hesitation. Thinking back on what had just happened, the expressions of all four turned ugly. Could they really have been directly expelled like this? It was truly humiliating. Suddenly realizing something unusual, Ma Quan spoke up, a young junior daring to act like this, yet no one opposed him. Kung Tuan pondered and continued. Inside the hall, everyone only watched young Master Bitch's expression. Could there have been a formation set up? But thinking carefully, there was no trace sense. Truly baffling. At this thought, Kung Tuan seemed to suddenly understand something. Could it be that sheer presence alone had subdued us? That brat who called himself Bitch Tai Sun. But his internal energy was not profound at all. Ma Quan interjected. I could not sense it either, or perhaps there is another expert hidden. Those words reached Thien Thur's ears, making him feel it was extremely amusing. You should absolutely not judge my young master based only on outward appearance. Recognizing Thien Thur, Si Hong was astonished. Could it be that you are divine physician Thien Thur? The rumors that you are here were actually true. Thien Thur nodded in confirmation. Yes, but aside from that, do you all want to know the truth? If you gain the favor of my young master, there will be a way to take those maidservants you just took interest in along with you. Hearing this, all four were simultaneously horrified. How could that be possible? Thien Thur revealed a sly smile. How would I know? Just looking at your expressions is enough. When I first arrived, I thought exactly the same. The scene shifted inside the room. Hoa and Gok asked in shock, Young master, why did you act that way? Tai Sun replied sternly, I am not clear on the reason either. It is just that I have a premonition something uncomfortable is about to happen. Outside, Thien Thur is still discussing matters with those four. Another scene appeared. Wine jars were neatly arranged on the shelves. Tun Quang's voice rang out bitterly. Returning like this leaves no face at all. He hurried forward to the white-haired elder who was standing and waiting. Recalling everything, Tun Quang bowed his head and begged, Please give me one last chance. This time I will definitely succeed. Sweat poured down his face. He understood that if he did not complete what Tay Dao Quan had ruined, survival would be impossible. At this moment, the white-haired elder turned his head and coldly declared, This is the final opportunity. Take it away. The elder tossed a strange object in front of Tun Quang. With no other choice, he could only reach out and accept the bottles. Tun Quang's face showed confusion. Could these souls possibly be? It seemed he had realized the secret hidden within what he held in his hands. Daring not to delay, Tun Quang bowed his head and swore, I will definitely seize Vo Han. The next morning, the scene returned to the Kim Bitch merchant group. Hoa Lao stepped forward to perform a salute, respectfully greeting him. It has been a long time since I last had the honor of seeing you, young master. Tai Sun looked at her current appearance and nodded. Now I should call you Sect Master How. She hurriedly replied that it was all thanks to the young master's benevolence. The documents you are reviewing record the entire course of events during this period. Thanks to the escorts of Dong Ho Escort Agency acting under the young master's orders, we were able to easily control Sect Master How. At that time, Sect Master How angrily cursed, "You are the Bai Ho Alao master, yet you dare seize my position." Ho Alao calmly stepped forward and asked to wait a moment, leaving Zheng Tam extremely astonished. She forcibly suppressed her anger. That incompetent person must be dealt with by my own hands. Finishing her words, Ho Alao suddenly rushed forward at high speed. Before everyone's eyes, she directly took action and defeated Sect Master How. After hearing this, Tai Sun laughed and praised her once. Very well done. That man placed the stack of documents onto the table, causing Ho Alao to involuntarily startle. Without giving her time to react, Tai Sun continued, "Take it. Good work naturally deserves a reward." Her eyes suddenly blazed with light. At last that moment had arrived. Could it be that the hidden treasure vault was now completely in my hands? The long-lost secret manual that suppressed the How sect. Thinking of this, Ho Alao hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. "Many thanks, young master." "Ah no, Sect Master How. I swear unwavering loyalty and wholehearted service for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Tai Sun nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This young master will wait and see your performance." That moment Thien Thur hurried in to report, "Young master, by your order, 300 Thien Thuan pills have been delivered to Bai Ho Alao." Those words caught Ho Alao's attention. A delivery. What madness is that person stirring up again? Tai Sun glanced at Thien Thur and then said slowly, "I will not stop you, but do not let this young master see you continue doing useless things." That single sentence sent a chill down Thien Thur's spine. Useless things? What does that mean, young master? This subordinate has never dared to do anything superfluous. It seemed Tai Sun had seen through his actions. Fine then. Today this young master needs a physician. Summon one quickly. Someone has overtrained recently and suffered bodily damage. At the same time, over here Ha Lin remained fully focused, continuing her cultivation without pause. A pair of hands suddenly extended forward from the void. Those hands blocked Ha Lin's sword path, making her startle in confusion. Before she could react, that hand moved one step closer. Fingertip lightly brushed against her slender waist. Only then did Ha Lin realize that Tai Sun had been standing behind her for some time. Perhaps because she had just been cultivating, her movements were still full of openings. Ha Lin stood there panting heavily, her exhaustion clearly visible. That appearance drew no small amount of Tai Sun's attention. In his heart he briefly questioned whether he had been too deeply immersed, then spoke out, "Stop for now, all right." Contrary to him, she stubbornly replied, "It is fine, I am still okay." She turned her head. Her gaze had already begun to grow strange. Tai Sun immediately sensed something abnormal about Ha Lin. Both killing intent and spirit were extreme. Without hesitation, she tightened her grip on the sword, preparing to unleash a move. Cold, sharp sword light streaked continuously toward Tai Sun, who remained standing still. Even when she had closed in, he seemed largely unconcerned. That reaction left Ha Lin unable to understand. Tai Sun remained deep in thought. This feeling had far exceeded the ordinary. As if her soul had once merged, it was precisely the aura of immortal Ha Lin. Wait a moment, could that truly be possible? It's like I was reborn in the body of bitch Tai Sun. Then could Dian Ha Lin actually be the reincarnation of immortal Ha Lin? With just 2 fingers, Tai Sun easily clamped her sword blade. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked, "Recently have you nearly lost your life?" Hearing such a strange question, Ha Lin could not hide her surprise. Yes. That bewildered expression made him exhale softly. Clearly she knew nothing. "Indeed, I was overthinking it." Tai Sun shook his head and continued, "It is fine, continue." Ha Lin heard this and immediately nodded, "Yes, young master." This time, the people from the Vo Lam Alliance, Hak Lian, Nam Kung family, and Tu Ma family had all departed one after another. Divine Physician Thien Thur personally stepped in to placate them, while bitch Tai Sun secretly arranged a private meeting. Thien Thur explained to the 4, "My young master has been seriously ill for many years and only recently recovered, so he speaks little. Please forgive him." These words plunged everyone into silence. Even among the 4 great factions, few possessed strength surpassing theirs. Lifetime spent chasing power, yet in the end leaving behind no worthy successor or disciple. They regretfully recalled the peerless beauties, the rare women they had sought for so long, only to encounter them at Kim Bitch Merchant Group as if fate ordained. They must take her away. They could not allow her to be buried in such an ordinary place. Suddenly recalling something, Quiet Min spoke up. "For the divine physician of the world to submit under a young master like this is truly hard to believe." Those words stunned Thien Thur, a young master. Kung Tuan followed up, That is right. A divine physician should roam a broader world, Ma Quan also echoed. To be honest, that young master bitch looks nothing remarkable. In fact, I just tried probing his internal energy, but I could not sense even the slightest trace. In their eyes, Tai Sun was no different from an ordinary man with a handsome face. This made them believe Tai Sun was merely a normal person. The recent rumors were likely exaggerated. Be that everything was just embellishment by subordinates. Hearing this, Thor only found it amusing. They had truly misunderstood the young master. Thinking carefully, it was easy to see why others would think that way. Even my senior brother and I had once misjudged him. In short, without me, nothing here could operate smoothly. That moment Quiet Min spoke again. That is why I ask, do the two of you intend to take in the guide boy from before as a disciple? Letting such talent be buried at Kim Bitch Merchant Group would be far too great a waste. These words finally pushed Thor over the edge. This man had been mocking non-stop. The smile on his face turned icy, daring to call Kim Bitch Merchant Group ordinary. Please forgive me, but compared to joining Hacklian, following young master bitch to learn brings far greater benefits. Thor's reaction shocked everyone. Kim Bitch Merchant Group might be strong in Vo Han, but to dare look down on Hacklian on par with the Vo Lam Alliance. Quiet Min forced himself to stay calm. Is that truly so? And why not ask that boy directly where he wishes to go? What do you all think? Thor nodded confidently. Very well. I only fear that if something unexpected happens in the process, it will cause major trouble. Sometime later, Cam Kwai continued processing medicinal ingredients with a blade without pause. He noticed that Thor looked extremely dejected. Thor paced back and forth, complaining endlessly, what should we do now? Disturbed, Cam Kwai turned irritably and scolded him. Do you know who I am suffering like this for? If you are not helping, then stop bothering me more. That reaction made Thor awkwardly explain. I am just worried. After all, the opponent is Thich Quiet Min of Hacklian. I fear it might be going too far. Hearing this, Cam Kwai immediately recalled the current situation of Hacklian. He frowned in displeasure and asked, Thich Quiet Min of Hacklian. That is why I ask why you got involved. How many medicinal materials are still unfinished? Thor sighed and explained. The young master drove them away too coldly. I just wanted to ease the atmosphere. Besides, even if driven off, they might not leave. Also, if you truly face Thich Quiet Min, are you confident of victory? That man's gaze becomes improper the moment he sees a woman. Sweat began to seep from Cam Kwai's brow. If he truly is an expert, then he will be very hard to deal with. My internal energy has also stagnated recently. Hearing this, Thor felt disappointed. It seems we must call both Thien Vusu En Han and Du Vu Dai to go along. Who else can help? At that moment, Tai Sun appeared. What if I go along? Causing Thor to cry out in alarm, young master, you have arrived. His expression immediately turned unpleasant. I already told you not to do meaningless things. What scheme are you arranging again? Seeing the situation was bad, Thor hurriedly explained. There is no foolish fantasy. Tai Sun coldly commented. Recently, you truly have been a bit abnormal. Do you want me to extract your internal energy one more time? Those words terrified Thor. He understood that he meant to directly meet Thich Quiet Min to cut off the intention of taking disciples. Those words angered Cam Kwai behind him. Why is this madman dragging me in again? Hearing this, Tai Sun found it somewhat interesting. Meet directly. Sweat streamed down Thor's face as he hurriedly nodded in assurance. I will watch carefully and absolutely prevent any incident. Brother Kwai will go as well. It will surely be fine. However, Tai Sun's expression grew even more displeased. Realizing he had misspoken, Thor did not know what to say next. Could it be? At this moment, Tai Sun looked straight at Cam Kwai. What about you? He shook his head and said he had briefly sensed a strand of internal energy from the young master that he had never felt before. That comment left Tai Sun momentarily stunned, but his face remained cold. It seems you have noticed. I only released a bit of internal energy to test. That statement left Thor dumbfounded. So from the beginning, the young master truly had no internal energy at all. Cam Kwai also found it hard to believe. We thought your realm was too high to sense. Tai Sun's voice rang out slowly. So high that it cannot be probed, is that what you meant? The completely unleashed power made both of them tremble in fear. Tai Sun continued to test once more. Would this be too much? Then it is enough to let go of everything once again. Is that thing truly so important? Those words shook Cam Kwai. So that was the reason. All this time, even after touching the upper threshold, he had been blocked by an invisible wall. At his right to step onto a higher level, one must first discard all accumulated foundations and rebuild from the start. Seeing Cam Kwai gain enlightenment, Tai Sun was satisfied that is enough. He turned and left. Stay behind and watch over things. Thor hurriedly nodded in reply. Please rest assured, young master. Truly fortunate. I thought it would be extracted again. When he looked inside, his expression had completely changed. Now Cam Kwai sat still in meditation, cultivating, leaving Thien Thur astonished. He no longer paid attention to the outside world, all senses gradually opening. This is the sea of chi within my body. When this entire flow is drained dry at that time, massive waves will surge forth violently, no longer a calm sea surface, transforming into a vast and magnificent ocean. At last, the long existing boundary wall beneath the upper city had completely collapsed. Seeing that Tram Kwai seemed to have undergone a clear change, Thien Thur could not help being astonished. Have you awakened already? Realizing Thien Thur was still sitting guard beside him, Tram Kwai was slightly surprised. If you are sleepy, then go rest. Why sit here dazed for half the day like this? Thien Thur replied wearily, even the slightest mistake could cause you to suffer chi deviation. How would I dare leave? Besides, it was not half a day. I have been sitting here for a full 2 days. Hearing this, Tram Kwai widened his eyes in disbelief. What, that means you have watched over me for 2 days and 2 nights? You are capable of doing something decent like this too. Suddenly thinking of something important, Thien Thur immediately sprang up in concern. Right, today is the day of the decisive duel with Thich Quiet Min. For you now, have you gained anything? Is your current realm enough to face him? Hearing this, Tram Kwai smiled confidently. At this level, I can at least give it a try. Without delay, Thien Thur said loudly, then let us go, brother. If anything goes wrong, we will bring the youngsters along as well. Sometime later, Dan An stared blankly at the scene before her. At the same time, Thai Quien also sensed that something was off, but does this really need to be so serious? Thien Thur, walking ahead, reminded. Du Vusu, focus. Kan Hon hurriedly explained, after all, the opponent is Hak Lian. Have you obtained the young master's permission? Scene shifted to the evening at Kim Bitch Merchant Group. Inside the room, Tai Sun sat still and silent, fully devoted to cultivation. Sensing something unusual, he smiled faintly and glanced outward. It has been a long time since I felt such tranquility. Spiritual medicines are fully prepared. Then let us begin. It is time to carry out the final severed meridian treatment. Inside the room, Tai Sun completely entered a cultivation state. He tightly closed his eyes, formally initiating the final bloodline treatment. Around his body, gradually, appeared indescribable and eerie currents of energy. Tai Sun focused on sensing himself, recalling the previous cultivation, the feeling that the soul of immortal Ha Lin once reincarnated within Lian Ha Lin. That memory caused a familiar yet inexplicable feeling to surge within him. Thought suddenly flashed through Tai Sun's mind. If that truly happened, if my soul was also reborn within the body of bitch Tai Sun, then what is residing within this body? A terrifying conjecture emerged. Could it be the heavenly demon? When I was the heavenly demon, I devoured countless souls, sparing no one. Enormous spiritual power was gathered from this, endlessly accumulating within the body. Because of this, the power of the heavenly demon grew increasingly terrifying. I even reached a realm no one under heaven had ever touched. But in exchange, the physical body could not bear that power and began to collapse. The heavenly demon realized the truth. Everything was already too late. A trace of indescribable despair flickered in his eyes. But then, by being reborn in the body of bitch Tai Sun, I finally understood the true meaning of the soul-gathering demon art. Thanks to this, I had the chance to correct my past mistakes. This body could finally be completely healed. Tai Sun spoke softly. It is many beings coexisting. And today, this entire treatment process will come to an end. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the heavenly demon. Pale purple light slowly spread from Tai Sun's palm. The time has come. Again then, the bodies of the two gradually formed a strange connection. From deep within Tai Sun's consciousness, an abnormal light burst forth. At the same time at Bai Hoa Lao, everyone continued waiting in silence. Each person bore a solemn expression. Seeing Dan An anxious, Thien Thur hurried to reassure her. Do not be nervous, just follow your own decision. She smiled and nodded, I understand. Ai Quian glanced over and said, wipe your sweat first before continuing, divine physician Thien Thur. Thien Thur's face was visibly tense. If it were only him, it would be fine. But what if they bring a whole group to force the issue? At that moment, the door slowly opened. Kan Hon immediately grew serious. Have they arrived? Tram Kwai nodded in confirmation. Yes, it is Thich Quiet Min of Hak Lian. Quiet Min stepped inside and was startled by the scene before him. There are more people than I expected, but young Master Bitch has not appeared yet. I heard that man has many concubines. Losing 1 or 2 would not concern him. Those words made Thai Quien and Kan Hon extremely displeased. At the same time, Quiet Min calculated silently. Perhaps this is interesting again. Weak yet making others wary, truly a strange one. Thien Thur immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Welcome, senior hero. I did not expect a Hak Lian expert to come personally. Quiet Min leisurely sat down. Meeting like this hardly requires bringing a whole team, especially when the target is only Kim Bitch Merchant Group. During this, Thien Thur ground his teeth in anger. This man is mocking again. Tram Kwai tried to remain calm, daring to come alone, truly arrogant. Observing the situation, Quiet Min pondered inwardly, even so. After a moment of silence, Dan An took the initiative to speak. This junior is Dan An. I heard you wished to see me. Her expression was gentle, her temperament elegant like a blooming flower. That scene stirred Quiet Min, beauty that stole his breath. If I bring you back to my sect, I am willing to pass on all my martial arts. He coughed lightly, then asked, did you hear what I said? Dan An nodded. Yes, I know you wish to take me as a disciple, but I... Before she could finish, Quiet Min interrupted. Wait, you already intended to refuse, yet you still came. Dan An nodded calmly. That is right, I appreciate your kindness. But I already belong to young Master Bitch. Whether here or anywhere within Kim Bitch stronghold, I will never leave Kim Bitch merchant group. Those words delighted Thien Thur. That is my Dan An. And what kind of smile is that? Being rejected for the first time made Quiet Min extremely displeased. Even so, that man continued. But remember, this matter affects not only you, but also the future of those around you. That threat sent a chill through Thien Thur. Even the people around her are being used as leverage. Before anyone could react, Quiet Min suddenly unleashed his aura. Terrifying pressure filled the entire room. Thai Quien and Kan Hon immediately assumed battle stances. The pressure was so intense it was difficult even to draw their swords. Dan An also felt her breathing grow difficult. Quiet Min laughed smugly. How about it? Become my disciple, and you gain both martial arts and status. Will you leave Kim Bitch merchant group? Under the crushing pressure, Dan An hesitated. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on her head, instantly easing her discomfort. Tram Kwai frowned in displeasure. At least let her breathe before questioning, leaving Quiet Min shocked. Everything deviated from the original plan, causing Thien Thur to worry. Elder brother, are you all right? Thai Quien and Kan Hon were already prepared to fight. The pressure had been dispelled. Compared to the young master's training, this level is nothing. Seeing everyone return to normal, Quiet Min could not believe it. This time, everyone stared directly at that man with stern expressions. Even so, Quiet Min did not abandon his original intent. I underestimated them. Kan Hon and Thai Quien continued maintaining their ready stances. Dan An continued, you have seen it. This is our Kim Bitch merchant group. Where I belong will never change. That blunt refusal left Quiet Min frozen in place. No one knew what calculations were running through that man's mind. Losing face, Quiet Min stood up and left. Staying would gain nothing. I hope you can uphold your words to the very end. That reaction made Tram Kwai visibly displeased. Quiet Min did not hesitate and turned to leave this place. Once that man was gone, Thien Thur finally breathed out in relief. The ordeal was over, while Tram Kwai sighed in exhaustion. Thai Quien felt relieved. The young master's training truly works. Kan Hon also nodded in agreement. On the pitch-dark road, Quiet Min returned in silence. A voice spoke to inquire. That man replied calmly, I may have misjudged. If Bitch Tai's son were useless, how could he retain such talents? Immediately investigate everything about Bitch Tai's son again. The matter of entering Vo Han City can wait. The Haklian warriors responded in unison. Understood. Quiet Min departed with regret. Though defeated, he gained something. One day I will surely wash away this humiliation. Bitch Tai's son, what exactly is your true identity? Meanwhile, the heavenly demon continued merging with Tai's son. He remained deeply immersed in cultivation. Tai's son tightly closed his eyes, sensing the treatment nearing completion. Soul of the heavenly demon continuously transmitted spiritual power into his body. He strove to perfect the fusion process, yet the final bloodline had still not been found. Where exactly is that final missing meridian hidden? At the same time, Tai's son's body suddenly became faint, suspended within the void. Before the heavenly demon, the image of a strange and peculiar tree abruptly appeared. In that instant, a surge of joy flooded him, found it. That beam of light slowly moved closer toward the heavenly demon's palm. At the final moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Tai's son's body was still lying motionless. A split second later, those eyes suddenly opened wide. This time the two faced each other directly. It is me, the heavenly demon, the one linking the blood meridians. I am dissolving myself into the body of Bitch Tai's son. At last the inevitable occurred. The heavenly demon instantly fell into another space. That man's figure gradually dissipated from this place. When the heavenly demon opened his eyes once more, countless rays of light continuously appeared. He clearly sensed that he was still within Tai's son's body, the spiritual power sealed in the soul spreading throughout his entire form. After a long period of cultivation, he had finally fully returned to Tai's son's body. Heavenly demon slowly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. The physical body once lost had now appeared. The soulless body of Bitch Tai's son merged with the heavenly demon, life and death becoming one. After days submerged in darkness, the treatment process finally came to an end. Smile on Tai-sun's face now carried a chilling and terrifying edge. And by then, dawn had arrived on the following day. Tai-sun opened his eyes and sprang up, rushing forward with unprecedented clarity of mind. If that is the case then today. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up a brush and began handling affairs. With a calm expression, he continuously wrote neat lines of text onto the paper. Pages were gradually filled, one volume after another. Feeling it was still not enough, he continued writing onto a new page. Tai-sun paid no attention to his surroundings, working tirelessly until the sun rose high. Time quietly flowed onward like this. Looking at the pile of documents completed by his own hand, Tai-sun nodded in satisfaction. This will do. Today should be a rare and comfortable day. Now I truly feel that I have been reborn as Big Tai-sun. The scene shifted to Kim Bitch's stronghold, which was unusually quiet. Out of habit, Tai-sun quickly went to check whether anything abnormal had occurred. His expression was calm as he observed the surroundings. The disciples were still enduring harsh training. This log is too heavy. I cannot hold on much longer. Where did that guy run off to? Another young man hurriedly swung his spear and charged forward. Hold on, I am coming to help. That man leapt into the air and charged straight toward the tree trunk. Just seconds later, he forced the trunk deep into the ground with his spear. Astonishing everyone, the tree is down. Seeing their diligence, Tai-sun could not help praising them. It seems you have been working hard. His appearance left everyone stunned. Young master, you have arrived. Remembering something, Tai-sun tossed them a book, then learned this as well. Looking at the book in their hands, the group asked excitedly, "What is this, young master?" Tai-sun replied while walking away, "Read it and you will know why ask so much." Zio Triu beside them was also surprised. The young master is truly kind. Praise delighted them. Since childhood we only caused trouble and never learned to read. Tai-sun was speechless. Truly something to be proud of, you fools. With no other choice, he instructed to read it for them. She was surprised but still nodded, "Yes, young master." The people behind them grew even more excited. "Many thanks, young master." Zio Triu stepped forward to examine it. Black ink on white paper. It seems to be the wood iron body art. Hearing this, they were shocked. "Is this a martial arts manual?" She nodded in confirmation. "It appears to be a cultivation method using wood and iron." The group rejoiced and vowed to train with all their might. Sensing something different, Zio Triu glanced at Tai-sun, thinking about it today. Today the young master looks very happy. Everyone nodded. "That is right. Just now we even saw him smile at us." Young master also seems more handsome than before. Inside the room, a man was leisurely sitting and relaxing. Taking a bite of pastry, he laughed in delight. Bam's pastries truly live up to their reputation. After savoring it, he prepared to swallow. Because he ate too hastily, he immediately choked. The pastry stuck in his throat, water. Tai-sun's familiar hand reached out. "Since when did you start choking even while eating pastry?" With Tai-sun's assistance, he immediately spat out the pastry. Saliva-soaked pastry fell to the ground. Gaining his breath, he sighed in relief. "Young master." Tai-sun handed him a book, Star Devouring Art. "This technique greatly restores vital essence. You must practice it every night. Miss even one day, an internal energy backlash will cause the body to explode. Remember this well." Receiving the gift, he froze, explode. "Then I must practice every day but my stamina." Not long after, Thien Thur stared blankly at the item in his hand. "What is this? Not the ultimate art of my master Thai Him Ma, the ghost spirit demon art rare within the demonic sect." Tai-sun then handed Tram Kwai another manual, leaving him horrified. "The golden pill art. Is that not the martial art of Ma Duck? Why does the young master have it?" The scene shifted to the Kim Bitch stronghold martial field. Seeing Tai-sun appear, everyone immediately knelt. "Young master, you have arrived." He nodded and said his body had stabilized. Kin Hon will train the advanced retreat sword from today. Du Thur Ring will train the reverse wave sword. If there is anything unclear, ask me. Though astonished, Kan Hon still nodded. "Many thanks, young master. Are you planning to depart?" Inwardly lamenting that more harsh training awaited. Tai-sun smiled and shook his head. "No need. You all focus on cultivation. Today I will go out alone." These words left Thai Qian unable to believe it. Truly no need to follow. Those beside her were also surprised. But the young master looked very happy today. My son leisurely opened the door and left. Just as they said, his mood was excellent. It had been a long time since he went out alone. It felt like a spring breeze after a long winter. He quickly entered the bustling street within the town. My son blended into the dense crowd. Suddenly sensing something unusual, he was startled. The vitality here is truly abundant. He noticed the simple smiles of the townsfolk, life at times. Everyone was living in simple happiness. He cherished that feeling. Slowing down a little is also precious. As Tai-sun was strolling leisurely, a mysterious figure appeared behind him. That person brushed past him unintentionally. Sensing something strange, he turned his head, the scent of medicine. The mysterious woman continued walking quickly, as if wanting to leave. Realizing something was off, She stopped and spoke to apologize for the abruptness. Her words left Tai-sun unsure of what had just happened. The girl turned back and asked, "May I take your pulse for a moment?" Corner of Tai-sun's mouth curved into a gentle smile. Life being noisy at times is not necessarily bad. He did not notice another strange figure slipping past behind him. In that brief instant, it seemed both of them sensed something. Instinctively, Tai-sun turned his head, the scent of medicine. Before he could react, a gentle voice sounded, "Sorry for speaking so suddenly. It may be a bit strange." Tai-sun turned to look at her in confusion. The mysterious girl once again requested to take his pulse. That appearance left Tai-sun slightly surprised, despite the peaceful day. He did not think much, and immediately turned away. Seeing this, the woman became angry, but the elder beside her reminded her, "Kim Bitch stronghold is ahead. Sect leader should hurry." Regretful, she still nodded, "Yes, let us go." The beauty continued onward, doubts in her heart. Could it be that I sensed that aura incorrectly? The scene shifted back to Bai Hoa Lao. Tai-sun quickly arrived. Seeing him appear, everyone was shocked and intended to invite the young master to return later. Young master bitch. Hearing that Tai-sun had arrived, Hoa Lao hurriedly ran out. He bowed softly in greeting, "Welcome young master's arrival. It is truly an honor." Her gaze swept over the blushing young beauties around her. This young woman is always ready to serve, as long as the young master speaks. Hearing this, Tai-sun laughed and nodded, "Very well, just sit and chat for a while. Today I came simply to relax." His gentle words left Hoa Lao slightly flustered. "Understood, but where are Thien Vusu and Du Vusu?" Tai-sun calmly turned around and replied, "I came alone." This news shocked her. "You did not bring any guards," he nodded in confirmation. His current demeanor left Hoa Lao stunned. Today the young master looks completely different from usual, more confident and at ease than before. Seeing her still standing dazed, Tai-sun reminded her, "Why are you still standing there? Lead the way." She hurriedly nodded, "Yes, young master." The scene shifted into the inner room. Hoa Lao quickly reported, "The documents you are reviewing are the investigation results on Kim Bitch Merchant Group, as per your previous order." Tai-sun's expression immediately turned solemn. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, "Including Madam Tai My Lin of Bitch Tai Thur and her son Bitch the Hyatt. It has been a long time since I last heard these names. They want to seize Kim Bitch Merchant Group, then I truly am a thorn in their eyes." He knew clearly that My Lin had never liked his existence from the beginning. Hearing this, Hoa Lao added, "Recently the actions of those two have become increasingly blatant. During the investigation, our subordinates discovered something quite interesting. Most of time, My Lin's trusted aides frequent Huang Hoa Lao almost every day. Those nobles treat that place as a regular venue for indulgence." Hoa Lao continued, "But that madam herself only indulges in pleasure and has never directly issued any orders." Puzzled Tai-sun, "Only there for indulgence. Such frequent visits must cost no small amount of money." Hoa Lao nodded. "They are secretly embezzling funds from the merchant group, and Huang Hoa Lao even provides abnormal privileges so they can spend freely." Tai-sun asked curiously, "Why do this?" Hoa Lao shook her head. "This subordinate has not investigated that far yet. Please forgive me, young master." He smiled faintly. "Those people must have already guessed part of it." Hoa Lao lifted her head and pondered. "If allowed to infer, perhaps they have already been stained by desire, young master." These words caught Tai-sun's attention. "Stain." He continued explaining, "Desire and pleasure cloud reason, weaken the mind, and make one easy to manipulate, thereby grasping their filthy secrets. The missing funds can be recorded separately. Unpaid amounts become debts. Kim Bitch Merchant Group only thinks they are being entertained, since Huang Hoa Lao only needs to deny everything. Therefore, this subordinate has planted people to infiltrate deeper. I believe accurate results will come soon." After hearing this, Tai-sun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. But Huang Hoa Lao is a remnant left behind by Vo Dan. Will Hao sect face danger?" Hoa Lao spoke seriously. "As you said, young master, Huang Hoa Lao is in fact a hidden branch of Vo Dan, an intelligence organization disguised as a pleasure house to control Vo Han. Although Vo Dan's forces in Vo Han have been eliminated, they must never be underestimated, especially the Huang Hoa Lao master, an extremely dangerous woman. However, thanks to the Dark Shadow Treasury, our strength has increased enough to withstand them." Tai-sun revealed a strange smile. Indeed, keeping Huang Hoa Lao was the right decision. Gathering intelligence while nurturing Hao sect. Truly a fine move. Remembering something else, he took out a book. "Take this. This is the returning bright sword art. Combined with the Dark Shadow Treasury, it will be even more formidable." Though surprised, Hoa Lao happily accepted it. "Many thanks, young master. This subordinate will cultivate with full dedication." Before leaving, Tai-sun gave one more instruction. "Investigate Thich Quiet Min of Hak Lien for me. Find out who that man really is. Not only him, but everyone around him as well. Investigate everything." Seeing Tai-sun use only chi to make the paper fly, Hoa Lao could not help being astonished. How was that done? While she was still dazed, Tai Sun flicked his finger once more. He smiled mischievously. I heard someone dared to touch people of Kim Bitch's stronghold. Then he must be made to understand clearly. Those people the one he touched actually belongs to. Ho Lao immediately understood, acknowledged young master. This subordinate will sweep the surrounding area clean, secretly thinking how dare they touch the young master. Seeing Tai Sun preparing to leave, she was surprised. You are leaving right away. You have not eaten yet. He replied, tonight I will eat with my own people. At the same time at Kim Bitch's stronghold, Thien Thur's voice rang out, please come over here to dine. Medicine King of Heavenly Medicine Hall has arrived. Quickly prepare wine and food. Everyone responded in unison, yes, Elder Divine Healer. Cam Kwai recalled something and called out, so Lan, come here first. The young master arrived late. Arrange a meeting tomorrow. Disappointed, So Lan still nodded. A peerless beauty appeared. She was none other than the Heavenly Medicine Hall Master Triu Thur Lan. Hearing her words, Thien Thur was shocked. I heard Heavenly Medicine Hall has cooperated with Vo Dan. She nodded in confirmation. This news startled Cam Kwai. Honestly speaking, I am surprised too. You have always managed on your own before. Thur Lan blushed and explained. It was just that the situation became difficult, so we needed some support. This puzzled Thien Thur. Even Heavenly Medicine Hall ran into trouble. Thur Lan lowered her head and recounted. Matters piled up and made management extremely burdensome. After hearing this, the two exchanged strange looks. The same thoughts surfaced in their minds. When it comes to the path of medicine, no one surpasses Heavenly Medicine Hall. A place once bustling with activity had now fallen into hardship. Thur Lan smiled and added, I have not truly joined Vodan. It is merely mutual assistance. Thien Thur calculated silently. Judging by her expression, this matter was not simple. Could someone be targeting Heavenly Medicine Hall? Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, startling Thur Lan. Is it someone familiar? Tai Sun's appearance shocked both of them. Young master, since when did you arrive? Thur Lan curiously turned around. Is this young master bitch? Tai Sun's face appeared before her eyes. She could not hide her shock. Was that not just now on the road? Tai Sun sat down on a chair. You have finished your matters, and are this idle? Thien Thur explained they were discussing cooperation with Heavenly Medicine Hall. Hearing this, Thur Lan was stunned. Cooperation, he smiled and said, look at that. So happy you are stunned. Tai Sun looked at her. You are the Heavenly Medicine Hall Master. She immediately nodded. Seeing how young he was yet carrying such presence, she was astonished. Daring to address the Medicine King like that, she introduced herself as Triu Thur Lan. Tai Sun was puzzled. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something you want to say? These words made her suddenly remember. She almost forgot her purpose for coming here. It was to build relations with Kim Bitch Merchant Group and seek support for Heavenly Medicine Hall. Thur Lan's eyes lit up. I heard your health is not good. May I take your pulse? My field of treatment differs from those two physicians. That initiative made Cam Kwai and Thien Thur laugh. The atmosphere felt strange. It seems the Medicine King is about to lean toward us. Smug smile flashed by. Being personally examined by the Medicine King is an honor. Even if uncomfortable, it must be endured for the future of Heavenly Medicine Hall. Tai Sun still looked at her coldly, without emotion. This left Thur Lan flustered. Why does he keep staring at me like this? At that moment, Tai Sun bluntly refused. I do not like it. Cam Kwai and Thien Thur widened their eyes. What is going on? That decisive refusal left Thur Lan frozen, yes. The two beside her laughed awkwardly. In my entire life, I have never seen So Lan rejected like this. Thur Lan wanted to ask why. Even if you do not know who I am the Heavenly Medicine Hall Master. Tai Sun slammed his hand on the table then. Wish you peace and good health. Seeing he leave, she still tried to stop him. Please wait. I truly can help in another way. Tai Sun replied coldly, my body has recovered. What need is there to take my pulse? Thur Lan watched him leave in a daze. Thien Thur smiled awkwardly to console her. Miss, do not worry. Such a reaction is actually very good. She was speechless, that is what you call good. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he hurriedly suggested, since that is the case, why do we not discuss the medical path together? Secretly thinking this was a chance to pull the young master into it. Cam Kwai immediately understood. Indeed, the familiar scheming mind. He laughed awkwardly. Yes, a good idea. I am refining a new prescription. Shall we examine it together? Apologizing to So Lan inwardly. With no other choice, Thur Lan could only nod. Very well. Quick agreement excited the two. A wise decision. Thur Lan revealed a strange smile. No matter how long it takes, I want to try. Thinking to herself that bitch Tai Sun is truly extraordinary. After some time, she exclaimed in shock, truly wonderful. Where did this idea come from? Thien Thur laughed proudly. The Medicine King finally recognizes the value of the Thien Thur silent pill. Thur Lan smiled and nodded. Using only common ingredients yet achieving effects close to a spirit pill. If we add a bit of this then. She spoke, she tossed the spirit pill into the air. That action startled the two. Thurlan's expression turned serious as she continued controlling the pill. Her steps were steady without the slightest hesitation. Thurlan quickly opened the medicine boxes to search for ingredients. The pill remained suspended in midair. The speed of her movements left the two frozen. In contrast, she was extremely exhilarated. Witnessing this scene, Thur could not help being astonished. Could it be she had mastered both the locations of herbs and the refinement improvements? Tram Kwai laughed. Did you think the title Frost Medicine King was just an empty name? At this moment the pill slowly descended. Everything had already been carefully calculated by Thurlan in advance. From the body of the tiny cauldron, a stream of mystical purple aura suddenly spread out, looking both eerie and unusual. The medicinal fragrance rose so intensely that even the two people standing nearby were stunned. Just a whiff was enough to tell that its potency was far stronger than before. What exactly had she added that the pill now was no different from a supreme spiritual elixir? The corner of Thurlan's lips suddenly curved into a sly smile. If that is the case, then in the coming days I hope the two physicians will guide me more. And so Lan's group smoothly joined Kim Bitch tribe, while the two physicians who followed along suffered until they were drunk on medicine, unable to endure it anymore and begging the gang leader to stop or let them return to the medical chamber. A few days later, Thur looked at the pill in front of him and could not hide his astonishment. Merely changing a few herbs according to her words had made the internal energy enhancement far superior, while all other effects remained the same. After hearing this, Thurlan nodded to confirm. Moreover, replacing them with these herbs also reduced material costs. Tram Kwai, standing beside them, could not help but praise her skill. Since this is the case, why not visit Kim Bitch Try for a trip? Upon hearing this, the other two were visibly delighted. Seeing them secretly rejoice, he suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Not her, but the two of you." Those two hurriedly nodded repeatedly. "Understood, gang leader. Please spare this humble one." Thurlan forced a smile and spoke to explain. "Sorry, just treat it as medical practice." "All right, how has young Master Bitch Tai Sun's health been lately?" Thur tasted the herbs as he spoke. Initially, the pulse had been completely severed, but now it should have improved a lot. This news left her stunned. What severed meridians? Her eyes widened in shock. Severed meridians. This is the first time I have ever heard of it. Actually, the reason I came to check young Master Bitch's pulse was because of rumors that that man could defeat a demi-zombie in a single afternoon. The one with the abnormal physique is him. But severed meridians? That is completely beyond my understanding. What exactly does that physique have to do with neutralizing demi-zombies? This will not do. Since it has come to this, no matter what, I must personally check the young master's pulse. While Tai Sun was still strolling leisurely along the corridor, Thurlan had already hurried over to greet him. "Good morning. While your spirits are good right now, how about letting me take your pulse as a start to the day?" Tai Sun maintained his cold expression and bluntly refused. The time that followed, Thurlan continued to persistently follow him. In the end, Tai Sun helplessly repeated the two words of refusal. She even followed him all the way to the training grounds, yet he still did not change his decision. It was still a refusal. "I already said no." That repeated sentence made Thurlan so angry her blood boiled. He could not help being astonished by her tenacity. Several days passed, and she still had not given up. Hearing this, she could only sigh helplessly. No matter what, she had to be stubborn. "Because I am a physician. Using the medical path to save people is my duty." That confidence caught Tai Sun's attention. He lightly nodded and said, "That does sound reasonable." Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and asked, "Hey you, do you absolutely have to cooperate with Vo Lam Min?" The puzzling question made Thurlan freeze. "Yes, what does young master mean?" Tai Sun's gaze suddenly became strangely resolute. When returning earlier, Ho and Gok had reported that the situation at Thien Duok Fong was worsening by the day, and seemed to have someone pulling strings behind the scenes. After hearing this, Tai Sun spoke coldly. "So someone wants to swallow Thien Duok Fong whole?" He nodded seriously. According to information from Hao Mon Chu, the most suspicious force is Vo Lam Min. Although they helped resolve the crisis at first, the debts of Thien Duok Fong only piled up even more. This news made Tai Sun even more doubtful. Vo Lam Min never liked underhanded matters. "It truly is suspicious. Investigate further." Ho and Gok immediately replied, "Yes, this subordinate understands." When she was about to leave, Tai Sun asked another question. "There is one more thing. Can you guess why the leader of Thien Duok Fong insists on checking my pulse?" Ho and Gok was slightly surprised, then replied, "It seems that day she was very interested in the young master's special physique. Someone who could defeat a demi-zombie in a single move. As for the deeper reason, this humble woman does not know. Hearing this, Tai-sun laughed. Why, before those people can swallow it whole, I will be the one to seize Thien Duok Fan. Turning to the present, Tai-sun smiled and extended his hand forward. That action left Thur-Lan stunned. You truly agree to let me take your pulse. Seeing her attitude like this, he felt a bit disinterested. If you do not like it, then forget it. Seizing the rare opportunity, she hurriedly held his hand. Young master, then I will begin right away. She gently placed her hand on Tai-sun's pulse. Thur-Lan's eyes closed tightly as she focused on sensing carefully. After only a few seconds, her expression completely changed. What is this? What kind of pulse is this? Seeing her strange expression, Tai-sun laughed and asked, how is it? After checking, what do you feel? Thur-Lan's voice trembled with confusion. Very normal, normal to the point of being strange. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Setting aside the abnormal physique that could defeat demi-zombies, this was completely an ordinary body with no trace of severed meridians. While she was still thinking, Tai-sun smiled and said, it seems my overly ordinary body has disappointed you. She was about to explain when Hoa and Gok's voice rang out. Young master, the patrol hall master of Ho Muk Lien, Miu Duck, requests an audience. A swarm of demi-zombies has appeared in the plaza, spreading everywhere. At the same time, they have intruded into this space from an unknown source. This news terrified Thur-Lan. What did you say? A group of demi-zombies in the plaza. Tai-sun immediately turned and signaled to depart. You come with me. Hoa and Gok nodded and replied, yes, young master. He glanced at the people behind him. Thien Kin Hong, Du Thur-Deen, and several maids also prepared to set out. Everyone replied in unison that they would make arrangements immediately. Seeing this, Tram Kwai said in shock that when the young master goes to the battlefield, he must bring a physician. Thien Thur also chimed in that on-site treatment is very important. Hearing this, Thur-Lan suddenly cried out, what again, you are dragging me along. Tai-sun laughed and said, understood. The two of you follow me, and also. She is going as well. He looked straight at Thur-Lan. Those words left her stunned me. He then continued, because you want to see with your own eyes how I defeat them. She hesitated, that is true, but without further delay, Tai-sun turned around and left, prepare to set off. Hurry up, there will soon be something good to watch. Scene shifted to Engia Suang under Ho Muk Lien. Space here was gloomy, with only 2 gate guards remaining. Both of them even felt sleepy. One person turned to chat. Ever since the Black Iron Room incident, everything has been quiet to the point of boredom. The other laughed and replied, what could we do back then? Young Master Bitch handled everything alone. That is true. If that demi-zombie had fallen into our hands then. Wait a moment, what is that? It looks like a pack of wolves. In the darkness, a vague figure quickly entered the sight of the two. Before they could react, the demi-zombies had already charged over. The 2 guards shouted in panic. What is this? Do you know where this is to dare cause trouble here? Demi-zombies roared like wild beasts and rushed forward crazily. In just a moment, the 2 pitiful gate guards were defeated. Space immediately fell into chaos. The guards above saw this and loudly sounded the alarm. Demi-zombies, quickly seal the city gates. The city gates were swiftly slammed shut under the coordination of the soldiers. Seeing this scene, a white-haired youth stepped out and asked, what are you all standing around for? Distinguished guests are knocking at the door. Looking at his figure, everyone was shocked. Who are you? You look just like a child. He laughed mischievously. Even if you know, will it change anything? Let me make it clear. He suddenly extended both hands forward. A loud explosion rang out. The space shook violently. Demi-zombies crazily clawed at the city walls. Unable to withstand the pressure, the walls quickly collapsed. The demi-zombies poured inside along with it. It seemed that countless innocent people would lose their lives here. Looking at the scattered demi-zombies on the ground, the guards were in a panic. Are they dead or? Just 1 second later, they suddenly crawled back up. As if being controlled, they all turned to look toward the civilians. Terrified beyond measure, everyone could only flee. They are still alive. Get out of the way. The demi-zombies are attacking. But it was already too late. Many people had died at their hands. The scene grew increasingly chaotic as the death toll continued to rise. Another huge explosion occurred, flames engulfing the entire space. After a moment of silence, the white-haired youth spoke. Hatch Lian Quan, that is my name. Inside Kim Bitch Trang, the hall master said in a deep voice, in just one night Ho Muk Lien had turned into an Asura hell. The demi-zombies completed their objective and vanished calmly. What is most worrying is that the demi-zombie attacks are becoming increasingly organized. The speaker was the patrol hall master of Ho Muk Lien, Tae Mon Duck. He continued, not only Ho Muk Lien but many other sects in Engia Suang were also destroyed by such offensives like an army. Hearing this, Hoa and Gok spoke up. Demi-zombies originally have no consciousness. Now acting with strategy clearly means someone is controlling them from behind. Tae Mon Duck nodded worriedly. That is right. We are also searching for the controller, but they are too bizarre and hard to grasp. Moreover, during the attacks, they even used blood-boosting pills, so they could not be stopped. Hoa and Gok asked in shock, Did we not already use iron shackles as a precaution? He nodded and sighed. That method only reduced losses somewhat. Recently, its effectiveness has dropped sharply. They have certainly developed new countermeasures. Hearing this, Tai-sun laughed. Countermeasures? How interesting. It seems there is a new type of medicine. Although the severed meridians have been cured, my current spiritual power is still far less than during the heavenly demon era. Very well, tomorrow morning I will set off. Tai-sun thought to himself that if they refuse to reveal themselves, then he will uproot them completely. And so the next day, the plan to head to Engia was officially decided. Leading the way was Hoa and Gok, along with 2 maids. Invo Si and Thai Quien naturally followed as well. The 2 senior elders leaving the pharmacy were the divine physician and the eccentric physician. And finally, a familiar figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Now Ha Lin had completely transformed into a different person. She paid no attention to her surroundings and focused solely on training, which was only natural. Sensing that something was amiss, she immediately cast a quick glance toward a distant direction. Seeing that Ha Lin was still diligently cultivating, Tai-sun spoke up. It seems I am still not perfect enough, so continue your harsh training until I return. These words made her so angry she thought to herself, could it be that I am not allowed to follow along? Thur Lan's graceful figure swept past in a flash. Seeing Thur Lan appear was enough to leave Ha Lin stunned. She even felt a hint of irritation rise in her heart. Why was young master traveling with a strange woman? What exactly was going on? Unable to hold back any longer, Ha Lin loudly asked, "Who is that girl, young master? Why are you surrounded by women like this?" But Tai-sun could not be bothered to care. Let us go, do not delay. Thus the entire group swiftly left that place in the blink of an eye. Suddenly remembering something, Hoa and Gok asked curiously, "How will young master reach Engia Suong? Boats and horses are already prepared, just say the word." But Tai-sun cut her off. "That is enough. Using lightness skill, we will arrive tonight. There is no need to dawdle." Hearing this, sweat poured nonstop from Thur Lan. What is this supposed to mean? Quien sighed helplessly. "So hell begins right now." Kan Hone laughed in response. "I was wrong to think we would get to relax for a bit." Over there, Cam Kwai and Thien Thur argued incessantly. "You bastard said leaving the pharmacy would be enjoyable. Do you think I can run 5,000 li?" While everyone was still debating, Tai-sun had already shot forward. "Do not worry, I will not let you die." Later on, everyone often recalled that march in this way. Young master looked as if he were merely strolling leisurely. No matter how hard they tried, no one could catch up. At the very moment when internal energy was nearly exhausted to the point of fainting, Thur Lan and the others suddenly sensed something unusual. Clearly, their internal energy was depleted, yet it was gradually recovering. Tai-sun walked ahead silently, providing assistance. For some reason, internal energy kept replenishing itself, so no one could faint. This made Thien Thur even more despairing. "Why is my body still so full of strength? I just want to faint." Cam Kwai angrily shouted, "Are you transmitting internal energy to me?" He replied irritably, "Do you think anyone can do that? Only young master can." That seemingly endless march was later called the journey to Engia Suong, uninterrupted hell-level lightness skill. And in the end, everyone arrived at Engia Sun in Ho Back. Realizing this astonishing speed, Hoa and Gok said in shock, "To cross 1,000 li in a single day. But where is this place?" Tai-sun stopped and looked at the space before him, then asked, "Was this not once the Black Iron Workshop?" She nodded while walking and spoke. "After the demi-zombie attack, this place was taken over by Ho Muk Lian. But when Engia Suong fell into chaos, they withdrew not long ago." Tai-sun looked straight ahead and asked, "Then what about now?" Hoa and Gok recounted, "It is currently vacant. Ho Muk Lian left about 5 days ago, so nothing should have happened yet." This made him feel even more intrigued. Vacant. That is quite convenient. Before she could react, he had already thrown a series of pills forward. A loud explosion rang out as smoke and dust surged everywhere. My son's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. "Very well, from now on." Bursts of coughing rang out, causing everyone to panic. Cam Kwai and Thien Thur could not help but feel fear witnessing that scene. Tai-sun's voice sounded slowly. "If anyone lets even a single wound appear on their body, then they will die by my hand." At the same time, countless demi-zombies appeared behind him. That scene left even Thur Lan, standing nearby, utterly stunned. Explosions rang out continuously. In the darkness, thousands of eyes flashed with light. This time, everyone immediately entered a state of battle readiness. Only Thien Thur panicked. "Not even a scratch is allowed. Heavens, is this not forcing us to die, young master?" Without wasting time, the demi-zombies charged forward to attack. Seeing this, Tai-sun realized those beads were completely useless. These ones were even faster than before. Using them as training targets was barely acceptable. An excited smile bloomed on his face. "Very well, let us begin." As the demi-zombies closed in, Tai-sun's figure gradually vanished into the air. He paid no attention and continued charging forward to fight. This scene frightened Thien Thur. Where did young master disappear to? Think of something quickly. They are flooding in. There are too many. I do not want to die by young master's hand. Seeing him rambling on, Cam Kwai immediately took action. Too noisy, shut up and get up to fight. Also do not want to die by young master's hand, you idiot. Just like that, the zombies were knocked down one after another by him. The two coordinated their counterattack, pushing the swarm of demi-zombies backward. After only a few exchanges, Cam Kwai was already exhausted, nearly getting latched onto one but barely managed to kill it. Yet this group was clearly different from before. The smoke dispersed. The demi-zombies reappeared before their eyes. Was it still not over? This time, their numbers were even greater. They surged toward everyone like an unending flood. Remembering something, Thor hurriedly suggested, "Right, throw all the prepared beads." No one hesitated and immediately hurled the beads forward. Everyone fought with tremendous fervor. This made Thor laugh smugly. "You bastards have fallen into the trap. Taste the power of this." Beads were thrown straight into the group of demi-zombies. Loud explosions rang out one after another across the area. Contrary to expectations, they seemed completely unharmed. Sweat streamed down Thor's face. Something is wrong. Sometime later, in another quiet location, my son slowly stepped deep into the inner space. He revealed a surprised smile. As expected, everything has gathered here. No wonder the aura was so strange. Before him was a group of high-level zombies. But he also noticed something abnormal. They should clearly be affected by soul-chanting demonic art, yet they had not collapsed. Immediately afterward, all of them drew their swords in unison, preparing for battle. A blink of an eye, they charged straight toward Tai-sun. With just a few movements, he took notice. This technique was absolutely not ordinary. Their internal energy was also not weak. Clearly, experts transformed into demi-zombies. Group outside had also been further enhanced. Just how far can this so-called nameless group control spiritual energy? Outside, everyone was still dumbfounded. Why are they not dying? I remember throwing another bead. At the same time, Tai-sun drew his sword, preparing to engage. His gaze was icy. The better the medicine, the more bitter the taste. The ground beneath his feet cracked continuously. Only a short time, they were completely no match for him. Not wasting any more time, he swiftly dealt with each one. All the zombies were suppressed by Tai-sun alone. Each one was beaten into a miserable state. Looking at their condition, he laughed. "It seems you have made quite a decent medicine. It has been a long time since I felt this interested. All of your spiritual energy I will put to more appropriate use." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy on the zombies was gradually drained away. The scene shifted to the main hall of Ho Muk Lian. A reporting voice rang out. "The League Chief Steward has arrived." Chief Steward stepped in to report. "The investigation into the demi-zombies at Black Iron Workshop has been completed." The man at the front asked back in surprise, "Go on and tell me. Those demi-zombies really were former members of Black Iron Workshop?" He was the league leader, Bai Li He. Chief Steward hurriedly nodded. The corpses were heavily damaged, making full confirmation difficult. But the remaining ones were indeed martial warriors who had gone missing from Black Iron Workshop. Hearing this, Bai Li Heap's expression darkened. Those people were not ordinary. If not for bitch Tai-sun, the losses would have been even greater. The chief steward was startled. Could it be that all subordinates would have died? It would only have been more chaotic. Cold sweat broke out on him. Just thinking about the previous invasion was chaotic enough. If they poured out again, the mere thought sent chills down his spine. The chief steward nodded in agreement. Bai Li Heap instructed, "In any case, we owe bitch Tai-sun a favor. Prepare excellent accommodations for him." During this, he became somewhat awkward. It seems bitch Tai-sun's group is staying at Black Iron Workshop. This news shocked Bai Li Heap. What are they doing there? The chief steward recalled Tai-sun's words. He said it was more comfortable there. His face immediately turned anxious. Wait, comfortable in a place once filled with corpses. The scene shifted elsewhere. All the zombies had been eliminated. Chief Steward continued reporting. The corpses have been completely collected by Ho Muk Lian, and the empty spaces in the hall were cleaned up by the Hao Mon bandits. This made Bai Li Heap curious. Such a vast place, what were they using it for? He shook his head and said, "Let them handle it themselves." After settling the lodging, Kan Hoa finally got to rest. Ai Qian did not hesitate and immediately fell into deep sleep. Recalling the events of the day left Lan utterly exhausted. It truly had been a terrifyingly long day. Am Kwai turned back and said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard, go rest, except one person." Seeing him preparing to leave, Thor anxiously asked, "Where are you going if demi-zombies appear while we sleep then? What, planning to use that head from earlier to block them?" He sighed and scolded. "Already a headache, and you are still spouting nonsense." Thor hurriedly begged, "Brother, please sleep together." Amid the quiet and silent night, Tai-sun sat motionless, his entire body immersed in absolute focus. He allowed himself no rest at all, continuing to pour all his strength into relentless cultivation. Tai-sun clearly sensed the flow of energy circulating within his body. This was the purest and most refined spiritual power he had ever absorbed. The treatment was complete, and now all that remained was to accumulate this power. No longer the outdated soul chanting demonic art that once failed, but a completely improved method. No matter how much spiritual power he absorbed, his body remained stable. Step by step, he would thoroughly correct the cultivation method that had failed when he was the heavenly demon. And at a certain moment, Tai-sun's eyes suddenly opened. He glanced outside with a gaze so cold it was chilling. Corner of his mouth curved into an eager smile. I will reach a realm no heavenly demon has ever set foot in. Not long after, a man rushed inside in panic and knocked loudly, "Great hero. Something major has happened." Seeing this, Tun Kwang immediately became furious. "What are you panicking for? Calm down and report." Subordinate hurriedly recounted. Last night, bitch Tai-sun appeared at Engia camp. This news made him unable to hide his shock. What bitch Tai-sun? Yesterday morning he was still at Vo Han. Sweat poured from his forehead. I knew he would come, but I did not expect him to be this fast. This is troublesome. First deal with the demi-zombies. Subordinate hastily explained. As soon as he arrived, he swept clean black iron workshop. This news left him stunned. What, all of it? Thinking of what Tai-sun had done, Tun Kwang was so furious he was nearly driven mad. Damn it. Matters did not stop there as the subordinate continued. Moreover, it is said he even used that place as his residence. The plan being completely ruined made Tun Kwang roar in rage. Do you know what kind of demi-zombies were there? That was my painstaking work refining many experts. Voice was filled with killing intent. Bitch Tai-sun absolutely cannot be allowed to live. No matter the cost, he must be killed. Perhaps it is time to use the book the old man gave me. That creature is too dangerous. I already prepared for this situation. His gaze stopped on a bottle placed quietly in the corner of the cabinet. Tun Kwang's expression grew solemn as he stepped closer. You are listening to me too right. Before long, I will release you. Wait a little longer. Bitch Tai-sun, tonight will be the last night you sleep peacefully. This time I will definitely finish you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tai-sun was still deeply asleep. The others outside were the same. Sensing something amiss, he suddenly opened his eyes. The scene shifted to Black Iron Workshop. The place was gloomy and cold. The atmosphere made Thien Thur shiver. Heavens, it is barely morning, and the yin aura is already so heavy. It is like ghosts are about to crawl out. Sensing something, Thur Lan asked, Young master, where are you planning to go again? Inside the vast main hall, Hoer and Gok's voice rang out. People from Ho Muk Lien just sent word. Leader of Ho Muk Lien wishes to meet young master and hopes you will visit once. Tai-sun turned his head irritably. Has that arrogant habit of summoning people back and forth still not changed? If he wants to meet, then come here himself. And what about the other demi-zombies? Hoer and Gok hurriedly reported. For now, Hao Mon has only secured one location. The other information is still not reliable enough. Tai-sun smiled meaningfully. Once we arrive, everything will be clear. Lead the way. A short while later, seeing the scene ahead, Hoer and Gok quickly said, It is this slum district. Even Hao Mon faces limitations investigating deeper inside, making it very difficult to obtain accurate information. The sight made Tai-sun nod. It truly is troublesome. The alleys crisscrossed like a spider web. Indeed, an ideal place to hide demi-zombies. The nameless ones are not foolish. But to me, someone who can sense demi-zombies, these tricks are useless. It is just that searching every alley will take some effort. Hoer and Gok continued. That is why Hao Mon brought along one person. This man was born in the slums and understands the terrain better than anyone. The man lowered his head and said he would lead young master through every corner. My son turned to appraise him. Quite useful indeed, thinking to himself that it was already interesting before it even began. Indeed, my abilities are growing stronger and stronger. Without delay, Tai-sun signaled, Lead the way. The man immediately complied. Along the narrow paths, the three swiftly moved forward. Guide's speed was so fast it surprised the other two. This way. While moving, Tai-sun suddenly sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in shock. He discovered a house that had remained tightly shut in an abnormal manner. There was indeed a problem. Seeing his strange reaction, Hoer and Gok cautiously spoke, Young master. Without hesitation, Tai-sun charged straight inside. The first thing he did was smash the wooden door apart. The scene revealed dozens of zombies standing ready inside. Upon seeing Tai-sun, their eyes lit up in unison. Tai-sun was not afraid at all and instead laughed excitedly. So you are here, my spiritual medicine. He moved according to his senses, searching back and forth. Now here, now there, leaving Hoer and Gok with no choice but to chase after him while calling out, Young master. Time passed a second time, then a third, a fourth, a fifth time. Tai-sun vanished and reappeared with an increasingly satisfied smile. Not long after, Tiu Chiu saw the familiar figure and exclaimed in surprise, Young master has returned already. NNT asked whether the bathwater was prepared. She smiled and nodded, saying it was ready. Hot water was carefully poured until the tub was full. She stepped forward to ask about the temperature. Tai-sun nodded. warm enough and quite good. So what exactly happened at Ho Muk Lien? Ngok lowered her head and reported, while young master was in the slums, they were attacked once again. This news surprised Tai Sun. Attack. Ngok nodded. About 30 experts led demi-zombies to strike suddenly, killing and setting fires before retreating. They are currently guarding against the next wave. Hearing this, Tai Sun immediately understood. So that is why he sought me out. At this moment, Lai Heap appeared with a forced smile, hoping young master would show mercy. Ngok asked curiously, "Are you planning to go to Ho Muk Lien?" Tai Sun nodded and asked her opinion. She immediately replied, "This subordinate will follow young master's decision. But if we go then, we should bring everyone here along." Tai Sun pondered. Their actions are far too conspicuous, right? Ngok nodded in confirmation. Perhaps their true target is to strike directly at the place where young master is staying. At that time, Tun Huang had coldly ordered an attack on Black Iron Workshop where Tai Sun was. Tai Sun laughed. "Then when do you think they will arrive?" Ngok pondered before replying. Delaying tactics have their limits, it should not be long. This scene caused a slight stir in Ngok's heart. Young master's physique was truly far too perfect. Tai Sun continued, "Very soon, I think so too." Voice was slightly awkward. "Then what does young master plan to do?" He replied, "What else can be done? Since they said they would come to deliver their lives, then just wait for them. Tell everyone to gather at the Marshall Field early in the morning." Ngok hurriedly nodded, inwardly crying that something was wrong. Every time young master smiled like this, something major happened. Time shifted to the next morning. Kwai was so exhausted, he leaned his entire body against a large log. Thien Thur's face was pale. "Heavens, had I known, I would have hidden in a dark corner. Why does it have to be this miserable?" Tai Sun calmly transmitted spiritual power into Thurland's body. But she was not very pleased. She had agreed to participate, but did not expect this to truly be hell on earth. Does everyone endure this kind of cultivation? Looking at everyone, Tai Sun asked slowly, already complaining after just this. "The only one who can protect your lives is yourselves, so you must train without pause. Eating is also cultivation. Still wanting to vomit means your body can still endure it. When it is time to rest, then rest properly. That is also very important. Strong tendons and bones are formed during rest. If you slept enough, get up and continue training." After some time, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. Tai Sun's figure appeared as he loudly asked whether everyone had gathered. After the overly harsh training intensity, everyone looked utterly miserable. Thien Thur forced a smile. "Young master, training again at night. You just said rest was important." Tai Sun looked at everyone and announced, "It is not training, it is an enemy attack." Before they could understand what was happening, the footsteps of uninvited guests rang out. All of them stood in neat formation waiting outside. Qian and Kan Hon instinctively drew their swords and prepared to fight. The others looked around in panic. Where is the enemy? Tai Sun sensed killing intent. The enemy is approaching from all directions and their numbers are not small. But with your current strength, it will not be difficult. Right here, hold the line to the end. These words left Ngok unable to believe it. "Young master, must we stay here? Space is too vast. It will be very difficult to hold out when the enemy attacks from multiple directions." Tai Sun firmly repeated his decision. "Everyone must hold their ground right here." Hearing that resolute tone, she immediately understood that this was not a casual remark but carried deeper intent. Once everyone's morale was lifted, "We obey. No matter what happens, this subordinate will hold out to the very end." Tai Sun raised his head to look at the night sky. "The enemy numbers are great, so I will hold back a little. In exchange, do not die, and do not suffer serious injuries otherwise. I fear I may lose my temper." At the same time, the enemy's figures quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. Just as Tai Sun said, the enemy emerged in overwhelming numbers like a flood. Everyone immediately drew their swords and charged forward, but only saw Tai Sun lightly wave his hand. In an instant, everything was swept clean, leaving anyone who witnessed it utterly horrified. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared. "Are you bitch Tai Sun? Those people were not that easy to deal with. Not bad at all." Tai Sun slowly turned his head and replied, "That is also what I want to say. I am looking for who created this unpleasant aura. What exactly does your scent taste like? I also very much want to try it." That provocative remark left the mysterious person momentarily stunned. Indeed, an arrogant one. And that man was the former top 10 expert one-fist divine demon Ma Tan Quan. In the vast space, the two quickly faced each other. The man spoke to introduce himself. "Ma Tan Quan is my name. A brat like you probably has never heard of it." Tai Sun replied leisurely, "One-fist divine demon Ma Tan Quan, one of the world's top 10 experts. I did not expect you were still alive. Your life is truly tough." Hearing this, that man was shocked. "You know me? Your knowledge is not bad, but that mouth of yours is truly filthy." Tai Sun turned and stared straight at Tan Quan. "Enough. I do not want to waste time on someone about to die." After speaking, that man immediately glanced toward the rear. Discovering that someone was still hiding made him startled. When did that bastard notice? There were already quite a few people from the evil blood demon, swords secretly lying in ambush around them. Without hesitation, Tan Quan roared, "Bastard, no matter what, I will rip your tongue out first." My son was slightly surprised. "Not yet." That man angrily shouted, "Shut up." After that, Tan Quan launched relentless attacks one after another, giving Tai Sun no moment to rest. Seeing his opponent constantly maintain a safe distance only made him angrier, running like a rat. "Do you think you can hide forever?" From within the forest, black shadows of assassins continuously appeared. This caught Tai Sun's attention, planning to cooperate in a siege quite interesting. Before he could finish thinking, Tan Quan had already unleashed one divine fist strike. This ends here. A violent explosion rang out, the ground shattering without end. While that man was still brimming with confidence, Tai Sun had already lightly placed a hand on his body. His gaze turned frighteningly cold. "You revealed an opening." Seeing him suddenly appear above his head left, that man momentarily dazed. Seizing the timing, the assassins immediately rushed in. Now is the moment. I bitched Tai Sun, yet everything fell into the trap he had already laid. Tai Sun exerted force and tightly restrained Tan Quan's body. Pain twisted that man's expression. What is going on? The acupoints are completely controlled and cannot move at all. Before he could react, Tai Sun had already retreated to stand opposite him. His landing movement was clean and flawless. In a short span of time, Tan Quan's advantage was completely reversed. Right then, several assassins accidentally stabbed their swords straight into Tan Quan. Everything was within Tai Sun's calculations. Realizing they had struck the wrong target, the assassins panicked. Demon great hero. Even Tan Quan could not believe it. Truly a bunch of useless trash. Seeing them slaughter each other, Tai Sun was extremely satisfied. All gathered together like this makes it convenient to deal with you all at once. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he directly unleashed the decisive blow. Tai Sun's figure shot into the air, easily dealing with the assassins. Naturally, they were completely no match for him. In just a short moment, all of their lives were taken by him. In his eyes was calm indifference. Everything indeed unfolded exactly as predicted. The corpses fell to the ground. Tai Sun had already leapt in another direction to observe his surroundings. He silently calculated. This group resembled the former Guangdong Four tyrants and blood demon, forcibly attaching souls to other bodies which made the souls unstable. Unable to wait any longer, Tai Sun extended his hand toward the remaining strands of spiritual power. His two palms closed tightly. The souls were not sealed but instead dissipated. At the same time, Tan Quan, covered in wounds, struggled to sit up. This bastard. How could that man perform such a martial art? Clearly this place has already. Before he could finish speaking, Tai Sun laughed and asked, "You set up a formation here to suppress internal energy, did you not?" That calm voice made him immediately realize something was wrong. Could it be that he had understood the formation long ago? Tai Sun looked around and said, "Before the ambush, I already saw you lay it out throughout Black Iron Workshop. The effort is commendable, but with too many streams of energy converging, a tiny gap was created. Fighting within that gap would not be affected by the formation and would allow full strength to be unleashed. That was also why he forced Cam Kwai to attack precisely at one point." Saying this, Tai Sun smiled confidently. "I deliberately fought outside the gap. Otherwise, dealing with you would not have taken this long." Hearing these words drove Tan Quan nearly mad. "You beast, just who are you?" At the same time, Tai Sun was already ready to deliver the killing blow. As if hearing that question, he suddenly stopped. "Do you want to die that badly?" Tai Sun raised his hand high in front of him. Just a single strike, Tan Quan was completely crushed. Clearly that man was no match. Red blood sprayed everywhere. Tan Quan's shattered body was flung toward everyone. This sight made Thien Thur, who was still fighting, cry out in shock. What kind of headless monster body is this again? A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by frantic screams. Not long after, the thick dust gradually dispersed. Thur Lan asked worriedly, "Divine Physician, are you all right?" While Thien Thur looked at the blood splattered on him and shouted, "How can this be all right? Hurry and clean this up." Orangok quickly calmed everyone. "Please endure a bit longer. It is almost finished." After a while, Kan Hone and the others asked in low voices, "There should be no more left." Thai Qian nodded. It should be over. The familiar figure of Tai Sun slowly appeared. He slowly said to everyone, "Consider it finished." "How are the injured?" There was a trace of concern in his voice. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at one another. At the same time, everyone instinctively concealed the marks of injury on their bodies. Unease was clearly written on every face, no one willing to face it or speak the truth. However, at this moment, Tram Kwai displayed extremely abnormal behavior. Seeing this scene, Thien Thur quickly patted shoulders to reassure. "It is fine. Everyone only suffered light injuries, nothing serious." On the contrary, Tai Sun gaze was completely disordered. tormented by that pile of trash until they were drenched in blood like this. He truly did not know where to begin setting things right. After hearing this, Kan Hong lowered his head awkwardly, momentarily not knowing how to respond to that matter. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Tram quite hurriedly explained. They were indeed far from ordinary, having consumed blood pills together their strength rivaled that of trained fighters. Thien Thur also nodded and added about the formation. They even set up a formation. Reaching this level was already extremely impressive, young master. Hearing this, Tai Sun's expression immediately turned stern. You were never truly affected by the formation. Even if you were, then so what? After death, are you planning to push all the blame onto the formation? Those blunt words of admonishment made everyone fall silent at once. Tai Sun let out a soft sigh and then gestured for everyone to withdraw. It seemed necessary to adjust the path of cultivation. Starting today, they would cultivate directly within this formation. Only by constantly placing themselves in danger could they hope to grow stronger. Upon hearing of such harsh cultivation, everyone could not help but feel dispirited. Understanding the general mood, Tai Sun continued. In any case, returning alive was already praiseworthy. You all did not do badly. That single simple sentence of praise was enough to move everyone, making them strive all the more for the young master. Unwilling to waste time, Tai Sun continued to instruct, quickly treat everyone and clean up the corpses. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly nodded in reply, yes, young master. So many corpses, who knew when the cleanup would finish. Tonight they would likely be staying up late again. In any case, it would be better to call the disciples of Hao Mon to help. Tai Sun seemed to sense something around this area. As expected, my judgment was not wrong. This familiar aura was clearly a formation created by Thien Ma and Yahello. Yet the reason those nobodies were using a formation of the divine sect remained unclear. A formation arranged to this extent was something only a handful of people in the world could achieve. He slowly stepped forward one step at a time. It seemed Tai Sun had detected something amiss. Perhaps that man was still not dead yet.